Worlds is all we wanted. If we don't get it now, then the whole year is wasted.
I want to go to Worlds. That's my biggest dream right now.
I'm hyped for playoffs because it's what we've been working for all this time. It's all led up to this point.
Shockwave comes in from Desert, and it's Candy Panda that is going to get the first kill. Brilliant Solar FLICKR 3. This could be a whitewash for Millenium.
If we can go from being a last place team to being one of the top teams in the world, that would be a huge boost for us.
Millenium turn on the power. SK Gaming are just wrecking them in the pit. 1, 2, 3, 4 members down, and SK Gaming can turn and run for the base.
We're gonna crush SK Gaming.
We're gonna beat Millenium, and we're gonna go to Worlds.
And welcome to the second quarterfinal playoff in the European League of Legends Championship Series. We're coming to you live from our studios in Cologne, Germany, and I'm EUCS, joined by Joe Miller and Martin the Fisher Lunge as Millenium and SK Gaming battle it out in a best-of-5. Well, first guys, let's take a look back at yesterday's quarterfinal match. Roccat, they took down the Super Hot Crew 3-1. Joe, fantastic performance by Roccat.
They looked incredibly good, and it became clear, I think, after game one specifically, that Roccat had trained so hard this week. They said themselves in the video that they much prefer this format where they've got a full week just to prepare for one team. Super Hot Crew, on the other hand, they looked very shaky throughout this best-of-3. Even the single game that they won, still could have gone either way.
100% agree with Joe, and Roccat in playoffs just looks so scary. Relegation, they didn't lose a game. Last split, they only lost one game in the playoffs, and they lost one game here. So lost 2 games and just won the rest. So best out of 5 or best out of 3, Roccat, they deliver.
Yeah, definitely their cup of tea, and they also came out with some new things up on the 4.13 patch. The Alistar, 1 game won, 1 game lost, but fantastic performance by Zazas.
Yeah, it was a great performance. Great to see him once again pull out something new. He's one of the first to play Maokai top lane. With Roccat as a team, Morgana support, they were one of the first ones to do it. Zeref in the mid lane. So they always find these new picks, and it worked. It surprised Super Hot Crew clearly in the first game and also gave them a win.
Yeah, very good stuff by them. And then on the other hand, in the Challengers, here's the Unicorns of Love. They got the 3rd promo spot after beating NIP 3-0. Whitewash, it was an incredible play by Unicorns of Love.
So the thing is, we've come to expect that Ninjas in Pajamas are going to struggle on this stage here behind us. But I don't think anyone truthfully expected how one-sided this game was going to be. Unicorns of Love came out. I think we had 23 minutes, and then around about half an hour game. Honestly, they stomped them. It wasn't a pretty game to watch if you're a Ninjas in Pajamas fan, and they just never really got into it. You saw the look on, I think, Alex Ich specifically. You saw on the player cam that he was just kind of sat there, not really saying a lot. There was a one outplay in the mid lane where his Orianna balls were dodged left and right, and then he ended up dying where he just threw his hands in the air, and I think that was the tipping point. It's like, forget it.
Yeah, that said all, but incredibly bloodthirsty play from the Unicorns of Love, and also the Swain coming in. Exciting pick there for Vizicachi.
I mean, I love Swain, so for me it was pretty awesome. He picked it and won, and he got the perfect start, like got the first spot at level 1, completely dominated his lane, and NIP banned it the next 2 games, so it was a perfect play by Unicorns of Love to pull out in the first game. Don't agree with the fact they banned it because it's a bit of a pocket pick here, but it worked out, and I love to see Unicorns of Love play because there's always new picks, and you never know what to get.
Yeah, great stuff by them. And that brings us to the playoff bracket. Roccat will now take on Fnatic next Friday, with the winner of today's game going up against the Lions that same day as the teams head towards the finals. And the Super Hot Crew and the loser of today's series will play for a 5th place next Thursday, with the 6th place team being sent to the promotion tournament. And before we get to today's quarterfinal, let's take a quick look back at a couple of the LCS big plays that had you guys lighting up Twitter. Up first is a play from Game 3 that features Rockat's Jankos going big at Baron from @GlassEyeTiger. That Baron steal, though, what a huge momentum swing for Roccat. This was your 2nd most talked about big play.
See, actually in dangerous area there, he might be forced to flash away. There is a dive. They've stolen it! They've stolen it! It's Jankos that gets the steal.
Jankos jumps in, takes it up, beautiful smite for him. Was a very important steal, and Super Hot Crew had actually been dominating the game up till this point. Roccat got the steal, delayed it like the next 20 minutes, almost came back, on the Super Bowl Creator won it. So well played by Jankos. He was great in the entire best out of 5 yesterday. And in my opinion, actually outplayed Impaler as well.
Yeah, not only good at First Bloods, also at Baron Steals. Great stuff by Jankos. And your most buzzed about big play came from Zaz's Mighty Minotaur going ham in Game 1 from @iGriffin. Zaz's cow is a beast. Let's take a look at the bull in Super Hot Cruise China Shop.
And Rockout are going to try and turn this one around. They managed to catch him selfie. There's the knock-up and the first blood for the top lane cow.
Shotgun on Mimer.
Not really getting much. Mr. Ron's going to get caught out now. He's finished off. That's a 1 kill once again for the cow. Knock-up coming in. There's the combo as well from Zazas. Mimer going to go very low. Does use the intervention, but he's so very late. Speeds himself up, flashes away. But there is Zazas. The cow gets the kill.
Moo.
And they had such an incredible combo for most of those games as well. If you think about it, Morgana into a cocoon from Elise, into a combo from Alistair. If you get caught by any one of those, the rest of it follows up. And yes, maybe a little bit of a specialist pick there, that Alistair in the top lane, but it worked out in, well, all but one game that we saw it yesterday.
Yeah, great stuff. Remember to send us your favorite moments in today's games by tweeting to @LLEsports and using that hashtag LCSBigPlays. Now, after our LCS quarterfinal series today, stay tuned as the European Summer Challenger Series crowns a champion in a best-of-5 between H2K Gaming and SK Gaming Prime right here on our stage. Now, that's a lot of excitement coming your way, so let's head over to the caster desk to kick off Game 1.
Thank you very much, Shox. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and alongside me is Trevor Quickshot Henry. It is time for the quarterfinals to get underway between SK Gaming and Millenium. Now, these two teams finished 4th and 5th in the league, as you just saw. They were tied 2-2 in the head-to-head, so this game really could go all the way. However, if you take the last 5 games into account, at the end of the season, of course, SK Gaming went 4-1, an incredible super week for them, but Millenium, they lost all 5 matches. SK Gaming are currently the on-form team coming into these playoffs with the Super Week performance, of course. But we shouldn't also forget, before that Super Week, they were on a 5-game losing streak.
I know, it's very difficult to read them, but I think if you step back and you look at the bigger picture for SK Gaming, just the team turned it on in Super Week. They returned to a similar strength from earlier in the year when they were winning a lot of games, but they didn't have the same explosiveness that they did earlier in the split, taking longer to close games out and not really looking as strong as maybe their spring split form. One of the things that we do want to highlight about SK is their ward game. We've been talking about it for the longest time, and they continue to be the team that bought and placed the least amount of wards out of all EU LCS teams. I think this is a trend that has followed them all split long, and it is a trend that could hurt them against Millenium, who are pick heavy, who are dive heavy, and like to move around a lot. So we'll see how Vision comes into effect in this best-of-5.
We'll see how it works out for them. Of course, on the other hand, Millenium, they had a bad end to the season, losing all of their matches throughout the Super Week. Thing is, though, if you'd have asked anyone back just before that Super Week began, who's going to finish 3rd, everybody would have said Millenium.
Yeah, I agree. I was one of those people. I felt the Millenium were really on the upswing. The problem is they suffer from the fact that they tend to be a bit of a one-trick pony, especially with their team compositions. We keep talking about this pick comp that they play, and it has been their weapon of choice all split long. They really have struggled to diversify their strategies and their team compositions and champion pools. And this means that other teams have been able to accommodate for their pick comps, and they're catching up to them. Now, when you look at Millenium, they rely on individual players to get going. And if those individual players do not step up and control the pace of the game, their teamwork is lacking in comparison to SK Gaming. So mid to late game, it's all about those big plays, all about those big picks for Millenium.
Well, of course, let's talk about the head-to-heads between these teams, because there is quite a few grudges. We'll see how it works out, of course. Starting out the top lane, it is Freddy against Kevin. Now, Freddy's stats are a little lower than Kevin's, but beyond that, these players are really diverging when it comes to champion picks. Of course, Freddy has been trending towards Nidalee over the last few weeks, while Kevin, well, he moved over to Yasuo.
Yeah, and I mean, yesterday we've seen Swain in the top lane, we've seen the Cow being played there. I'd like to see on 4.13 if these guys are going to pull something new out. But between the two of them, it's a clash of play styles. Kevin has been more inclined to be aggressive and teamfight focused, whereas Freddy plays more for the map control and split push side of things. So there's not going to be too many contested picks, I don't think, in this matchup.
Well, in the jungle, we can really see the difference in vision, of course, that you mentioned just a moment ago. Svenskeren has purchased 54 less wards in 28 games and placed 78 less from trinkets and sightstones, despite the fact his main champion is Lee Sin.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting because Sven Skaren uses those wards more aggressively and fighting-oriented rather than vision. And I just feel like Sven in particular, he invades recklessly without the vision or without having the wards down. He needs to do more work to make those plays safe. During Super Week, though, he did have the support of his lanes to counterbalance the lack of vision, and we'll see if they're all on the same page, working together to invade and control buffs in the series.
So the next one, of course, is the battle in the mid lane, and this could very much determine the outcome of this game.
Oh, it really can, but I think it's all about Kerp. He's the one that plays super aggressively. He looks for kills, and he looks for kills a lot, hence the massive number advantage he has over Jesus and the rest of mid laners. If he can get ahead of Jesus and begin rowing early, that's how Millenium, their team, can win this series.
Yeah, despite what a lot of people have said, these are, for the first and second, the highest kills in the LCS, ahead of the likes of FLICKR and FLICKR.
Yeah.
Of course, the AD carry role is going to be an interesting one. It's a head-to-head between Candy Panda and Kraton. They've both played a variety of champions this split, but I feel it's Kraton that actually has the edge here. You can see almost double the KDA.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Over the entire split, Kraton's been more present and delivered more. But Candy Panda, you can't forget in that last Super Week, he was the one that delivered because it was Kraton struggling. So it's difficult to say who's going to have the advantage because you can almost scrap the 11 weeks of work. It's all about this first or second game in the series.
One thing an AD carry can't do without is his support, and they are the final people to look at. Both of them have had some big moments, of course. Leona was huge for J-Ree just a few weeks ago, while N-Rated, well, the last week, he moved over to Gragas.
And he's got a confident smile on his face. I think the changes that we've seen to Gragas have made him less popular in other lanes, but we still might see him feature for SK in that support role. And these two supports have just got different styles. J-Ree is all about engage and going in, while N-Rated is disengage and peel for his team. Also, as a side note, J-Ree continues to help his team with superior vision than N-Rated. And I know I'm harping on about wards a lot, but in this playstyle of SK, calculated, controlled late game, and Millenium, all in aggression pick, wards and vision can be the difference maker in who's going to win and lose.
Well, that is, of course, what we think. I want to hear what the teams themselves have to say. They're going to tell us exactly how they're going to win this series. They head into the semi-finals against Alliance. Which player is going to help them out?
It's been a tough season, a lot of up and downs. I mean, compared to the last season, we've gone mostly up.
If you look at last season, we were last place and we were fighting for relegations, stuff like that, and now it's the opposite. Now we're fighting to actually win.
We have a lot to prove. Like, if we can go from being a last place team to being one of the top teams in the world, that will be a huge boost for us.
I could imagine Kevin will want it really bad, because he was in the spot last year where we had the chance to go to playoffs and we failed. So I think this year he doesn't want it to repeat.
I think we want it a bit more. We are pretty hungry, we want to win, we want to go towards. And we just want to prove that we are strong, that we deserve to be in the LCS.
Because we went on a losing streak, we had low confidence. We were a little bit scared to do stuff. So we went with the mindset that we wanted to go way more ham and play much more aggressive.
So SK, they seem to step it up now, the Super Weekend. We are in a slump, so we have to step it up now as well for the playoffs.
Kevin brings like the top lane pressure to the team and the top lane kill potential, while Kerp always brings out something creative that can throw the other team off.
They tend to gank mid a lot, gank me a lot when I play against them. Kerp's Fizz and TF are probably the best champions he has.
Playing with Kraton and J-Ree is like weird because they play a very aggressive playstyle, so if you're not focused on it, you can get caught off very easily. But if you just focus and you have good communication with your support, it's very hard for them to catch you off guard.
We keep our spirit high and we try to go game from game or week from week. Just to see the positive side and just try to improve, and I think that is showing.
For the playoffs, we will trust in each other and we just prepare as much as we can for SK Gaming.
And that is exactly all they can do, prepare as much as they can. They've had a solid week to prepare for this best of 5.
The thing that stands out for me when you look at both of the teams talking, they both focus around Kevin a fair amount. Candy Panda talking quite at great length, really, about Kevin's impact in this game.
Ex-teammates, yeah.
When Kevin's doing well, he's helping Millenium win, obviously. But because of his presence in team fights and being the front line for Millenium, the moment he falls off, all of a sudden Millenium are completely lost and distraught in team fights. So I think he's also very key for their team to do well.
Yeah, I mean, I must point out, these are actually pretty close players as well, because I remember back at spring promotion, when the guys were, SK were trying to get themselves back in there, Kevin and Nif, they were both down here, you know, alongside the team to make sure they got there. Obviously, Nif qualified with them and then moved on. Kevin was in the sides. Despite the fact he was no longer in the team, he'd already moved to Millenium. He was there with SK. So this is actually a pretty close game between these two teams. Let's see how it works out, ladies and gentlemen. It is your turn to play Armchair Analyst. Hop over to Twitter and tell us which team do you think will win this series and why. Tweet us at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag SKWin or the hashtag MILWin for all Millenium. We will be reading your responses later in the show.
Well, we'll have to see what works out. In this particular pick and ban phase, Millenium on the red side, we'll get to this later in the show, but teams get to decide for SK games 1, 3, and 5 which side they want. Millenium get to choose in games 2 and 4. And Millenium have actually opted to be red side in game 2. I was talking to Martin about it, Deficio, and we were saying that on the red side, you've got the ability to counter-pick your opponent's lanes. And considering the importance of Kerp and Kerp getting on a comfort pick, they may want to counter-pick mid lane. The other question is, what is Millenium going to do with Kassadin? Because Kassadin is a champion that they have traditionally banned even when they're on blue side, and I was wondering if they were going to let it through. There's my answer already.
Well, SK just talked about, of course, Jez has mentioned about Kerp's champions Fizz and Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate has been banned out. I wonder if Fizz is going to go along with it. Aurelia was taken away. Kevin may have been practicing that one recently. Who knows? Oriana taken away. And it's Zilean, actually, the final ban for SK.
So Syndra is still available. Fizz is still available. Gragas, after seeing all of yesterday's games, unless it's put in a support role by Enrated, I don't think we're going to see in that top lane. But Maokai is still up.
Yeah.
So the question for Millenium has to be, do they ban Maokai or do they risk giving that over? Does Freddy even want to play Maokai? Maokai is not your traditional top lane split pusher. So I actually think this is very smart.
I think he does.
By taking the Nidalee away, Freddy did phenomenal on Nidalee during Super Week. His kiting was good, he was in and out, and he was definitely showing an understanding of the reworked Nidalee. But I don't associate Freddy with a full utility tank champion. He's a Renekton player mostly. You know, Nidalee, split push, a little bit aggressive, a little bit controlling the lane. So we'll see how he plays Maokai out.
Interesting setup, and again, it's the cow, ladies and gentlemen. Is that going to be Kevin playing Alistair in the top lane? It may well be. But more importantly, all of the AD carries available. It is Creaton focusing on Lucian. We didn't really see Lucian yesterday. It was all about Tristana and Cogmore and maybe Twitch now and again, but Lucian, first choice for Millenium. 12
games out of 28 during the summer split. Creaton ran Lucian. He lost 8 of those games. And that was before the changes. Now Lucian, of course, is going to have the shorter range, but is still incredibly mobile, is incredibly difficult to lock down. We need to see how well Millenium play the comp out with an Alistair, with a Lucian, and depending what they're going to lock in the next couple of seconds, you've already got a theoretical difference in styles. SK, Cogmore for late game, Maokai from mid to late game. If Millenium go for an early to mid game team comp, that could be how they look to engage and get in the window. No jungle bans. Lee Sin is available, Elise is available. Svenskeren and Kotnex, they've also played Lee Sin 12 or 13 times each respectively.
Well, Millenium knew they were going to be coming into this one having to counter their opponent. SK Gaming have been locking in those champions very, very quickly. They appear to be very happy with what they got so far. Of course, that Morgana and Cogmore locked in there. We'll see what Kerp does go with this Ziggs. We haven't seen anything appearing in the final choice. It's going to be Kotnex on Java the 4th.
So that's a change when you consider all of the other junglers are up and available, but they have all had hits.
Wow. They are fast locking SK. They are ready to go.
My word. Okay, this is very, very quick. So we'll get to Millenium in a second. Let's quickly round out SK. Assassin in the mid lane, a lot of mobility and kite for pick potential with Maokai, with Kha'Zix, with Ahri. They can get in and out very quickly. I am a tiny bit concerned because Maokai is the main. Well, I guess you got a lot of peel with Maokai and Morgana, actually, if a straight-up team fight were to occur. But SK may be the ones that are looking to pick and roam and look for kills very quickly. No Lee Sin, no Elise, who were available. No Rengar, who was up and available. Kha'Zix and Jarvan, when you see all of the hits that Lee Sin has taken, that Elise has taken, maybe this has forced a lot of the junglers at the LCS level to look alternatively, to look in other directions. For Millenium, they've got a good poke, they've got good engage with Jarvan and Aatrox, but I don't feel they've got an equal amount of peel for their AD carry. They don't need as much because, of course, Lucian is a little safer than Cogmore. But in terms of the play styles, SK are more assassin-focused, more burst damage with their jungle mid lane combo. and Millenium a little bit more utility team fight and poke with that Ziggs. So SK playing pick, sort of, and Millenium focusing a little bit more for those team fights. We'll see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, we thought the Alistair was going to be in the top lane for Kevin, but instead it's going to be in the other lane for the support for J-Ree. So what do we think overall?
I mean, Alistair's definitely come to prominence in that support role thanks to the fact that a lot of the other support champs have taken hits. And I like the disruption. I really like the bullying potential that you can put down with Illusion, with that double tap passive. So if we get straight up 2v2s and Candy Panda gets caught up by a headbutt pulverize, and you've got Jarvan flying in there with the flag and drag, there is potential to squash that Caterpillar.
He's only got one flash, and he's going to have to use it sparingly, I feel, of course. Hasn't got the Thresh Lantern to help him out, to pull him out of there. So a lot of pressure on this bottom lane. We'll see whether the junglers decide to focus on it and how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 is about to get underway. It is SK Gaming versus Millenium in the quarterfinals. This is a best-of-5 series. The winner will reach the semi-finals at Gamescom for the European regional playoffs, and it will be against Alliance, the #1 seed. Let's see how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. SK starting out as the blue team, and Millenium, of course, are on the red team. We saw some pretty heavy invades yesterday from both Challenger teams and LCS teams. Not working out too well for some of them. SK have a pretty strong CC if they were to invade, but it seems that they are going to stick and do the standard defensive line up that river early on. We'll see whether it becomes a late 2-minute invade.
Yeah, momentum is so important in game 1 of a best-of-5. You really don't want to give up more than you absolutely have to. But I really want to keep my eyes on Cottonex and see where he goes with this Jarvan, how he plays Jarvan, because in the Challenger scene, there are some fantastic Jarvan players who can use that flag and drag to bypass your regular warding patterns. And I'm going to go back to the warding story. If SK continue their under-warding trends that they have been doing over the course of the split, Cottonex can punish that very, very hard. Get in between the ward lines, get behind members of SK, and set his team up for some early kills.
Minions have spawned.
Well, it's going to be a duo lane going up top. Millenium are going for that late invade. N-Rated and Candy Panda need to be cautious. They don't get caught out by this one. There is a ward, you can see just in the river, just below, that will see Millenium push. And I think Svenskeren and Freddy will be able to counter this one. They're going to go straight towards that blue. Remember, there is a ward on the blue. Millenium have vision of that one, so
yeah,
you're going to see it coming.
Due diligence has been done from both teams regarding warding. Millenium a little more defensively with that ward on their own buff that you talked about. But I think SK read the lane swap very well. Lucian is... Cogmore is a little bit of a lane bully, considering his Bioarcane Barrage doesn't have mana cost anymore. It does allow him to get some poke and some trades down early, and he may be able to punish Creatine thanks to the fact that Lucian has got a much shorter range in 4.13 down to 500 units. But we need to see if J-Ree and Creatine play aggressively, they can jump in there. Only one person can be black shielded, and Pulverize can hit both of them. So Creatine and J-Ree will be looking for those opportunities to get the Piercing Light and the knockups on both members of SK's duo lane.
Svenskeren, they had vision. He walked over the ward in the river, so they know that he is there. Nobody's going to be looking to counter, though. Cottonex went and took the Wolves as well. He passes over, and they also have vision. You can see he just passed by that one from Jez's just off the side there. So, looks like the junglers are going to be happy about their paths, both stealing the blue from the opposite jungle. So, Jez's versus Kerb. #1 and #2 highest kills in the LCS in the mid lane.
And the interesting thing is, Jez's is about 112, Kerb was 143. That is a very, very big gulf between, first and second. Kerb is all about killing to win. Because that's Millenium's strategy. They don't necessarily outsmart their opponents by moving around the map and taking objectives uncontested. They'll force you to fight, win the team fight, and then take objectives. And with a champion like Ziggs, even though his ultimate's got a longer cooldown, Kerb will be able to impact side lanes and dictate the tempo of a game, but it's not his traditional style. You do expect him to be on something a bit more aggressive.
The thing for Jez is actually Ahri is a champion that's worked very well for him in the past, so someone that he managed to pick up, obviously, when he had the changes in, what was it, 4.12 and 4.11, when the RE changed. It was only a tiny change, but it was enough to clear the wave at a certain point, certain level. Freddy doing a good job of farming down this bottom lane. Of course, he is going to be on this Maokai this time around, up against the Aatrox of Kevin, a champion that Freddy is known for playing, certainly more than anyone. Used to pick this one first pick blind into no matter what he was facing, so he's going to be well aware of this matchup.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of these sustained matches. One of the reasons Maokai does well against a lot of the current meta bruisers is the ability to get health back from his passive after a number of spells have been cast. So he sort of out-sustains you in the long run. But it's very difficult to out-sustain a sustained champion. You know, Aatrox is built around the fact that he can keep himself relatively topped up as the fights go on. So this could just be a farm fest until jungler intervention is involved. Alternatively, roaming from Jezz's. Because you talked about his Ari and how strong it was. And he was dealing with a teleport mid laner opponent, and he was responding to roams and movements around the map while his opponent had the stronger advantage of that teleport and still doing a very good job. So a lot of props to Jezz's for that.
You talked about the vision difference in the pre-game, and of course you just saw it there. Connex pink warding the tri-bush, getting that vision down. Now coming around the back of Freddy, who is actually pretty far forward on this one, gets caught out, not quite knocked up though. That was a good disengage from Freddy, using the twisted advance onto Connex to avoid the damage from Kevin.
Yeah, it just shows a little bit of control from Freddy. Not really get through, but look how much he's poking Kevin down. Despite the fact that Freddy is running out of mana for this, he is getting a little bit of lane dominance. Kevin needs to keep auto-attacking, keep pushing the wave in order for it to work out. We do see Svenskeren is counter-jungling. Don't really expect him to hop over that wall unless Jezz's was 6 and lands a charm. But potential tower dive in the top lane if Sven is going to go aggressive. But it just looks like he's playing counter-jungle for the time being.
Yeah, knew that Connex, of course, was down in that bottom half. The jungle immediately went straight over the second he showed himself. So, Pulverize working. Candy Panda getting blown backwards. Kraton, though, pretty low on health here. Another Dark Binding landing onto J-Re this time. Tormented Soul going down. Kraton having to sidestep that one. He is starting to fall behind in CS, and that is not something that should really be happening. Cogmore, if he starts to win out this lane pretty strong, there's no way back, surely, for a Kraton.
Yeah, I agree. I think Cogmore's going to outscale Illusion in the mid to late game, especially in terms of damage. But you can't deny the mobility factor on the side of Lucian. So in those prolonged team fights, if Millenium are able to get Kevin and Cottonex onto the right targets to get Candy down, you may actually see Creatine running circles around the potential damage threats. But in a straight-up toe-to-toe, he shouldn't actually win that out.
Yeah, that's exactly what J-Re's going to be looking to do, of course, starting out with those boots. Boots of mobility almost certainly going to be coming very quickly. Expect the roaming cow to be happening. Candy Panda exchange with Kraton again. Candy Panda coming out on top. Dark Binding does not follow through. Catches onto J-Re, not the ideal target.
That was a perfect example of what we talked about. Creatine stands toe-to-toe with Candy Panda, a couple of auto attacks and spells, and he walks away with less HP. Had J-Re jumped in there, got the knockup, then obviously that changes the equation entirely. A little bit cheeky there from Kevin, but he does get away. Teleport was used by Freddy. I expect Kevin to TP down himself. Cutlass picked up, and just a slow landing phase. Neither of these teams have put themselves in position to think about Dragon. So we'll just see whoever's going to make the first mistake, or whichever jungler is going to have a better impact. Sven, no real appearances in the lanes, and despite Cottonex briefly showing his face bottom, it didn't really change much.
Well, the thing is for Kevin, he's playing fairly safe. He's got that pink ward in the tri-bush, so if Svenskeren sneaks around that side, he's going to be well aware of it. Standard start for both the top laners as well. There's one in the bottom lane at the moment. It is going to be a Blade of the Rune King, it seems, for Kevin early on, and of course Freddy going towards that Rod of Ages. Cottonex now getting back to his own blue, will be gifted across the curb. We are about to see the same from Jezus and Svenskeren as well on the reverse, so no counter jungling going on just yet for the buffs.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at this job and it was locked in second rotation for Millenium. They knew that a Maokai, Morgana, and Cogmore had already been locked in. So against the duo lane of SK Gaming, as if they don't have flashes available, then that Cataclysm's going to be very effective. But Ari can jump out, Sven can jump out, Freddy can jump out. So Cottonex really needs to make an impactful Cataclysm by locking in his opponent's AD carry and then relying on Kevin and Kerp to put damage onto the squishies before they jump, before they dodge those key abilities. Because there's a lot more mobility on the side of SK overall than there is for Millenium's front line.
Picked up by J-Ree down the bottom. Freddy engaging on Kevin. Bloodwell is still available, but he has to dark flight away from that one. Caught out. Freddy actually starting to come out on top in this exchange. Both of them using their ultimates. Kevin will just be able to lifesteal his way back to it, though. And that's not going to be a problem for him, of course, that Bilgewater Cutlass. Svenskeren, we can see, leveled up his Void Spikes as his first evolution.
So, Kevin was able to sustain so effectively from the Bloodthirst Blood price, being below 50% HP, and then obviously having that extended range from Massacre. But you can just see the trades. A Catalyst the Protector versus Bilgewater Cutlass, and Kevin is losing that 1v1 for the time being. He's not losing on CS though, so it's not actually costing him control.
One thing he didn't do though, he didn't teleport back to lane. He has still got that available if he needs to get up to this top lane. Freddy's, of course, is still on cooldown. And about 2 minutes still remaining on that one. At the moment, Cottonex is looking to head up there, but again, passing a ward, full vision of him. They know exactly where he's going. He's just simply getting some vision himself. There is a ping ward he might find out, and I wonder if SK want to protect it.
Well, we'll see if Cottonex can make anything happen. I think he didn't even walk into the bush, so they didn't see that pink ward. Mid lane is nigh ungankable for Cottonex because of the fact that Jez is going to have Spirit Rush. So unless he punishes a Spirit Rush flash window, Jez can play very safe. It's going to be difficult to kill a tree. That Maokai is always difficult to kill, despite the fact he doesn't even have too many tanky items yet. Now J-Ree's caught up.
J-Ree's in trouble. Immediately, three members coming in. A quick Cataclysm jumps in. As Svenskeren has to pounce out. Mega Inferno Bomb does not find his target. Cottonex is going to go down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Meanwhile, Candy Panda chasing on towards Kerp. He's got caught out J-Ree. Here comes Kerpin around the side. Bouncing Bomb comes in. Candy Panda time to back away. He's still fancied it on J-Ree though. Hasn't got that ultimate available anymore. That's on cooldown, but he is safe. It was a 1-for-1 trade, both junglers.
So 1-for-1, Creatine getting first blood, but Candy Panda actually comes out in a better position because he gets red buff out of the deal as well. J-Ree was quite smart. He did not use his Pulverize because the black shield had been used, saving it to knock up Svenskeren and Rated. Despite the fact that Mega Inferno Bomb was thrown, did not actually connect with anybody. And this is the scariness of that Cogmore. If he's allowed to just sit in place and put damage down, there's very little threat from Millenium that can challenge him. It is going to be very reliant on Kerp getting burst on him, or Cottonex and Kevin shutting him down early in those fights.
Difference in path for Kevin. Had to go for that Spectral Cowl. As we mentioned, did have teleport available, so he could have gone in towards that tri-bush. Could have joined them there. But didn't get to use it. I didn't see whether there was any interrupts going on since Kevin did go back to base. You guys at home, well, 58% of you are believing, well, it's differing as SK start to do well in lane. 56% of you still back in Millenium. Ping Ward is still in the bush, and then Rated making full use of it, clearing out the vision that J-Ree just tried to gain. This top lane, or duo pairing, whichever you'd like to prefer to them, it's absolutely going the way of SK right now. Candy Panda looking strong, and again, catching out J-Ree, has to flash away. Dark Binding would have caught out. That is a summoner spell burn.
Well, Creatine on this Lucian is not really impressing me, nor is J-Ree on Alistar. They've played passive, they've played farming, they've got an early to mid-game AD carry against a late-game AD carry, and they're not playing aggressively, they're not trying to shut him down. Cottonex, while he tried to gank Kevin, he's not really put any pressure on Cogmore at all. Cogmore's been gifted this 12 or 13 minutes worth of laning, and he's built up a small advantage over Creatine, but he's going to start hitting these power spikes sooner. We do see Creatine's going for that Blade of the Ruined King, so at the very least, that passive of his will be dealing more damage. But I'm just not sure if it's going to work out. I'm not sure if it's the right strategy. You know, Cogmore is very scary.
Oh, that's a problem. Creatine caught out there. Soul Shackles got caught, but J-Ree will get stunned out by it. It was a good headbutt from J-Ree because that Soul Shackles was about to go down on Creatine, but got knocked away just before it was managed to reach full potential. Cottonex sneaking in towards the top there. Cataclysm available, goes straight in there. Candy Panda and Rated both flashing out of that one. Now the damage going back and forth. Look down the river. Svenskeren and Jez is making the way to the top here. This is a dangerous, dangerous move. Millenium, they have to start backing.
That was impressive from Millenium to at least get both flashes. So the one lane that is really vulnerable to those Cataclysm ganks has been now caught out for the first time. But it needs to count. Cotnex needs to repeat that. The moment he has Cataclysm available, return to that top lane. Now what do you see Freddy and Kevin? Tank v tank. It's an exhilarating battle, man.
Well, the fact that he's got the Spectral Cowl basically negates most of the damage Freddy does. He can lifesteal that back. Jamie caught out here. Gets a good pulverize down on Svenska and waiting for that red buff. Kirby's just waiting off the side there. Quickly throws out the rubber ducky and a bouncing bomb. Jesus comes back in there. Cornex forcing Svenska away. Has the pounce, got the red buff. Steal, Mega Inferno bomb. Not going to be enough.
A little bit optimistic, I think, from Kirb. Dean's on Holy Grail was the only item he had there, but Svenska did manage to smite that one. So he walks away with the buff, denying that from Millenium, and SK looking very content, actually, just to continue farming this phase out. Sven has been even less present than Cotnex when it comes to ganking. And for SK in these team fights, Freddy's going to be playing this front line. I almost feel like SK are not going to be looking to engage a fight unless a Dark Binding or a Charm lands. Because if Svenska and Jesus dive forward and Freddy does the same, all of a sudden you've just opened up Candy Panda to get squashed by Millenium. Also, can Freddy get away? I'm not really sure there's a lot of threat here.
He's used his ultimate, both of them have. Kevin popping that ultimate on Freddy. Freddy just reacting. Cornex now, he wants to start the Dragon, I think. There's a lot of pings going down here, but the Dura lane are still at the top. It is going to have to be a blue buff for Kirby. Requires that, needs the cooldown to get that Mega Inferno bomb on as short a leash as it can. Of course, we are on 4.13. It's 120 seconds across the board, despite the fact he's up that level 2 ultimate.
And, you know, just to go back to the point we were talking about, for SK Gaming, if they land the key skill shot, you've then got a lot of tools to kill that person off. You know, follow up from Ari, Kha'Zix, Maokai onto someone that's been rooted by a Dark Binding. First tower of the game should go to SK. Well, they've decided to play this one safe. Black Shield was wearing out, so won't be much longer before they take that one down. But it's one of these scenarios where SK's comp will be very good at reacting to a mistake by Millenium. And if SK can look for skirmishes, their team's going to do very, very well. Maokai, Kha'Zix, Ari in side lane fights. All right, another top lane battle. Enrage has been done.
No flash this time around. Cataclysm and Cooling catching on towards him. Soul Shackle's used. Teleport cancelled out there. That was Freddy going to join the party, but decided not required. That support already down. Now actually puts Candy Panda in trouble. Kevin, meanwhile, down that bottom lane is playing cautiously. Is it a potential 2v1? Svenska's going to push in. Millenium want to push this tower. Remember, Millenium's own top tower is almost down. Are they going to try and get the Dragon off this?
Well, they do have the numbers advantage and there's no smite threat steal available. So losing a tower, gaining a Dragon, it is at least going to keep you probably quite close in gold at this stage because everyone's a fairly high level. Curb, Mega Inferno bomb.
Oh, that's close.
No, that was very close. Good smite from Sven. So lose a tower and a kill, but they do get Dragon out of the trade. Still keeps them at 100 gold apart. J-Ree is going to be looking for one. He's got Enrated.
Enrated is the target. Is it going to be enough? Comes sliding back in. He will be knocked up. Who's going to go down though? Cornex tanking the turret. He will drop. Oh, will he? J-Ree caught out there. Candy Panda gets one. Let's look down the river. Nobody's making tracks to get up here. Jesus is a long way off. Despite the risky tower dive from Millenium, they don't come out with too many objectives from that one.
No, they're really just trying to punish that window of Flash being unavailable. Yes, they do get a fairly simple kill on Enrated, but Cotnex is not the tankiest. He's got a Negatron cloak. He doesn't have armor or a massive amount of hit points, so tower diving at this stage is going to be very risky. I mean, Tower's got a buff a couple patches ago. So we end up trading 1-for-1. Second kill of the game to Candy Panda, but it is also a 2-0-1 Lucian. With the Blade of the Rune King completed, it's going to be working towards that Ghost Blade as his next item. So, again, we'll see. Trinity Force is up. So we've got these sort of power spikes between AD carries, and we need to see how team fights work out. Freddy is going to get jumped by the cow.
Yeah, the cow coming in. There's the headbutt. Twisted Advance interrupted it. Pulverize catches him. Taking a lot of damage here. He's going to get the cooldown back up in a moment. Kraton pops that pill toward the cut. Tries to get him slowed down with the Blade of the Rune King. Sorry. Kraton will get on towards him. He's taking too many tower hits. The Jerry has to back off. Now Svenska comes around the side. Leaps in. Gets the reset. He can go towards Cornex now. Teleport comes in. Kevin's going to join the party. Enrated. Soul Shackle's catching on 3 members. Kevin chases on towards him, the AD carry, so the jungler calls out, top laner goes down, Bloodwell will come up, but he's got nowhere to go. He cannot take Candy Panda down in time. Lifesteal holding on strong. Has he got enough? He's got no support. Everybody backed away and left him.
Yeah, they were trying to leave the final hit for Candy Panda, and Raider didn't want to take that final gold. Fortunately, he was forced to take it. So it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of SK Gaming. And Freddy gets away with his life. Millenium threw everything in the kitchen sink at Freddy, but couldn't take him down, thanks to that ultimate of his, the Vengeful Maelstrom. Millenium do get a tower out of the trade as well, so net gold gain is in their favor, but very well executed team fight. We do see if Enrater can get away in a second or two. And he is alive.
He is alive. Managed to flash out there. Flash game off cooldown just in time there. So Cottonex ultimate traded for a flash. Bouncing bombs back in the middle. Mines thrown out. Kerp still only just 1 assist from Jesus so far. These mid laners not getting on the kill count just yet. Millennium have moved down on force though to make sure they can get this third turret of the game, of course, because Kerp just took that mid lane turret, going to put the pressure on it. Svenskeren has got his Void Spikes evolved along with his wings. Has got a little bit of wave clear. Jerry, good use actually. The headbutt just outside of tower range, so he didn't pull the aggro.
Oh, here comes Freddy from behind with a good teleport.
Oh, that's going to catch out. Sapling will get the slowdown on Jerry. Pops the ultimate, comes straight on towards him. Kraton's going to get focused. He'll get dropped down. Jerry in trouble. Knock up, flashes away from this one. Ultimate running 70%. Is it going to be enough to reduce? Oh, he dodges out. It's not enough. He will go down to Freddy.
SK are really trying to channel that kill gold into the Cogmore. That's the second time in a row that they've delayed landing that last hit to try get Candy Panda to connect. Very good teleport from Freddy. Makes up for cancelling his one in that top lane earlier on. And Millennium just playing too greedy. They were trying to sort of half tower dive Svenskeren. He hit level 11 from that previous fight. Didn't actually have access to those leaps a tiny bit earlier. We do see Millennium with at least a small response of grabbing blue. They'll be losing their own. But look at the vision that SK's put down on the map. This is a significant number of wards more at sort of this stage in the game than we're used to seeing from them. So good usage. It actually allowed Freddy to teleport him behind and get them those 2 kills.
So blue buff trades and counters. It does mean Kerp will get the blue. Jesus will not, because Candy Panda managed to steal that one away. Mega Infinite Bomb was not used. They had a little bit of vision briefly, but they didn't see it coming. Kerp clearing out that ping ward. Svenskeren nearby. Teams are starting to group up here. Freddy comes in with the saplings. The AD carries left alone down the bottom. Both got 2 kills. Piece so far, but Candy Panda, you've got to feel, has the edge so far. But Kraton, we've got to see how, we've got to keep track of this build actually, because it is the new Lucian. Obviously the first time he's been enabled out of after that rework, and started off with the Bilgewater, Blade of the Rune King, sorry, Bilgewater cuts into Blade of the Rune King, now the Brutalizer.
So it's going to be ending up that Ghost Blade, and you know, it's that same sort of build where you get that couple of seconds of super power spike, but with the changes to the Relentless Pursuit, we'll get to that in a second, there may be a fight breaking out. This is a 2v2 tops and jungles.
The catch on towards Freddy, in comes Svenskeren, a lot of damage going down, no blood well available for Kevin, that ultimate's getting him a lot of life still, not enough. Cottonex now in trouble, he may well be focused, good twisted advance, gets knocked back. Freddy is going to catch on towards him, oh, he slid away. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in, catches both of them, not quite enough damage, but it will take enough of the wave down, but Freddy just simply tanks out, strolls up, gets the second turret of the game for SK.
Very, very strong from SK. While all of that was going on, oh, Kraton just gets destroyed. He even used heal for that? Even used summon a heal in a straight up destruction. Now the point I was making about the build, it's the same mobility burst power spike combo that we'd seen pre-Lucian changes, but with the additional movement speed that you get from his Relentless Pursuit and how frequently you can get it up, it actually makes him even more mobile, darting in and out. But the problem is, when you can't even stand 2 or 3 auto attacks from a Cogmore, you're never going to be alive long enough to have that mobility make sense. They've caught the cow.
JB in trouble, has to use the ultimate. Is it going to be enough? Remember, it's a 70% reduction, but when that so much is hitting you, it's just going to not be enough. And Candy Panda, perfect timing again here. They were ready and waiting for it because they knew the dragon was up in 10 seconds time. It's going to be another easy pickup for SK.
SK played super patiently in the early game. They didn't put themselves in risky positions, and once they hit those item spikes, now all of a sudden they're looking for kills. Take a look at this. Very proactive from SK. Freddy's
dear. He's dead. Kraton, wow. Just strolling on through his own jungle. Not a care in the world. Kerp now, he's having to back away, and while you may have a Zigster wave clear, This is some heavy, heavy pressure coming out of SK. They can just keep on pushing these waves. At the moment, Millenium are being caught out and played at their own game.
Yeah, it's very easy for SK to lock single targets down. That's what their comp does very well. So as long as Millenium are providing single targets, SK will keep roaming and looking for opportunities to punish. But for the time being, it's all been SK's decision-making in this mid-game. If you look at Svenskjæren's build, he's also going for a very similar build to Diamond actually during Super Week when he was running Kha'Zix so frequently. A lot of armor penetration, looking to kite and looking to assassinate people. Sven's not looking to start the fight, but he sure as hell is going to look to try and end that fight. Get those resets on his leap, have the damage supported and mitigated from Freddy if they jump in together on the same guy. But again, I still feel Millenium can do well in full-on 5v5s, but they're starting to fall so far behind that they can't make up the strengths of their team fight comp because of the items their opponents have.
Yeah, and Kraton just simply didn't have the early pressure required. Candy Panda, meanwhile, happily farmed in lane, got himself all that CS, and now at 4-0-2 is an absolute beast. Blazing King added to that Trinity Force. Gives him a big advantage. Yomos has just been completed by Kraton, the Ghost Blade. So we'll see if it works out in his favor, but Millenium, they're going to have to turtle this one up pretty heavily.
Yeah, they have to rely on Kerp. They have to rely on wave clear and not giving up more kills. The moment Jesus lands a Charm or a Dark Binding, somebody's in trouble, and I think it's going to be Jerry.
Oh, Jerry caught out. It's going to be not caught out. Flashed out of the Dark Binding. That would have been the death of him.
Yeah, it really would have. There was a lot of damage, and Jez has almost bursted him down through that ultimate. So, SK Gaming now grouped up. There's 4 members in the middle. They've got a minion wave coming in behind them. And Freddy's got teleport as well. He's pushing the top lane. It's something Freddy really likes to do. He loves pushing those side lanes. So a lot of damage on tower.
They're not going to follow up on it. It will be a simple poke from Candy Panda. And that strong wave clear that Millenium do have with the Ziggs is being threatened right now. Freddy moving around. Sapling's being tossed out. They can keep on poking them here. Millenium are in trouble. They can't hold this siege.
No, they can't, and they can't eat a single skill shot. When the Charm lands or when the Dark Binding lands, SK Gaming can just dive themselves in. There's a Sunfire Cape on Freddy, nearly fully stacked actually. I think that's a fully stacked Rod of Ages. It is, as well as a Negatron Cloak. He's very, very tanky before his ultimate comes into effect. So SK Gaming are just going to look for their opportunities, look for the target, and they've found one.
They've found one. He's going to pile in there. Connex comes around the side. He gets dropped. Candy Panda gets another one. Kevin picked off. Bloodwell goes down. Kraton does get himself 1 kill. Freddy was dropped, but that will be the top laner Kevin picked off. Candy Panda very low after that Mega Inferno bomb. That will trigger the disengage for SK. In fact, no, they're just going to rotate around. The bottom turret is being pressured, and I'm not sure Millenium could get around quick enough to respond.
I really don't think that they can. They don't have the resources to pick up...
Svenskjæren was not expecting an aggressive J-Ree, and SK back off.
So Candy Panda was so low, he actually didn't come to join that fight, and I think had he been there, that would have been a guaranteed tower. Regardless, he backed away. What I want to look at is how much damage gets put onto Candy Panda in such a short space of time. Because Freddy's the one that sort of tanks out this fight. He's actually caught out of position, and Cottonex alone does a lot of damage to Candy Panda. If Kevin had not actually been locked into that Cataclysm from a dead Jarvan, maybe would have put some more pressure onto Candy Panda, but it didn't work out that time. And there was enough protection, there was enough peel for SK to keep him alive and win the team fight.
Well, if one team in the European LCS wants fights, it is Millenium. So we'll see, despite the fact they're pressured, whether they actually back off or whether SK simply have to brawl them throughout this game. Bottom tower saved. Candy Panda clearing that way. Big CS numbers starting to grow already. Kerp is miles ahead right now in terms of farm, 334 CS. Jez is getting some free hits on this mid turret and a lot of damage. He's also already built up a lot of ability power, which is transmuting into all of that damage on that tower. Deathfire Grasp was complete, and he will be able to single shot the likes of Kraton if he can get hold of them.
It just feels like it's a slow strangle. You know, SK are moving around the map, they're waiting for the minions to be in their favor, and then once they have the minions to support an aggressive play, that's when they make a move. And it's working out. Millenium, despite having, you know, brief moments that look good, they haven't done enough. So, Jerry eats another Dark Binding, rest of SK do not decide to commit, but they are very, very close. Svenskjæren has got again, a mixture of items. He's gone tanky instead of full armor pen, so diverging from Diamond's build. But I guess it makes sense. There's so much damage in Jez and Candy Panda. Just give him more frontline, give them more protection, and that's how you can win your team fights.
There is a lack of ward coverage, I would say, from SK Gaming right now. They've got that trivector of pink wards covering down towards the Dragon, which is up in 15 seconds, but not a lot else. There's a single ward on the Baron. The problem is, they know exactly where Millenium is, because they had to all stood clumped up as a 5 fighting this wave, while Svenskeren is just flittering around the side of the jungle. He's clearing everything from Millenium jungle.
Considering the amount of time SK just spent in the top half of the map, and they're backing away, you would expect there to be more wards. But this is the least warding team. The team that wards the least.
Oh, look at this. Millenium, they're trading. They're going to try and run for Baron, I think. Looks like they're going to switch across. I'm not sure it's the right move, but it's, as we mentioned, there is only single ward. It will get spotted. That should stop it dead in its tracks.
They didn't have enough damage to rush it down. They took too long clearing out the wards. So if they were going to go attempt a trade, they needed to have gotten in much quicker or had better vision in that area. So the few wards SK did have actually prevents and delays the theoretical trade. But Dragon goes the way of SK, and Millenium still just trying to find an opening. Millenium trying to make something happen. I just think it's taken too long for them. They're going to need Curb to land post, and then Kevin and Context to instantly blow up Candy Pan. If they don't do that, I don't think Millenium can win a team fight at this stage.
And for SK, oh, Candy Pan are caught out here. They're going to slide in. Cataclysm catches it out. He will turn the Dark Binding. The Soul Shackles around, but that's not enough when you're in a 4v1 situation. They're going to try and push on this one. Millenium shove it up, and now they're backing away. Where are they going to go? Are they just going to simply sweep for Vision?
Yeah, I think they have to just sweep for Vision. It's a small prize. But Morgana is not necessarily the biggest problem that Millenium have to deal with. They've got a massive oak tree to get through before they can get to SK Squishies. And
bottom tower going to go down to minions, I feel. I think Millenium will get their third one of the game there. There it drops. Candy Panda did get down there, but not quite quick enough. So, SK, talking about Vision, what I wanted to get back to, my point was, at the point where they were sieging, there was a wave at the top, wave in the middle, wave at the bottom. Everything was okay and pushing in their favor. If that were to be a Fnatic or Alliance, that entire enemy jungle would be littered by now with wards. They would have full vision, full coverage, and then they'd start pushing and closing the game out. SK have been quick in the past at closing games out. But again, you just look at the jungle right now. Obviously, Millenium have made a pass there, but there's not really been any wards from SK the whole time.
No, I do agree with you. And
N-rated out of position
I'm just not really sure what the decision-making is, from SK. They do have a lead. They are playing as the dominant team in this matchup and dictating the tempo, but they could be doing more. And it just feels like they're not really sure how to break this next line of towers. They took a lot of damage to the mid lane. They've called Kevin.
Yeah. He's in trouble. It's Dark Binding. Chain CC should be able to jump away from this one. Has got flash available. Bloodwell was also up, but that's going to put him out of the fight for a while now. Don't think he's going to be able to find anything to lifesteal enough from. He's trying it on the golems, just in case SK choose to start the Baron. Now they're starting to get those wards down.
Yeah, so it's for the Baron dance that SK are going to be starting off. I still think SK are respecting the team fight power Millenium has, hence the reason they haven't gone in a straight-up siege scenario. Not only do Millenium have pretty good engage with Aatrox and Jarvan, but Millenium have got good wave clear. So SK is always going to be in a difficult position if they want to try siege a tower down. Anyways, they're going to play Death Bush. Dark Binding with Charm. Let's see if it connects. Not this time.
Yeah, they knew that was coming. It was pretty obvious. It's a good balancing bomb, actually. Landing some AE damage on both Svenskeren and N-rated. Kevin has backed. He's got teleport available. He's going to wipe out that bottom wave that was building while Curb pokes from range and actually starts working down the damage. Svenskeren and Candy Panda sneak around. They're going to try and sneak out this two-man Baron. And honestly, Millenium are nowhere near. They've backed off already. I think they realize that it's happening, but they can't get close enough here.
They can't break through. Look at the front line. Maokai, Morgana, and Ari. Anybody that comes through is going to get locked down, is going to get blown up. And of course, Kha'Zix has had changes to those ISO spells, so he's dealing more damage to single targets. Baron's been secured. Let's see if Freddy can get away. The rest of SK, they're coming in close. This is going to be a big fight.
They're trying so much to take down that gigantic tank. McConnex is dead. Jesus comes in, blows him up. J-Reed taking the damage. Kraton's going to try and focus focus. So it's going jumps away. Curb called out and taken down. Freddy is going to get dropped here. Kraton jumps on towards him. Jez is poked out as well. Millenium cleaning up here. There's a 2 for 2 so far. They're going to continue chasing. Flash comes out. Is not going to quite be enough. And SK, well, they picked up the Baron. Oh, they lost 2 members, sorry.
Yeah, so 2 for 2 trade and Baron. SK will be very happy with that. The only reason the team fight was so chaotic and messy was because of how split up SK Gaming were in the jungle. Freddy was peeling. Freddy was trying to keep CottonX away from the Baron pit to reduce the threat of a steal, and that meant he got caught out. So we do see Millenium going to be going for that bottom inner turret. But take a look at the positioning is very key. Freddy was doing the best job he could, and because Candy and Sven got so low from actually 2-manning that Baron, it also made this a very, very risky team fight. And SK are just immediately on the peel. I wonder if it may not have been smarter just to leave Freddy to die and back away. It would have been then a 1 for 0 trade, but you get Baron. But of course, that is, you know, hindsight being perfect 2020. You can't really expect that sort of decision making on the fly. So regardless, 2 for 2, SK get Baron, continue to hold on to their lead this game, and they are respecting Millenium's both team comp and wave clear. So let's see if they can get vision and try sneak towers with Baron on 3 members.
They need to make use of this one because, of course, Millenium did counter, took that bottom inner turret, so they actually have the tower lead currently, Millenium. Let's see whether they've been able to keep that trend up.
The funny thing is, from the very early stages of the game, Millenium actually had a tower lead, but was still even or slightly behind on gold. SK have just been doing such a good job of keeping up in total gold, and kills obviously are going to help them out in that regard. But slow, patient game. SK looking to get late, looking to get the unkillable Maokai, and then having a massive amount of burst from Jez's as well as sustained damage from Candy Panda. But I need to see how they're going to push towers, because SK have been afraid to siege. It's going to be Death Bush versus Death Bush.
Who's the front man? That's the question.
Who gets caught? That's what's going to happen.
J caught with another Dark Binding, but he is not going to be the sacrificial cow this time around. They will not go deep on that curb. Getting caught out. J actually taking it. Dragon was separated at the side. SK going to try and look to engage here. Kevin out of position. Could get twisted advance on. He will. Gets knocked up. He's in trouble. He's got his blood well available. Tries to turn it back around. They focus on towards Jez's, but it's just not enough damage. Can he find the focus? He goes down. Now can Kraton get going on the sidelines? He's on the back at the moment. Can he start picking up kills? Candy Panda did get another Cathian surprise down. So it's going to take it low. Oh, Kraton's gone too deep. Jez is going to pick him up and will find him out. And just simply positioning, winning the fight out there from SK.
It was too late in the game to catch Candy Panda out. Despite the fact that they bursted him down so early and so quickly, the rest of the team had enough time and enough damage to clean up that fight. Millenium with a valiant attempt, but they needed that much, much earlier on. I mean, they locked Candy Panda in, landed that Cataclysm, slam dunked him down, and managed to burst him out, but fortunately, Sven and Jez's and the super beefy Freddy just sustained through the entire fight. And, you know, you just have to think about the solution. It was a first-round pick. And despite getting near perfect positioning, he's barely touching Freddy. Jez's and Sven are about to jump on him in a second. And despite Kraton, you know, getting a bit bloodthirsty or a bit, you know, chasing the red mist, he just gets popped. Freddy was tanking 3 members of Millenium and lost only 50% of his hit points.
One thing I know as an AD carry, you shouldn't be rushing through to get that singular kill on a jungler when there's an Ahri right in front of you going, I'm just going to land a charm on you there. Ooh.
Very close. If that Lucian had been a Tristana with an Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, Last Whisper, I don't think he would have been able to kill Freddy, but I do think he would have had the range and the Buster Shot to make that team fight more in his favor. Get rid of Freddy, knock him away, get the auto attacks down on the squishy targets. A first round pick for Millenium on an AD carry that was not run at all yesterday. You have to question the decision. You have to wonder what could have been.
Well, a champion who's only had 4 wins out of 12 games.
Yep. This will now be 4 out of 13 if SK continues to lose.
Yeah, so we'll see how Lucian works out for Kraton. Questionable, maybe.
And then you contrast it to his Corki, which has got a 15 KDA. Yeah. And his Corki played fantastically. Would Corki have had the same impact who knows? You can't really 100% say, because in the laning phase, you maybe could have been traded a little more with that Cogmore.
Yeah, Cogmore himself has been having free roam. 7-1-5 so far, and counting as the little explosive satchel charge blows up there. The rubber ducky. SK continued to push on the side. Cannon Minion is with them. They should take this tower down. I don't think Millenium are going to put up too much of a struggle for this one. They will, however, hold out on this inhibits turret.
So, wave clear again. This is the first time SK have sieged in about 15 minutes. It's all about curb, and then it's all about those skill shots. SK can tower dive if they want to. They really can make an effective tower dive. But look at the poke damage on Kevin.
Half hit points gone.
Couple of auto attacks, and that's your primary front line that is now not necessarily involved in the fight.
Now they're going to push in. Minion wave comes in. SK culling being used. Candy Panda still though getting the hits on it, and half the hit points go down. Svenskeren meanwhile has super minions pushing with him on the side there. Kevin's had to go deal with them and trying to lifesteal off those super minions. Kevin continuing to be a problem, but Svenskeren being a threat. That's surely now Kerp and J-Reed, the only two just standing here, trying everything to keep Candy Panda at bay. That was a good bit of damage actually from Kerp there. Super minions do push in. They're going to get cleared off the side there. Svenskeren continues to hit. The Baron up in 20 seconds time, and I think Millenium may back out of this siege. They're still pushing though, but Candy Panda has gone back to get some lifesteal on the jungle minion.
Yeah, so Candy Panda's taken way too much damage while standing toe-to-toe with Millenium, and despite the fact that SK had super minions in the mid lane, the top wave is pushing against them. So SK should theoretically have actually pushed that wave out first. So if you hit the stall, which is what we're seeing, it would have allowed them to peel away and push to that top lane to get the inner turret. Instead, once we see that very big wave from Millenium build up in that top lane inner turret, I think we're going to see somebody from SK backing away. I don't know if the team's going to continue to commit unless they find a pick. It does look like they're going to be playing it safe. Small misplay from SK. They could have made that push a little more effective.
SK, of course, got the last Baron, but Millenium had a ward on it. They're well aware of the fact that it's just respawned. That's why they're feeling confident. They're pushing down. There is the inner turret going down. Millenium get themselves another turret. SK backing off here. Baron spawned. Millenium here in full numbers. Dangerous stuff from SK. You can see Freddy's got teleport. He has backed off. He's going to try and wipe that wave out down the bottom. And the rest of SK, the three members, will stick around and just delay the Baron. Millenium realize it. They're backing off.
Something you actually see from SK all too often. The map-based mistakes. You know, they're generally very, very smart. They're generally very in control of when to siege, when to push. But it does feel like both of these teams are suffering from nerfs. It does feel like there's a bit of a warm-up taking place, because this is definitely a slower paced game. I mean, we were looking at some of the stats coming into this matchup, and SK traditionally wins the games around 32-33 minutes on average, and loses their games at the 40-minute mark. And Millenium are very similar. So we're starting to hit this, you know, per game average for both of these squads, and you can see Baron is a big objective. For SK, it's finding that pick. For Millenium, it has to be blowing Candy Panda up, but keeping Creatine alive. Let's see if they can make it happen. Dark Binding doesn't manage to connect this time around. Sven's still looking for the engage. I think Freddy has to start.
This is a rough position for Millenium. They actually, SKF choose to let them back away from this one. They're going to move back towards that river position. Millenium, they were starting to get a little bit too clumped up. Svenskeren was sniffing around the back, trying to see if he could get Kraton picked off. Baron started off. SK going to start this one. See, Charm actually used. That's a long cooldown to be thrown out already. They may well try and pick up on this one. SK try and peel, see if they can get on towards him. Millenium quick to disengage. J-Reed trying to run the front line here. Charm lands on the cow. J-Reed taking all the burst damage. Will get his ultimate run in there. Mega Inferno Bomb comes out. Svenskeren taking low actually. The culling working well, and Millenium brute force them away from this Baron area. I don't think either one has started off, because both Colnex and Svenskeren are low on health.
No, neither team really blowing summoner spells though, so we might just see a rearm, everybody healing back up and then going back to that Baron pit. We'll see who's going to back away first. But look at the minions in the bottom wave pushing in favor of SK. They're going to steal the blue buff from Millenium and grab themselves a dragon. So despite the trade going relatively even and Millenium preventing the Baron from happening, or you know, preventing losing any lives, it's SK that come away with 2 map objectives in their favor. 5 of 5 dragons in this game. and they've extended that gold lead to 14,000.
Yeah, big lead for them. Somebody has to deal with that side wave. Kevin's finally going to go over there, but remember that tower, it took a lot of damage early on. It's down to below half hit points, so that's not a tower you want to let minions just free hit on. Kevin will clear that out. They're still so scared of this Baron. They've got no vision really other than that single ward just tucked in the back, which is now being cleared out by N-Rated. Top wave had been shoved out. Kurt went up there and dealt with that, so SK will have to deal with that one in a moment. It will slowly but surely push in favor of Millenium, as will the bottom wave now that Kevin has been down and dealt with that one. Connex getting the wards back in there. But SK, they've been holding out, and this is something we've seen a lot from European teams. This Baron down sometimes goes on for a very long time, and often I just feel it's the teams that just seem not too sure on what to do.
I completely agree. SK have been dilly-dallying about for 20 minutes.
This is a team that's got a 14,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and you know, they had one team fight that went, ooh, that was a little risky in the mid lane, and that's just completely taken away all of their aggression. And when they did siege in the bottom lane...
Ooh, that was a good hit on Jez's.
Completely negated the fact that they had minions pushing against them in the top lane.
They're pushing.
So
they're
Millenium are feeling confident. They feel they've hit some power spikes. The threats are still there. Freddy's going to jump into the middle. They've split up SK.
Freddy comes around the side. He's got in between 5 members. Kurt taking a lot of damage. He's very, very low. Kevin has got enough damage on towards him. That's it. Mid laner down. They're going to try and catch on. Soul Shackles from N-Rated will lock up Millenium. Connex is singled out next. That's going to be another down. They're going to keep on chasing this one. Kratos on having to use the culling to keep them back. But SK, I think they're going to try and push for the win.
Despite the fact that SK was completely split up, the Millenium just do not have the damage to kill Freddy. So he survives, gets away with a couple hundred hit points, teleports in to get the inhibitor. Now this minions going to be here in a few seconds time. SK may not even need them. They're looking to finish this completely. The wave clear was with Curb, and Curb is not there. 5v3, this is the final fight.
It's going to be a quick pulverize. Jerry hasn't got the damage though to do anything. He is simply a support cow, not an aggressive top laner. That is going to be Millenium ace. That is going to be SK taking game 1 of the series here. It is a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen, but SK starting off incredibly strong here. It took them a while, 46 minutes, but they won the game nonetheless. And honestly, it's a game they've had control throughout.
Slow and steady wins the race. And I do think SK was somewhat lost in the mid game, but they did close fairly convincingly.
One thing I would look at for that start game, pick and ban phase. We talked about it. Final ban. Is it going to be a Maokai, or are they going to allow them to first pick it? We weren't sure whether Freddy would go for it. He did. It worked brilliantly. He got on Jez's in that last final fight. Jez could do nothing. He was throwing out everything he could. Throwing out everything he could. But simply put, Freddy had got the damage and the sustain to deal with 5 members of Millenium all doing the damage, and he still took the mid laner down.
Letting Maokai through and first picking a Lucian on your red side rotation. Freddy became unstoppable, and Creatin, what was his final stats? He ended up 5-6-3. Yes, he got 5 kills, dying 6 times. You contrast that with Candy Panda's Kog'Maw, 10-1-7. I really think those are the 2 champions you have to be looking at and positions and wondering what could have been done better.
And Candy Panda, CS-wise, led the whole time in the lane. They both obviously lane switched, went up to the top there. Worked out well for them. Jungle interaction didn't really get too involved, and actually, Kerp had a pretty damn quiet game. 0-0. Both the mid laners, in fact, not really getting heavily involved for a long-term period. That was a pretty long farm stage.
To be fair, he was playing Ziggs, and yes, there is room for outplay potential on Ziggs, but he just didn't ever have the opportunity. Things went even for so long, and then when SK decided to stop picking fights and stop punishing Millenium, they just accelerated to a lead, and all of a sudden, a Ziggs that is now defensive is just wave clear. When you're playing aggressively and your team is setting people up and knocking them up and locking them in cataclysms, then there's room for finishing moves. But it just simply wasn't the case this series.
Remember, of course, game 2 coming up shortly will be Millenium once again on the red side. Their choice. They chose to do that. Not too sure it was the right choice because SK looked good on blue side.
Yeah, the theory maybe behind the picks and bans for Millenium may be questionable. And Maokai might not make it through the next time. I mean, they banned Kassadin, Orion, and Nidalee. maybe you leave Orianna up and change it with Maokai.
Yeah.
That would be my guess.
I think so. We're going to go over to the analyst desk to see exactly what they have to say about that fantastic first win from SK.
Thank you very much, D-Man. We are joined here by Rocket's Jankos, who will be providing analysis with us for the entirety of this series.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Hello. Let's start off by asking you about the picks and bans. I already mentioned it over there. Very odd, actually. The Maokai first pick from SK, and then an All-Star Lucian coming out of Millenium in the first rotation.
I'm not sure about Alistar and Lucian pick. I think they should have went for Kog'Maw and Morgana, because it's the most OP lane in the game right now. And Alistar and Lucian will pretty much lose the lane. They won't do anything in the early game. And in my opinion, you need to do something against SK, and especially against Maokai, because late game Maokai is just unkillable. So you need to do something early, you need to snowball the game. And with Lucian and Alistar, you won't do anything.
What makes you say you need to do something versus SK? Maybe I can pose the question to you, Defisho.
Well, you're going to get outscaled. Lucian late game is not a hyper carry, and at the same time you have Aatrox against the Maokai. Maokai is this unkillable tank in the late game. Aatrox will never reach the same level. So you're going to get outscaled, which means you have to win the early mid game, but you have weaker lanes, or at least you have even lanes in that case, where as long as SK Gaming plays them like somewhat properly, they're going to do fine in the laning phase. And that was another big issue for Millenium, because as a team, they don't really make smart decisions. They don't rotate around the map. They don't take objectives by outsmarting you. They take them by killing you, and then they take an objective. So they stayed in the top lane in this 2v2, which they were losing. The tower went down very fast. It was down to like 10% HP before Cotnex showed up again. Killed and raided. They got a tower. So all of a sudden they looked fine, because again, they got a kill. Now they got a tower. But they had like 5, 6, 7 minutes where they could have taken their dual lane, swapped them down to the bottom lane, taken Dragon, and just traded the top tower, which was going to die anyway because it was so low and they were losing the lane, and then get a Dragon instead, and therefore traded tower for Dragon. They didn't do it. They ended up actually giving over the tower later on, also lost the Dragon and fell behind.
Yeah, so SK got the advantage, and then Millenium couldn't really do anything with their comp. Let's actually take a look at one of the team fights in that mid game that went on in the mid lane that you guys wanted to talk about, if we get it up on the screen in a second.
There we go. So 26 minutes in, SK Gaming is already pretty far ahead, and they are looking very good in this team fight. But we're just going to see what the comp from Millenium is supposed to do, like full dive in. So let's just roll the clip here, and Jankos, what do you think?
Millenium is just trying to go in to shut down Kog'Maw, but he actually flashes away, and they can't kill him. Now Maokai is going in, he dies. Then Ari is going in, like... SK is too far... oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So what I wanted to say is SK was already too far ahead, and so Millenium tried to engage with them. They tried to do something, to get something, because they know that their late game is worse, and they were trying to do something. But SK was already 5 gold ahead, and they just killed them.
It was just so weird, because it is the Millenium style of like full dive in, let's just try and pick off a target. But then you log in Ziggs for the mid lane, which normally when Kerb plays it, he's been a fine champion, but it's not something he played in a while. It's a bit too passive in my opinion for the playstyle Millenium likes to play. Sure, it meant they could delay the game to like 45 minutes, which maybe was the tactic, I don't know, if you look back at the last best of 5 they played. But it just didn't fit in with the rest of the comp they had. And again, you fall behind, you're against a Morgana, you're against a Maokai. Who are you ever going to kill?
Yeah, interesting. We'll see what Millenium comes up with in the pick and ban phase for Game 2. But now we're going to check out with you guys at home, because earlier in the show we asked you to tell us which team would win the series and why. And here's what you had to say. The first one is from @CallBlummer. Millenium win. I think Creaton is mechanically one of the best ADCs in the world, and I'm picking him to step up in the series. Jankos?
I think I agree with it, because Creaton is very good. He's very skilled at AD carry, and when he gets few kills early game, he will just keep going and he will carry the game by himself.
Do you guys think you could do it on Lucian?
No. I believe Lucian is no longer a top AD carry. There are better choices. If he wants to solo carry the game for Millenium, especially in the late game, Lucian is not the champ to do it on.
All right, we'll see what he decides to go for. The second one is from @XDBlackSheep. SK win. They've always had a stronger lineup, and while individually they aren't all-stars, their team play is solid. One thing that we've repeated over and over again, they do know how to play as a team.
Sure, as a team, they're great. Individual, they had some issues. When they started losing some games, they said it was because they didn't play solo queue enough, therefore they didn't play like individually, they didn't play good enough. They lost the lanes, lost the early game. Against Millenium here, they look good. Team-wise, they just did what they had to do. I mean, they didn't really have to do anything special. Got the lead early on because they won the lanes and snowballed the game.
Last one is from @thearson. Depends which Millenium decides to show up. While SK is consistently good, Millenium has potential to play on a much higher level. It's something we've actually said of the Super Hot crew as well. They have a very high skill ceiling, but if they go down, they go way down.
Yeah, and honestly, in a best out of 1, which is what we have it like during the season, have this like up and down is okay, because you can hit your top level, you're going to win enough games to get into the playoffs. But in a best out of 5, where teams will prepare just for you, hitting your top level is so much harder, because these teams know exactly what you play, how you play, and how to counter it. And therefore, it opens up now for Millenium to pretty much have to outplay SK, just player for player, and not as a team, which is very hard to do. And we just saw it here, it didn't work. They have to change the pick and bans. A lot of work for Millenium. Maokai can once again be first pick by SK Gaming in this game, because SK are blue side again, because Millenium decided to be red side. They have to ban it and give something else.
I agree with that, because Maokai pretty much carried it with Kog'Maw. Maybe this time Millenium change their pick. Maybe they will pick Kog'Maw and Morgana, and the game can go either way.
We will see. Well, thank you guys for sending those in. And remember that you can tweet to us and let us know who you think will win before each matchup today, sending #SKWin or #MillWin to us at LL Esports. We have to step away for just a moment, but there's a lot of quarterfinal action just ahead in Game 2, so stay with us.
Remember, guys, go ham.
Go ham. Go ham. J-Re in trouble, knock-up flashes away from this one, ultimate running 70%. Is it going to be enough to reduce? Oh, he dodges out, but it's not enough.
Okay, they're going in. Is Kenny fine?
Yes.
I need help. Kill Aatrox. Okay.
I'm dead.
Kill Aatrox again. Got them all. Finish Aatrox. Finish Aatrox. Get Cup. Nice. I got a reset.
Get Kraton. Kill him. You went in. Got him. Nice. Go. Get Jerry. Get Jerry.
It's going to be a quick pulverize. J-Re hasn't got the damage though to do anything. He is simply a support cow, not an aggressive top laner. That is going to be Millenium ace. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Legends Championship Series quarterfinals. Before we head into our next match, SK Gaming's Jesus is going to tell us how he grew into his role as a mid laner and how SK continues to improve as a team.
When I joined SK, I didn't have too much experience as a mid laner. I didn't know how to play with a team. I did not know how to pressure my opponent in the mid lane. So I think after me learning all these things, I think I've shown myself, my true self, my individual skill way more. The other two Danish mid laners, Bjergsen and Froggen, they're both really skilled mid laners. I haven't played mid lane my whole life, which they have, and I think I still have a lot of room to improve, and I think I have a lot of potential as well. I don't think I'm too far behind, but I think I'll get there eventually. All these star players in Europe, that's kind of my goal. Like I just want to become as good as them, or at least show everyone that I'm as good as them, and have the same kind of appraisal. Last week, where we performed pretty okay, I think that kind of showed us that the new training dimension that we've been working a lot on has helped and has improved us as a team again. That showing it working also helps us this week because we're basically doing the same, but with even more effort. To get people's respect, we first of all have to go to Worlds. We have to prove ourselves at Worlds, and I think afterwards everyone will just eventually respect us as a team. I think regardless of what has happened in the past and last split and whatever people say, I think in the end everything that it comes down to is the results.
And that is exactly right. Everything is dictated by results. If you can't get to the World Finals in the first place, it doesn't matter. But if you do bad at the World Finals, it maybe is also just as bad.
It's the truth. SK Gaming, though, did buckle down in Super Week. They themselves were talking about how they slacked off in the middle of the split and were feeling the pressure of so many games. Let's see if they can keep it up through the rest of playoffs, potentially making it to Worlds as well.
Yeah, burnout is a real factor for these guys. I mean, obviously, while everyone watching, you know, obviously enjoys playing the game, when it becomes your job, maybe it isn't the workload. You want to try and find other interests, treat it as a job. That's what exactly it is. We are about to, of course, head into Game 2 of this best-of-5 series. And SK Gaming, well, they won the first match, but it is kind of still anyone's battle. It was strong laning, really, that honestly that worked out from SK.
It was. And, you know, the two champions that come to mind is obviously Freddy's Maokai, but I feel that Candy Panda playing Kog'Maw was very, very influential. He was up against Lucian Alistair and won his lane fairly convincingly, had a 20 CS lead through most of it, was never really under pressure, good positioning, and just Millenium not putting any pressure on him. They didn't try shut down Maokai. Millenium didn't try shut down Kog'Maw. And I just feel like SK were gifted this very free, very easy laning phase to mid-game, where their team went, okay, we've now hit a power spike, our weakness area, so to speak, is significantly reduced. Now let's start playing. And SK just accelerated from there.
In the top lane, or the duo lane, whatever you'd like to call it, they were on the back foot the whole game. You know, the range of Kog'Maw, and of course the Morgana Dark Binders, which were landing non-stop, by the way, from N-rated. Just catching on to Jay Reed. Jay was basically a heal bot for the first few levels.
He was a heal bot the whole game. Jay Reed's an aggressive support. He plays Leona. He likes to get in people's faces. And he didn't get in anybody's face, especially during the laning phase. They didn't go aggressive at all. And we've seen Candy Panda and Creatine going toe-to-toe a couple of times. But every single time, Creatine came off worse for wear. He was waiting for heals, and they simply didn't play aggressive enough. And we'll see what the picks and ban strategy is this time around.
So, pick and ban, well, the ban's through very quickly, and they have adjusted. However, it wasn't Orianna they got rid of. They did get rid of Maokai, of course.
Leaving Nidalee open.
Leaving Nidalee open, which looks like it's going to be a first pick straight away. So Freddy. So Freddy getting on one of his favorite champions, maybe, but it's a Morgana switch.
So safe pick. Maybe contemplating a counter pick. You know, if you lock in that Nidalee and Millenium have prepared something against it, then maybe that can work in their favor. But at the end of the day, Millenium really need to go back to the drawing board. I don't think Lucian worked. We're in a bit more of a hyper carry, AD carry meta for the time being. Tristan and Cogmore doing very, very well. If you want to go for a power spike, a poke, a mid-game win, hell, lock in the Corki. Go for that, you know, mixed damage and try to get something going. And I like this little switch up from Millenium. This is something that I think is a little more fitting to where the patch and where the players currently are.
Yeah, also Corki, nearly 15 KDA for Creaton on that champion, so that's definitely a champion he works well on. Now, Alistair, of course, selected this time. Will it be Kevin in that top lane, or is it the support for J-Ree? Now, remember, we are in Game 2, and you may be wondering, why the hell are Millenium still red side in this best of 5? They chose to be there. They have the choice, SK, of course, coming into it, and Millenium chose Game 2 as red, and Game 4 is blue, I believe, as well.
Yep.
So we'll see whether we actually get that.
The only game this series that Millenium would play on blue side is Game 4. Every other one of them, they're on red side. And in theory, that should allow you to counterpick. You know, if you let through OPs, you ban something slightly lower down your tier list, maybe give away a Maokai, but get a Kassadin or an Orianna or something high priority. But that's something Millenium have to try and strategize around. Maokai was the big question for Deficio and I upstairs. Millenium let it through Game 1, it cost them. And I'm not sure they're going to let it through again until potentially Game 4, where they could theoretically first pick it.
Yeah, so Sven Skjern locking in Elise. Remember, Elise, a few changes. It's going to thread the needle now because it's a slightly thinner cocoon you can throw out there. But again, Candy Panda is on Cogmore, who he just did fantastically well with 10-1-7 in Game 1 on that champion. Will Millenium go back to Jarvan the 4th? Lee Sin is available, but of course had a lot of changes in 4.13. We're not expecting it to see it, a great deal of it, because of course of the weakness that it now has late game.
Yeah, it has fallen off. I mean, Evelyn is still up as well. You know, shorter duration on Lee Sin's W, slightly more nerfed in terms of reducing attack speed, but regardless of that, I quite like the idea of the Jarvan and Aatrox combo. You've seen in the previous game, despite Millenium being like 8 or 9k gold down, when they did jump onto Candy Panda's Cogmore, they got a lot of damage down. This time around, Millennium's front line is going to be primarily this Aatrox and Alistair combo, and they're going to be looking for Cottonex to flank around the side. Cottonex has to do more work with Eve than Lulex did yesterday, because Lulex's Eve was simply non-existent. Partially because his lanes were obviously losing very badly. So Millenium want to go even in lane and create opportunities for Cottonex to come in and make plays happen.
So with that Eve and Aatrox now locked in, it does mean once again Jez gets his hands on Ahri. And we are also going to see Nidalee in the top lane for Freddy. Is considering an assassin. It is.
It have to be.
It's Fizz.
Yep. It is Fizz indeed. So Millenium, assassination, looking for skirmishes, definitely looking for a mid-game victory here. Aatrox, Fizz, Corki are going to be very scary with just 1 or 2 items. And if Millenium are roaming around the map with the support of Cottonex to surprise and put that Agony's Embrace down, that's how Millenium are going to create opportunities for themselves. But the longer that this game goes, the more I feel the Cogmore, the Ahri, the Elise, and the Nidalee are going to become more and more able to deal with Millenium. In those siege situations, there is so much poke on the side of SK Gaming, and they've got the same tools to land a single skill shot and then delete people. Cocoon, Charm, Dark Binding. Instantly, you're going to see somebody being pounced on and being melted by those two solo laners of SK Gaming. So for SK, it's very, very similar. For Millenium, they've got the aggressive mid laner. Their now process is more about making plays as opposed to relying on Ziggs for wave clear.
We'll see how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, this is the quarterfinals. Winner goes through and plays Alliance. Loser, well, they're going to face the Super Hot crew in the 5th place playoff match, which is not a position anyone wants to be in, because you lose that game and suddenly you're down in relegation and effectively out of the LCS. You have to play your way back in that spring promotion tournament. And as we saw yesterday with the Unicorns of Love qualifying through, there is some tough opposition down in that Challenger Series playoff. But of course, we want to see who is going to make it to the World Championships, which is coming up soon. Gamescom is just next week. It begins on Wednesday with, of course, the LCS matches kicking off on the Thursday, where that 5th place match will be. Who is going to be there? That's the question. SK Gaming starting out in Game 2 as the blue side once again, and it is a red side start for Millenium. And already we are seeing some Diamond-esque start.
I wonder if Millenium have been scrimming Gambit this week, because Cottonex ran no, it's the other way around. Svenskeren ran the Kha'Zix build, slightly similar to Diamond, and in this time around, starting with this blue pot, it was Diamond procs that destroyed last week on an early game Evelynn, and it was against SK Gaming as well, actually. Invaded, stole a blue buff, and it was Gambit that broke SK's potential perfect super week. So we'll see if Cottonex can do the same thing.
Fnatic-esque warding coming out of Millenium here. They're going to try and put the wards deep down in the lane. They want to get some vision. So we'll see if that works out for them. But the problem is, you know, while it worked for Diamond because he was so sneaky, he went around and didn't actually have the pot on him, so he never actually got spotted. He backed off to base, came back late, and then got those 3 kills. Cottonex has walked past wards. He's already been spotted. They know exactly what he's got in his inventory.
And also part of the reason that it ended up working so well for Diamond last week is Svenskeren was greedy. He went for multiple camps in his jungle, and Diamond was able to get in into his opponent's jungle at the right time to look for that kill, secure first blood, and obviously steal the buffs away. So let's see if Cottonex can implement the same strategy that Diamond did. He popped the elixir instantly on his first buff, and immediately went aggressive after that. So it is a very all-in strategy. And if it works, you can make back that gold, whether it be the kills or camps. Obviously, if it doesn't, you are delayed to getting your first jungle item.
Well, Freddy was over at the blue. The red buff start, sorry. Millenium are going for the invade, so you're going to see the red buff start. Svenskeren unawares of this. Doesn't realize it's happening. We'll see whether he continues his route, but this may be a 3-buff start for Millenium. That would be a good start for Cottonex, who now, of course, still has that pot unused with the assistance of J-Ree. They are looking to make play. Now they're going to see him. They're going to see J-Ree. He knows it. Look, he's already heading to the red.
Yeah, very, very
aware.
Or
they go for mid.
Now the question is, how does Millenium react? Do Millenium have the information to work with? They, you know, they have to make an educated guess.
They have to know they were spotted. The way that Jez is played, he went straight to the left instantly.
And it is quite smart from Svenskeren because he's got the support in the top lane. Anyways, Cottonex, he has not popped the elixir yet. They've caught Candy.
Headbutt Pulverize comes out, Candy Panda, but it was a great dark binding from N-Rated that stopped Cottonex in his tracks. He'd already popped the blue pot. It was a kill they needed, but it's not a kill they're going to get. Svenskeren comes around, steals the red.
So first aggressive play from J-Ree. That was the flash pulverize at level 1, managing to connect, but it didn't actually result in a kill. So Cottonex going to be using some of that time on his elixir just to farm up his blue buff. We'll see how he decides to path. It's actually Svenskeren that has got himself a fairly safe start, realizing where his opponents were, and obviously the moment that gank went down, there's no pressure on Sven. He's fully aware that he's going to be safe to keep farming up. Now the mid lane, Assassin versus Assassin. Kerb, now that he has level 3, is actually quite frustrating to deal with because he can all-in you and put a lot of burst damage down onto Jez's, and as long as Kerb doesn't get hit by the charm, he should also be able to avoid being assassinated. For Jez's, it's all about getting multiple dashes away. Once Kerb hits level 6 and he goes for that Chum the Waters, even if Jesus does get connected by the Shark, as long as he gets 2 dashes away from Fizz, he should be able to survive. So it's going to be a very difficult assassination battle between these highly mobile mages.
This is a risk that has not paid off for Cottonex. Jungle has been stolen away, the gang didn't work, he's still only got 10 CS, he's trying to desperately use his smite because the red camp didn't get reset either, whereas Svenskeren's going around happy as Larry right now, got his items already started out in Cottonex. He's desperate for a kill. That's why he's going towards Freddy. Freddy on Nidalee. It's going to be very hard to pin down here. Millenium have to land everything. There's the slow. There's the dark flight. They catch him down. He is in trouble and he will go down. Cottonex, God, did he need that kill.
Yeah, he really did and made it count. It was all Kevin landing the knockup, managing to hold Freddy in place. And I like the fact that you were saying Cottonex was struggling regarding the early start, and it feels like it was a lack of preparation. You're just like, hey, Blue Pot Evelynn, that's a thing, because they were wandering around. He did have the support of J-Ree in the jungle, but Svenskeren didn't start his red. So Millenium either didn't research SK Gaming or misinterpreted where SK was going to start. And SK, with great vision and warding, immediately negated the threat.
So, bottom lane pairing, Creaton about to go back and buy. We haven't seen him a great deal down this bottom lane. Candy Panda, of course, had to burn that flash early on. It got him safe, and a fantastic dart binding from N-Rated. Cotnex, again, flanking around the mid lane. Jez is the next focus target. He comes around. Flash immediately used out there. Successful game.
Yeah, definitely. Getting the summoner spell. That's at least one of those things of mobility that's going to allow Kerp to potentially punish him. Jez in the previous game was fairly quiet. I mean, he had his moments in team fights, but he wasn't necessarily needed to carry. SK were playing it very, very slow, by the numbers, moving around the map. And we'll see this time around if we have more fights, which I am expecting, how he's going to handle himself. And Kerp is, of course, running Flash Teleport in the mid lane, not Ignite like Jez's. Last time, Jez's and Kerp went toe-to-toe with Flash Teleport, Flash Ignite. Jez's was Ari, Kerp was Kassadin. And they ended up losing. I think that was week 10 or week 11, if memory serves.
Super Week, I believe, yeah.
And we'll see how Kerp handles himself this time around.
It was the final battle they had in Super Week between each other. So, Cotnex once again coming down. This time, let's see whether he roams around. Ward was placed in the tri-bush for J-Ree, who, again, this time on the cow. Started out a little bit different, hasn't rushed out for those mobility boots, so it doesn't look to be moving around the map too often. Kerp is just farming out that mid lane, keeping even in farm. But Creaton this time, he has the advantage in farm. J-Ree again looking to try and create a play, but remember, that Black Shield will block off a headbutt or pulverize. Candy Panda wiping out the wave, no problem.
Yeah, he's going to even up the CS, but you see how defensive he's playing in lane without Flash. So that very early gank, even though it didn't result in a kill, it did mean Candy Panda's playing safe, he's playing cautious. We'll see if Svenskeren goes in, but just very quickly, part of the reason that J-Ree might not be going for the immediate Moby boots, Nomad's Medallion has also been changed in 4.13. Fairly big change, actually. Lower mana regen, but it now gives movement speed. And when you upgrade it to Talisman of Ascension, it's more movement speed, a slightly lower CDR. So we'll see how that impacts. It's a buff invade for Millenium. This is what SK were doing during Super Week when they were red side. When SK Gaming is on red side of the map, they would invade their opponent's red as a group with their duo.
It was such a big tell, though, the fact that, of course, J-Ree went across there to shut it off, that immediately, well, Svenskeren saying, fine, you did this before, I know the exact timings. Well, actually, he knows the rough timings. Remember, he didn't clear the camp.
Yeah.
So Red's not going to be up just yet, but he has a pretty good idea on the timings. Instead, he goes around, steals away the Wraiths, goes towards the red, but Sven, you didn't clear that camp out, did you? So you don't have it, which is where it would have respawned right now. Instead, he's going to try and go towards the top and see if he can go to Kevin.
As long as he presses tab, he's got vision, he'll know when it'll be back up.
Yes.
Look for the cocoon. It is thinner, repel range is shorter, but both junglers are present in this top lane. So Sven...
They know he's there.
Sven is going to have slightly higher burst damage, but here comes Cotnex.
He's going to repel, he's got nowhere to go, he just drops straight down, has to flash away. And Freddy covers him off. He's spotted by a ward, and keep our eye on that mid lane. Jessis is making tracks up towards this jungle. We'll see where the curve comes around the side. Caught out! That's going to be a very, very squishy Elise. Svenskeren going down.
I don't know what he was thinking. I mean, we go back to pre-game, we go back to warding. Despite SK having a ward in the tri-bush and in the Wraith Camp bush, Sven may have been anticipating some more support from his teammates or waiting to read the situation, but he was stood right on top of Millenium ward. So they punish him for sticking around, and that is one of those risky invades that we talked about at the very top of the game.
I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, he knew he was spotted, he'd flashed away, and he still stayed in the bush. Don't know what
maybe he was scratching his head.
A little bit of greed, maybe, going towards that red buff. Nonetheless, he didn't get it. The blue buff spawns. Cotnex will pick this one off. Whether he's going to give it Kerp or whether he'll keep it himself. It looks like it's going to be for himself, actually. Obviously, on an Elise, it will help. No, Kerp making his way across.
Second game in a row that Freddy is getting control of his lane. Aatrox into Maokai did not work out for Kevin in game 1. And Freddy's currently punishing Aatrox. Got a 24-25 CS lead. There goes N-Rated.
We'll
see if J-Ree gets caught out.
Soul Shackles does stun up J-Ree. Has got his ultimate. He's going to have to use it. There we go. 70% reduction, but a great Dark Binding again from N-Rated. Is he going to smite? Flashes out! And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the Alistair change and why we're starting to see him played. 70% reduction throughout on that ultimate. Fantastic stuff.
Oh, so many summoner spells though. Jez has misread that one a little bit. Can he connect with the Charm? This is what we're looking for.
That's the second Spirit Rush used. Charm does not land. He's going to keep him busy. Connex should not have stuck around there. Curve comes in, pounces in towards him. Jump the Water's not going to land, and now he's in trouble. Tries to go towards Svenskeren. He's going to have to run away from this one. He's got no support in the jungle, trying to use the vision in the bush. Jez instead comes in. He's going to get the Foxfire all over him. Comes back on towards Svenskeren. Is it enough? No, the burn will not get him down, and Svenskeren gets revenge and gets himself a kill.
And just like that, Millenium give up 2 kills. So in the jungle, Codnex just stuck around. He didn't have his Agony's Embrace available, didn't have the shield, and I think heard the call, I'm coming from Kerp, but it just took too long. And then Kerp, of course, despite putting some damage down, it just simply wasn't enough. So 2 relatively easy kills for SK Gaming. They're going to have a minor lead. Ooh. Here comes J-Ree from behind. I think Candy Panda. Oh, good flash, actually.
Yep. Headbutt landed, but Candy Panda flashing out, and again, burned very quickly, but safe play again.
So did you see the route that J-Ree went? He did actually pick up early Moby boots once again. We did not see him roaming in the previous game. So despite having those Moby boots, he didn't really move around the map to help out. This time around, he did. So 2v1, knockup doesn't connect on Freddy though.
Dark Flight going down, Kevin pops his ultimate, flash comes out early from Freddy. He should be able to pounce away from this one, and he is clear, and that is the danger of an Italy. They are very slippery creatures, and you cannot pin them down.
No, definitely not. Ooh. So for Millenium, they're much more proactive than game 1, so I think we have to give them credit for that. And I was touching on those boots of mobility from J-Ree. I really like the fact that he's got a deep ward in SK's jungle, which should give some read onto Svenskeren's movements. And with 2 players to teleport, they can use it to impact. So 2v2, but it's Cotnex that's going to be in trouble.
He's almost dead. Svenskeren, one more hit should be enough here. Cotnex running for his life here. Can he get into the jungle? No! Svenskeren engaged. Well, he was caught out of position. It was the same spot he died last time around, and now he could rotate and go straight towards Kevin.
Yeah, we'll see if he can actually, pull this tower dive. Well, Kevin is going to have his blood well popped in a second. Before he's even in tower range, actually. No, one more hit. Minion wave, and Kevin's in so much trouble. I don't know if he can get away with his life here.
Flash already used, so Svenskeren's taking a lot of damage from those minions around the side there. Let's look at Kerp. He's making tracks. He's rushing up there. Cocoon dodged out of. There's going to be Bloodwell. He's on the tower. Is it going to be enough, though? Kerp's still running. He's not quick enough, though. Has not got grade 2 tier 2 boots. And Svenskeren will back away. Bloodwell only burned those, so Kevin survived.
A little bit awkward. I did think Freddy and Sven would have been able to make a slightly better deal of that, but as you rightly pointed out, Sven was relatively low from that previous kill, and then the minions just did a lot of damage to him. So he got melted out. Now Kevin burned his flash, burned his Bloodwell, is still on the losing end of that top lane. But Millenium are just making some very strange decisions. Cotnex roaming around his jungle, and we'll see Critter's in trouble bottom.
With the Ignite running, he's going to finish.
But
didn't
look,
quite get taken down. Kerp is going to come around the side. Candy Panda, no flash available, remember. J-Ree had to burn that one out. It's going to be N-rated. He focuses it on. That's not a good attack, and a brilliant Dark Binding again comes out of N-rated. Stops that attack dead in its tracks.
And Kirby hesitated so long on Chum the Waters. Comes in, and yes, he was able to playful tricks to the Soul Shackles, but it didn't matter. N-rated just walked away with Black Shield, and because Kerp's left his lane, that means SK are going to grab the first tower of the game here in this middle. And it's just almost a little bit odd for for Millenium. They're just not really making the best mechanical decisions in their lane. Creatine and J-Ree started relatively well, but the moment N-rated and Candy Pan have scaled up and had their summoner spells, they've evened the game back out.
Yeah, the timings are just off, it seems, and SK Gaming now move around for the Dragon. Cotnex and J-Ree are close, but this is going to have to simply be a smite steal from Cotnex if he can get close. Teleport comes out. Kevin's going to join this one. Dragon already low. J-Ree gets a good pulverize on towards him. N-rated will get picked off. Dragon still not taken down. Candy Panda goes down as well. This is a good cleanup fight for Millenium. Jez is caught in the back of the pit right now. Svenskeren forced away from this one. There is a one kill. It's going to be no smite available. Who's going to get the Dragon? It's going to get picked up by Millenium. And it was a 2-for-1 trade as they get away. So that is a small victory for them there.
Yeah, 2-for-1. Millenium's team comp, as we said, does slightly better in the early to mid game, and all of SK's members are not really designed for tanking anything up. You know, Nidalee, while she will build Bruiser eventually, is not really going to be the type of champion that wants to do that thing, nor is Elise, nor is Ari, in regards to the team comp. So you see, Freddy's just hanging out in the side lane, comes to the party late. Millenium create a good clump, focused down the members because they're grouped up slightly more effectively, and SK were in full retreat mode. So good counterplay from Millenium to bring themselves back into the game despite losing a second tower.
Well, quick teleport from Freddy went straight towards that top, and he has taken down the second turret of the game for SK, so they're now 2-0 up, and of course that is giving them a bit of a gold lead. Kevin, as you mentioned, losing out in this lane. Dark Flight used, tries to pounce on towards Freddy, who himself just turns around, puts some claws back in him, happy to trade. Svenskeren again countering, moving in towards the jungle of Kotnex, who himself is having to hold off this mid lane because, well, Jesus simply is putting pressure on Kurt.
So Kotnex is going to be the man, in my eyes, for Millenium to actually win these mid to late game team fights now, because Freddy, Jez, nobody on SK's side really wants to stand in a straight up 5v5. They want to be kiting, they want to be moving around, you know, in and out, darting back and forth. If Kotnex is able to come from the side lane and surprise members of SK and then force them to split up prematurely, that is where Millenium can then focus down the targets they want. If SK are playing Peel from Evelyn, and then J-Ree or Kevin can get a knock-up onto somebody, or even Kerp with Chum the Waters, that's how Millenium will find the targets and the people they want to kill in team fights.
Good trade from Freddy. Quickly gets in, puts the damage down. Kevin didn't even swing, didn't do a basic auto attack there, and already did the damage. Now he's going to try and bait him in. Dark Flight lands, turns it straight back around, pops that ultimate, quick flash away from Freddy, and he's gone.
Very, very quick. I mean, you're not going to catch Niddle. You need more than that. Kotnex has tried, is that the third time now? First gank was successful, the following two have not been. And yes, they got the flash, so all credit to them. They did get the summoner spell, but it cost them two of their ultimates and a tower. I mean, the focus, the pressure in that lane on that champion has allowed Millenium, SK rather, to grab their third tower of the game.
Teleport bottom is going to come around. Kerp sneaking in the back there. Candy Panda flashed out already. Chum the Waters does not land. Enrated, focused on, but not caught out. And this is turning horribly wrong for Millenium. Candy Panda now focusing on towards Kerp. Playful drinks to back up in a moment, but not quick enough as Svenskeren gets on him. Jesus closing in towards this one. It's going to be a 4-on-2. Quickly turning into a 4-on-3 as they back off, and Millenium, they may lose an inner turret.
SK Gaming dodged every single spell they needed to in that team fight. With uses of flashes and positioning, they just juked around Millenium, and that was what we were talking about. As long as SK can kite and can fight, they're going to be able to put all the damage down in the world that they want. So they grab themselves another tower out of the deal, they win the engage, they get the kills, and mechanically, Millenium was struggling. Now, it's going to be 2v2 in the mid lane. Let's see who's going down.
Well, Bloodwell is available for Kevin. Spirit Rush is down there. He's going to try and put the damage down. It's Kotnex he's going to focus on. Hasn't used the charm yet. Oh, he missed it. Jesus, though, Ignite put down. That will be a kill. And Jesus finds yet another. Millenium are slipping slowly out of this game.
Yeah, Kevin with a very, very cheeky recall gets himself out of there. And, you know, when we started the series, in my mind, it was going to be Millenium. All right, Jesus, no ult. Great Charm!
That was a flash, but Charm, as you mentioned, lands, and again, the dark bindings from N-Rated have been absolutely pinpoint, stopping attack after attack.
So the point that I was trying to say just before J-Ree gave himself up to turn into Stake was mechanically and individually, coming into the series, I would have actually said Millenium were slightly higher than the average of SK in terms of how they play. But it's SK that is landing skill shots and dodging skill shots. Chum the Waters is up for Kerp, but there's too many members in that mid lane. Millenium need to have a perfect engage for this to work out. It's very, very risky, and they've called Kevin.
They know he's coming, though. Pink Ward spots him. Kerp comes around the side. While this is all happening, Freddy is taking down the top turret, the next inner turret. SK rotate up there as a team. Look at Millenium. They want to rush down the mid lane. The minions will be coming with them, but they've got to protect their base, surely. The whole of SK are up there. Jez is the simple man just holding them off. They've realized it. They're all backing away. But is it too late?
I think it just might be. There's a lot of damage on SK's side, and they've got the attack speed increase from Nidalee as well. This is going to cost him an inhibitor turret. Kevin's going to try get in range, but he hasn't got the support of the rest of his team. Can Millenium find kills? This is key. Look for Chum the Waters.
Big Dark Flight required. He's going to come around the side. Chum the Waters catches on towards Freddy, but again, Millenium haphazard, not engaging. Finally, Kotnex goes around there, so lines a good Agony's Embrace, but SK Gaming, the disengage is superior, and SK just playing with their victims right now as they kite them backwards.
Millenium lost a tower just by simply being out of position and not reading the situation accurately. They were trying to chase a team fight in the mid lane that you rightly pointed out. SK were fully aware of. Millenium walked over wards. And then instead of Millenium going, right, let's try take a tower, or let's back away, let's not force them to that top lane where it's clear Freddy's pushing, they end up losing 2 towers in the top lane. They will get 1 in reply. But it just feels like SK are mechanically outplaying Millenium, and strategically in this game, definitely a step ahead. More so than from game 1.
I'd love to see a Dark Binding count from N-Rated. We saw it, of course, with Crepo last week in the North American LCS, planted every single skill shot. SK moving in. Dragon started out. It's going to get taken surely. It will be gone down quick. The question is, can Millenium get out free? Jerry holding off on that ultimate. Not available to him. Freddy going to pounce. Wow. Close the gap pretty quickly there. Now he's going to come around. Kratos found out. There's no towers, remember. Basic attack even doing a lot of damage. Evelyn and Kerb having to make tracks. They've snuck away. They've got to clean up this one. But look at SK. All of them pushing up. Big minion wave. They can keep on going. They're going to rotate round. It's the middle inner turret they want next.
So this time round, Millenium are pushing at probably the right time. They have minions top, middle, and bottom all in their favor. And instead of going for the inhibitor turrets, back themselves away and going for that last inner turret. It is very, very low. So this will give them their seventh turret of the game, and Millenium, they can't even contest. For Millenium to fight SK, they need Kevin or J-Reed to knock up members, and they need Cotnex to flank. Unless those requirements are met, SK are just going to keep darting backwards and throwing out the damage. Let's see where Cotnex's position is. If he's just going to run straight up forward, I'm not sure that's a good knockup.
They're going to catch on towards him. J-Reed pops his ultimate. Kevin tries to come in, but there's not a great deal of damage coming out from Millenium just yet. Kerb will get Spence going down, but he's going to pay the price. His own life. Jez is now caught out. Freddy low, but he's going to get away. Kratos, one last rocket, but he's in a duel with Candy Panda, and it's not one he's going to win as Candy Panda takes him round. Comes back around the side. Cotnex runs in and immediately finds Candy Panda. Kevin jumps on towards him. The AD carry will go down. They can try and turn this one. And Captain Surprise is going to blow up, and Cotnex tries to sidestep. No, not enough. And rated. Dark Binding lands again. Chart follows through, and Jesus gets himself the kill. It's the ace for SK as they take down Millenium.
3 for 5, and there was a good initiation to the fight for Millenium, but Cotnex would, in an ideal world, have come from the side. If Cotnex was running from the bush on the right-hand side onto Candy Panda, instead of directly up front taking all of the damage, that could have been such a big turnaround fight. I do like the fact that Kerb was able to jump into the team and pull SK apart, but it simply wasn't enough. Cotnex is going to put Agony's Embrace down, but the fight is basically over at this stage, and Millenium just funneled through this middle lane, so any AoE damage that could come out from Ari, from Kog'Maw, from the Soul Shackles is just very, very powerful onto Millenium's team.
And Jez is now at 5-0-3. Has the edge once again over Kerpu. He really needed, if he had that Zodiac Hourglass in that last fight, he would have been fine. Pounced in there and knew he was going to be dead. He managed to get the jungler down, but I'm not sure jumping into 4 members for 1 kill on a jungler while you're the big power of your team, whether that was worth it.
We talked about the kills in the middle. A little bit of a mispulverize. Can Jerry get away?
He's got no ultimate. He's going to have to flash. He's already gone from this one. And Millenium caught out of position once again. Jed Kerb in all sorts of trouble. Tries to play full Trickster away, but the spear will go through the burn. Not quite enough. Chugging down those health pots, and a little bit of a heal from J-Reed, just about helping him out there. But now they're in trouble again. He has to go back to the fountain, as does J-Reed. And they're pushing on towards this inhibitor turret.
SK Gaming have found the confidence that was lacking in game 1. They are so much more decisive in this particular matchup, and they are chasing Millenium. Look at the goal difference. It is only 5,000, which is not a very big amount at the 25-minute mark, but SK are making it much bigger. Here comes from the side.
Cotnex tried to sneak in there, but immediately got spotted. Freddy pounced on him, and Candy Panda gets the kill. Jesus goes in. Charm not going to land. Takes the tower hits. Candy Panda burns down the tower. Freddy throwing out those spears. Trinity Force on him as well. So he has tons of damage as he takes down 1 inhibitor. Top 1 is available as well. Second one will go down. SK Gaming turning on the power this time around, 24 minutes in.
Such a confident play, and I think Millenium's gambit of running red side is not working out. Might be the final engage as J-Reed's gone in.
J-Reed tries to do anything he can, but he just can't tank through the damage available. Candy Panda gets yet another kill. Kevin pounces in, will get down the support, but it's all he will get as SK continue to drive on through through. 3 members of Millenium down. The second inhibitor will fall. SK will back out this time, but that base is in tatters for Millenium.
Super minions pouring through 2 lanes, and there's such a limited amount of control here from Millenium. The Dark Binding from Enrated completely won that fight. Cottonex was trying to come in from the side, trying to flank that he needed to do, like he wanted to do, but he just got spotted so quickly. So this is the fight that followed Cottonex going down. He's yet to respawn. Kerb didn't even connect with his Chum the Waters, which is a big problem. He needs that damage to land. And I'm just very impressed now with how confident SK have played, considering how shaky they looked in game 1. Shaky is probably a bit overly harsh, I think, from how hesitant they were in game 1.
Just
That's
cautious.
a better word.
Yeah,
yes.
cautious playing. Now the confidence, you know, going into the 3rd game, looking like they're going to be 2-0 up. We could well see, just like we did with Super Crew, so scared Millenium to make a play. Kerb out of position. This is a 1v1 now. It's going to turn into a 2v2. Chum the Waters goes down. Freddy will get drawn out from this one, but he's got nowhere to hide right now. Kerb's going to go for it. Not going to get the kill. Freddy survives, and SK push in on a 4-on-5.
So I want to go back and just talk about that previous game, because part of the reason that maybe they did, obviously you have to deal with Zig's wave clear, which prohibits and limits sieging, but in addition, the engage of a Jarvan Aatrox is very threatening. Cottonex has had little to no impact this game, and he's got a Hex Drinker and a Negatron Cloak. That is not a very scary, tanky Evelyn. And, you know, considering how on point Enrate has been with his Dark Bindings, the few times Cottonex has tried to flank, SK have just shut him down. So part of the reason the confidence could come from analyzing and evaluating their opponent's team comp. Anyways, Kerb is about to respawn. SK have got supers in 2 lanes. Freddy's pushing them into the Nexus. I think it's just a matter of time before they peel onto that final inhibitor turret.
Yeah, fighting a losing battle. Minions, super minions in the top and the middle, all on towards it. J-Re caught out, Charm popped the ultimate. SK simply disengage, wait for that ultimate cooldown to run down while the spears continue to fly from Freddy on the side. Candy Panda steps in, gets another couple of basic attacks on that tower, will draw it down. There's one Nexus turret down to super minions. They continue to push on through with the protection of Freddy as he continues to volley out those spears towards them. Inhibitor turret now going to get forced in. Cannon wave will come through, and SK Gaming will take down the final inhibitor turret.
Millenium could barely deal with the super minions, and they've given up their 3rd inhibitor. J-Re's looking for an engage. He's got no one with him.
He's got no one with him. He's tried to rush in too far. Kerb caught out. The charm lands on towards him, takes a lot of damage. He's got nowhere to hide on this one. Connex caught out. Soul Shackles will trigger from Enrated. That takes down 1. Dark Binding does not land, but Kraton has to get away. The Ignite pushed on towards the fountain. SK pushing. Super minions are with them. Kerb can't find his target, desperately trying to get something, but Freddy just simply kites him around. He will get away. This time around, Playful Trickster finally lands. Kerb gets on, gets 1, gets 2, but Candy Panda is still alive and just churning through the targets as J-Re will fall. Svenskeren goes down. The Nexus is in trouble. That will drop, and SK Gaming will take game 2 here in a dominant performance. It's only a 28-minute victory, and SK, well, they are looking solid to play Alliance. Can they make it 3?
Based on the 2 games you've seen, I'm going to say yes. SK Gaming came out the gate swinging in this matchup, and they found all of their confidence. I mean, if you go back and look at how they were pushing game 1 with a 15,000 gold lead, in contrast to their 5,000 gold lead this game, it's day and night. And SK, because of Millenium's choice of wanting red side on game 2, SK get to be blue side once more. Nothing has changed for them in terms of their theory and their strategy coming into this 3rd game, and I don't know if the red side gambit for Millenium has worked out, because I'm not seeing anything particularly impressive or mind-blowing in their pick and ban phase.
And as we pointed out throughout that game, skill shots across the board from SK landing all the time, whereas Millenium, they were just a little bit short. But now, coming into game 3, they're going to be even more nervous. They're going to be more scared to throw out those skill shots. Are they going to start questioning their abilities? We saw it with Kurt with the Chum the Waters, very delayed, obviously waiting for the Black Shield to see where it was going to go. But once they start questioning themselves, that is a down, slippery slope.
So Alistair, better in game 2, actually had some impact.
Still not convinced as
Correct.
a support.
So game 1 didn't work out. Game 2, was better, but not had the same level of impact. When you contrast J-Ree's games in other matches, when he's playing Thresh, when he's playing Leona.
Leona, yeah.
You know, then you can see tangible differences. Corki was much better. But whenever we looked at the team fights and we seen the execution from Millenium, it was partially Millenium sort of missing and mistiming engages, and partly SK just being so good at dodging everything that, you know, it's like this 50% Millenium missing and 50% SK dodging, whichever viewpoint you want to see. But all credit to SK. Strategically, that game they were good. Mechanically, that game they were better. And they simply just outplayed Millenium in Game 2.
Yeah, fantastic result, certainly. Game 2 for SK looking strong. Can they make it 3-0? Shox and crew are standing by to take a closer look at that match.
Thank you very much, D-Man. So guys, what's the report card for Millenium for picks and bans in the second one? They requested red for also in the second game. So how do you think they adapted after Game 1, Jankos?
In my opinion, they didn't adapt because...
Let me check. There we go.
Okay, so in my opinion, they didn't adapt because they let Morgana and Kog'Maw go through again. I mean, they banned Maokai, and they picked Fizz against Kog'Maw, so it was a little bit of an answer, but there was still Morgana in enemy team, and she did a good job by protecting Kog'Maw. So I think SK won the ban pick phase again.
I think it's clear at this point that SK Gaming is miles ahead of Millenium in terms of picks and bans. Creaton doesn't seem to play the right champions. He keeps locking in again. Now it was Corki, it was Lucian in the last game. No late game hyper carriage, which really is like the big thing in the current patch, which we see a lot of like these late game carries like Tristana. Doesn't pick it in, even though it was open. For the second game in a row, he could have locked it in, didn't do it. And we see Aatrox twice now for Kevin, has no impact in the game. Overall, it just seems like SK Gaming are getting every single pick they want to have, and they're getting all the strong picks in the current patch, where Millenium are just trying to stick to what worked for them in the split, but doesn't necessarily work anymore.
Yeah, I do want to emphasize what you said there about Freddy in that top lane on Nidalee, and you were saying, Jankos, he's just so annoying to play against.
Well, his Nidalee is very good. We saw actually it was Kotangs ganking top lane, and even though they killed Freddy, he was still 30 CS ahead of Aatrox, of Kevin. So, you know, it's very hard to shut down Nidalee, especially Freddy's Nidalee.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're actually going to take a look at a replay where Millenium actually got a few things done with their comp nonetheless around the Dragon.
Right, so Dragon fight. Notice how SK Gaming are kind of stuck in the Dragon pit here, which opens up now for Millenium to get the perfect engage. And we can just start rolling the clip. And this is basically what Millenium wants to do with the comp. They just didn't do it often enough.
Millenium pretty much goes in, they want to kill Kog'Maw, they did it, but it's still too late.
And that's the thing, so yeah, okay, sure. You kill two members here, you get the Dragon. Still, at this point, if they don't completely snowball the game, they have a weaker comp. Also going into late game here, they have no chance pretty much of killing Candy Panda in late game teamfights because there's a Morgana of Black Shield making it very hard for Curb to even jump him. So they are in a situation where if they don't snowball the game, which is also why they kept looking for fights, they won't win. And Millenium as a team, talked about it before this game, they only have one tactic. Let's fight. If we don't win the fights, we don't get any gold, and then we just lose the game.
Which is actually quite odd, because the Millenium we would describe before in the split would be like they would drag the game out a little bit. Yesterday, one of the suggestions we heard here at the desk for the Super Hot Cruise game is maybe they should pick those champions and just try and go late. But they seem to not be able to hold themselves back from going in that early. Jankos, what game is it you think they should play here in Game 3?
I think they're just making mistakes in the pick bind phase because they're letting OP late game picks go through, and they pick actually early game champions, and they do anything with it. I mean, in this game, they were trying to do something. Kotenex bought Blue Elixir, he was trying to gank. They were trying to roam a little bit with Alistar, but it didn't work out. SK still managed to, you know, get a little bit in the mid game, get a little bit to the late game, and they just won.
Martin, what do you think Millenium can do here? Or what can SK do, and what should they keep doing to close it out?
Well, SK can just keep doing what they're doing now, get every single pick they want. Millenium have to pull up some late game comp if they want to play this game here, where they can't win the early game just on default, which is what they need to do with the comps they are picking at the moment. If they, sorry to say, but they probably have to say at the moment, okay, let's go full late game. And stall out the game, let's play for 1 hour, and see what happens. It worked for them in the promotion tournament where they didn't know what to do against NRP after they lost the first game, where NRP destroyed them. They went like full late game and just sat back, took it easy, went to late game and started winning team fights. At this point, because they're not winning the early mid game anyway, might be the only choice.
Well, we will see how long they take it in the next game. We're going to step away for a moment, but when we return, SK Gaming will look to close out the series while Millenium hopes for a comeback. Stay with us.
Dragon already low. J-Re gets a good pulverize on towards him. N-Rated will get picked off. Dragon still not taken down. Candy Panda goes down as well. Kevin jumps on towards him. The AD carry will go down. They can try and turn this one. And Captain Surprise is going to blow up a Conix. Tries to sidestep. No, not enough. N-Rated. Dark Piney lands again. Chart follows through. He will get away. This time around, Playful Trickster finally lands. Curve gets on. Gets one, gets two. But Candy Panda is still alive and just churning through the target.
So I really want to be in the playoffs. I want to go to Worlds. That's my biggest dream right now. So I'm just pretty hyped. Even though the Super Week didn't went too good for us, we are still pretty hyped, and we didn't think too much about the Super Week. We just will focus on the playoffs and go to Worlds.
Well, one thing's for sure, Kevin's got a hell of a hot, tough road ahead of him if he wants to make that dream come true. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to head into Game 3 between SK Gaming and Millenium, and right now, SK Gaming lead 2-0. It could well be a clean sweep. Millenium, they need to throw everything they can at this match. They've spent a little time off the stage. They clearly needed to discuss and find out what the hell they are going to adjust for this game.
If I were SK Gaming, I don't think they need to adjust anything. You know, you go back to the previous games, Jesus has been allowed Ari. He's gone 11-1-14. And I just think for SK, they've got a very comfortable spot. I know it's Millenium that need to change stuff, but I just think it's at the moment, a massive mountain to climb because it's SK that have outclassed, they were out-mechanical, they were out-strategizing their opponents. Game 1 was slow, Game 2 was dominant.
Yeah, 25 minutes they were in base. I mean, they just outmaneuvered them so many times and just caught them out of position. And you got to wonder, I mean, we were talking about picks and bans. We thought Orianna probably should have been let through and gone with the Nidalee and Maokai ban. Instead, they choose to let Nidalee through, got picked. They choose to let Maokai through in Game 1, got picked. Both times been against Kevin's Aatrox, so we just heard his dream is to get to that World Championships. And I personally would question whether Aatrox is the right pick for that.
It's not working. He's lost his lane twice. Lost to Maokai, lost to Nidalee. As you pointed out, Kerp, Ziggs didn't work so well. His Fizz was better, but not by a big margin. And it just feels like Millenium are not really firing on all cylinders, I think is the best way to describe it.
Any cylinders, honestly, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you know, the Alistair as well for J-Ree. It's just not having an impact. This is also one of the scenarios, Deficio said it quite rightly. In the meta at the moment, it's about those late game hyper carries. It really is Tristana Kog'Maw who's really at the top of the pile. And Creatine's pulled out Lucian and Corki. Now, I don't mind Corki. I think if you punish a mid-game power spike, you can do well with a Corki. His range, his poke, his mixed damage, it's very difficult to deal with. When you get ahead, you can win early. But you need to do all those things. And it kind of feels like sometimes you look at a patch and you sometimes misinterpret what is powerful and what can work. Maybe Millenium have done that. Maybe Millenium have come into this game with some assumptions, because again, they're playing 4.13 for the first time, really. Maybe they've just done the wrong homework for the series.
What I've noticed, certainly in the last game, was obviously Millenium were the ones that were going to try and be aggressive. They were trying to make the kills. We saw, of course, the Evelynn come around, Blue Pot trying to get in there, J-Ree getting in, Flash, Pulverize. But Enrated was there every time. Dark Binding after Dark Binding has worked so well for him. Maybe that's even something they need to look towards. J-Ree on Alistair. It is not working.
No, it really isn't. And we are seeing the same bans thus far. SK have banned all 3 of the same champions they have in the 2 previous games. Irelia, TF, and Zillion, and this is now a change for Millenium.
Yeah, they've let Maokai through and Nidalee through. So they've given Kevin the choice, and they're going to attempt to take the other one. I think he's actually going to go Maokai.
I wonder if this... Yeah, I think Maokai would be the preference. And I wonder if Millenium were hoping that it's going to be Nidalee and they could pick Maokai.
I think they're going to first pick Morgana again. And then they're just going to say, fine, we're going to see what you go with. And well, no, they're not. They don't want to risk Maokai going.
I actually like your idea, because the chances of locking in both Nidalee and Maokai are slim to none. But on the same token, if SK are adamant that in terms of the priority picks, this is the way to go, I would love to see this. It worked well in Challenger. Chachi did a great job with Swain. How practiced is Kevin with Swain, if he's going to lock it in?
No, changed it. Goes to the Kog'Maw Morgana, but it's a big change. It's the support change, and they've also stolen away SK's
duo lane.
Duo lane completely.
Yes, Morgana Kog'Maw has been running both of the previous games for SK, so Millenium have already leveled up their pick and ban phase. They've got a relevant AD carry. They've stolen away Enrater's Morgana, who was landing so many Dark Bindings, but like we said, it is late game ADCs. Tristana is the theoretical opposite number to Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and there's so many options available to it. Nami alongside Tristana, it is a strong, potent lane. If you get caught out, you could well be in trouble. So immediately, SK, they're like, fine, you're going to take away our first choice. We can switch straight to this, and it is a strong second choice.
Do you see how decisive SK are in the picks and bans? They took a little while for their Maokai, but in the previous games as well, SK have been very, very on point, and they've been very quick to react in what they wanted to lock in. And I think we're going to look at Emperor Palpatine once again.
This is top lane Cow this time around. Lee Sin also picked up by Cotnex, despite the changes. Of course, he will fall away on the late game. Doesn't have that attack speed nerf as heavy as he would do when he used to get on towards that AD carry instead. We'll see if it works out. We'll see whether they're going to get to that late game stage and whether Cotnex can really put pressure on it, because as so far hasn't had a great impact.
Agreed. His Jarvan was non-existent really. His Evelynn just got shut down by Enrated Morgana and Dark Bindings on so many occasions. So back to a comfort pick, back to something that he's played a boatload. This will be his 14th game in summer. He played 13 in the summer split. He's got 8 wins with that champion, so that's a pretty good win-loss ratio. But it's the top Cow that's going to be interesting to me. Where and how is Kevin going to play this? Because we've seen Trinity force into Static Shiv yesterday, and then we've seen a tank build later in the matchup. So what itemization route is Kevin going to take against this Maokai?
Well, of course, the Ziggs was picked in there. We saw Svensk going on. Kha'Zix already looks is locked in for the mid lane from Kerp. Is this what they needed? It's a shake-up for sure from Millenium, but is it something untested?
I like Lux in this matchup. I think the range advantage that you're going to have, the wave clear you're going to have against Ziggs, and also the ability to lock down both a Kha'Zix or a Maokai that dash into you with that light binding. I mean, it's going to root 2 people in place. It is very, very powerful. When you combine that with a Dark Binding, when you combine that with a Pulverize, there is a lot of hard CC that can come into play. But I do think it is very relevant for Kerp and Kevin to have a strong start to the game, because if they aren't able to get those bindings, get that CC, and keep Creatine alive with that Cogmore to kite and, you know, lay down the smackdown, I just think they're going to get trampled over. Lux, of course, her passive does more damage in 4.13. So small changes, small tweaks. She's more relevant in the late game because it now has an ability power ratio.
If she wants to risk walking up and landing that pop, that's for sure. It's a risky
Or if someone
try.
jumps on you, you can get the damage
But
down.
honestly, for Millenium, this is the time to take risks.
Yep.
This is where they have to try something. Who do you guys at home think has the edge heading into this game? Is it the final game? That's the question. Tweet out #SKWin or #MILWin to @LOL Esports and we'll check out your votes. Also, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to use the LCS big plays if you see something you think is outstanding. There's been a few so far. Yep. Great plays, especially from SK's side.
Mine's a slightly non-standard one. I really like the way SK peeled away from a bottom lane fight, dodging all the spells and ended up getting kills. I mean, it's just such great understanding of the situation.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3. Will it be the final one? Will it be a clean sweep for SK Gaming? Or will Millenium manage to strike back? They are 2-0 down. Rockan, of course, managed to put Super Hot Crew in a similar situation yesterday. Super Hot Crew did manage to drag that game back, but it was a long, hard-fought battle, which they ended up losing 3-1. Of course, they will be facing Fnatic. The winner of this will face Alliance, and it seems Millenium are on one of their famed invades.
They've got such a strong level 1. I mean, flash for flash on supports. That's a okay trade, and we'll see if any jungler can punish it. But with Dark Binding, with Light Binding, with Pulverize, the level 1 is definitely sitting in favor of Millenium. I want to go back to something that you said just at the end of Picks and Bans, was you're 2-0 down on a best of 5, and you know, why not pull out all the stops or you know, take a risk? I actually think Millenium took risks in game 1 and 2. Lucian was a risk, Corki was a risk, Alistar support was a risk both times. And it didn't work out for Millenium. So this time around, it's their third trick, third gambit, as it were. And we'll see if this one can actually work out in their favor.
Well, if you've not seen top lane Cow at all yesterday, if you weren't a keen-eyed viewer, we'll see if he goes the same route that we've seen so far, which is the Trinity Force into Static Shiv into possibly a Frozen Heart. Of course, that will be changing because he's up against a double AP comp in Freddy and Jez's on Maokai and Ziggs.
It's actually quite difficult to itemize because there is a fair amount of damage from obviously Ziggs and Maokai. Then you've got a lot of physical damage from both Kha'Zix and Candy Panda, especially if Svensk goes for that sort of early armor penetration build. But luckily, Kevin's got a press R to survive most things button, and we'll see how effectively he uses it. I actually likened the Trinity Force Static Shiv build and playstyle to a split push Shyvana playstyle, because you've got that trample passive on Alistar, which does give you a slightly more effective wave clear. It's not a massive amount of damage, but it will allow you to push a wave fairly quickly. And when you get those static shiv procs and the attack speed, etc., in conjunction with your pulverize, you can actually clear waves very, very quickly. So we'll see if Kevin does play that split push role and does play that route, because top lane cow is very exciting.
Interesting start between these two mid lanes. Jez has thrown out those bouncing bombs, and not a lot of them are connecting with Kerb so far, who's happily just to focus on the farm, sidestep those bombs. But again, as a Ziggs, very easy to farm out. Will just keep his CS very tight between them. See how that one progresses. Quick Candy Panda putting the explosive shot onto Creaton. Get that little burn dot ticking away on him. Creaton, of course, led in the last match in CS. Finally managed to get himself a little bit of an edge on it, but Candy Panda has been fantastic throughout. Incredible stats across these games. 10-1-7 in game 1, 7-2-9, I believe, in the last matchup as well. Explosive shot working well, wiping out the wave, keeping the pressure.
Oh, Bubble's not going to connect, and Rated might be in a little bit of trouble.
They're going to go for it. Connex comes around the side, lands the Sonic Wave, but then Rated, the heel comes down, jumps on him from Candy Panda, gets the slow on Connex. Nicely done. And SK are free.
So good attempt by Millenium. They get the flash, not the flash, rather the heal from Candy Panda. But a very, very smart rocket jump from Candy Panda, actually slowing Cotnex down, preventing him going further. I was going to say before the gank came in, if you actually looked at Candy Panda and Rated, they were poking Creatine and J-Re very effectively. In between Candy's CSing and Enrated's positioning, they were putting a lot of auto attacks and spell casts onto their opponents, which Creatine and J-Re had no response for. But the moment I wanted to say those words, you know, Dark Binding did connect, and obviously Cotnex came in for that gank. It's going to be a repeat gank.
Yeah, but no flash available this time. He managed to land the flash Sonic Wave. It's going to be a lot harder to land. He's backed off. He's going to go straight towards the white off the side there. J-Re, meanwhile, he is going to back off, and farm-wise still pretty even between the two. Look at that. Candy Panda just walks up, explosive shot straight to J-Re.
Yeah, but while farming, and Creatine, I just don't really think he's focusing on it. I don't really think he's putting a lot of attention into that. And you know, when you've struggled two games in a row, it does affect your psychological play. And we just need to see, every time we look at this, see how effectively Creatine is trading with his opposite number. Anyways, Cotnex is holding Creatine's hand. Dark Binding, can it connect? They're going in.
No flash, remember, for them this time around. He will try and get on towards Enrated. Have they got enough? They have! Cotnex finally gets himself first blood.
Punishing Enrated for that flash earlier on, where J-Re was able to throw the Dark Binding out. Kill secured there for Cotnex. The repeated ganks working in his favor. But it has cost Creatine some CS. He should make that up shortly, though, since Candy Panda's going to get away. Can Svenskeren steal a blue buff? This is the question. He's going in.
Hello, flash on towards him, pounce. And the unseen threat of a Kha'Zix catches on towards him. Candy Panda, oh, Dark Binding catches. Rocket jumps just at the right moment, though. Gets himself to safety.
Yeah, managed to queue up that rocket jump before the Dark Binding connected. So anyways, top lane's the lane we haven't looked at extensively. Kevin, with his sustain and his harassment, got a small CS lead, but it won't be much.
No, it's going to be a sustain versus a sustain, as Freddy will just clear out a bit of this wave. Well, it's a fairly passive lane, let's put it this way. I don't
It's going to be exhilarating.
Too much.
It's going to be both ultimates damage reduction, both knockbacks, and, you know, CC. I'm sure it'll be exhilarating. But Kevin, with a Sheen first item, does signal it's going to be that Trinity Force. So
yeah,
very, very hoping to see this Emperor Palpatine. And, you know, Kevin's got such a beef with Freddy because of how badly he's been beaten in those last two matches. You know, he really needs to get his horn stuck in and try to punish Freddy.
Any more?
I can, but I'm gonna save them a little bit. I'm gonna save them a little bit.
You've been working on these overnight, or what?
No. Just inspired by Joe casting the games yesterday. You know? Yeah, really got me excited.
Not at the moment. Freddy, ooh, look at that. Popped his ultimate. Was a little worried that Kevin was ready to go for it. Of course, Keltnex was waiting just off the side there. Jez is warding out. Get him some coverage in this mid lane. Continue to farm. All this while it's a good Dark Binding landing, but look at Kraton. You can see his health. He cannot get involved in that one. Has to back off. And this bottom lane pairing of J-Re and Kraton has been under pressure throughout this series.
Yeah, they've really been struggling. And of course, you know, they are against a very frustrating lane to deal with because there is sustain there on Nami. So, support versus support, but Enrated's got way more hit points, and Jerry's out of mana, actually. Ignite is available for Enrated. We'll see if he gets caught.
Oh, thought about going for it there. Managed to sidestep both the Dark Binding, flash out of the Light Bind, and he will get away. It is a good point to mention, of course, for Millenium. They have incredible crowd control. So, evolution of the Void Spikes once again for Svenskeren, as we saw in the previous matchup when he played them. This is a deep, deep move, though, for Svenskeren. Caught out. Head before Rise. Laser comes through! Is it going to be enough? Tries to tank it through! Unbelievable! And Cornex, he's taken down at the side there with Jesus.
Yeah, managing to survive. The summoner heal from Jesus actually kept Svenskeren alive in that situation. And just turning it around. Millenium thought they'd caught them out. And even though that final spark did connect, it just wasn't enough damage. If that isn't an LCS big play, I don't know what is.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. The combo almost worked out. Jez is going to get himself the blue buff, though. Got himself his first kill of the game as he moves towards the Athenes. Kerp doing exactly the same. So, Cotnex has already tried to create pressure. It worked for him in the bottom lane, but he's now 2 deaths down. And again, it is starting. The trickle has begun for SK.
We'll see how quickly they can turn the trickle into a pull. Light binding,
followed by
that is so frustrating to deal with. Now this is one of the powers of Millenium squad. You are going to have like multiple CCs that can all work very well together. Put Void Ooze and that Lucian Singularity down from Lux on the ground, slow people down and line them up for that massive chain of roots. But what needs to follow up after is you need to get Creatine hammering away on that target, or Kerp has to have enough ability power to blow them up. And if that doesn't happen, if they can't kill someone by the time that root runs out, that's all they really have. Then they're going to be reliant on Cottonex getting rid of the threats with his Dragon Rage, or obviously alternatively Kevin keeping them in place with that knockup. So we'll see if their primary initiation works out.
Shouldn't discount the damage that Kevin will have as that AD carry cow, effectively, melee champion that can get involved. They do put out a lot of damages. AD ratios can get incredible. If he gets a 24 static shiv in there, I think something like 300 plus AD, which is pretty high.
It is very scary, but he needs to get there first.
Yes.
Farming, still behind Freddy, despite having a slightly strong start. It was initially Kevin that was bullying around Freddy, but this time around not working out. And Cottonex playing with his life a little bit. Svenskeren, if he jumped on it, maybe would have had a lot of damage.
Rubber Ducky bouncing Kerp towards him, but instead he just turns it around, puts the light binding down, sidesteps, gets another basic attack with that passive down. Does not land the second skill shot. Svenskeren is waiting off at the side. Hasn't evolved his wings yet, so he can't pounce in quite as high as he'd like. Can't jump across that forested area just yet. Instead, he has to come around a traditional route, which doesn't look like it's going to work. But look at Jesus, look how much he's pressuring. Really trying to force this one. He wants to go back. Gonna buy up a second item. Probably going to be some boots, maybe. He's got the themes already completed. They will be the boots.
Yeah, the wave clear versus wave clear in that mid lane, and just the ridiculous range, is going to be very important when it comes to the siege and the counter siege. Now, SK, when they were dealing with the Ziggs in game 1, played very passive and very slow. And I think Lux will have similar levels of wave clear. But Creatine has slowly got some control back in this lane. He was being bullied very early on, but since having access to Living Artillery and having that Phage in his inventory, it does look like Creatine and Jerry are playing more aggressively. The last 2 or 3 times we've poked our eyes down at this lane, we've seen Candypan and Raiden on the retreat out of risk of getting caught out. Tower dive top, they're going on the cow.
It's a tricky tower dive, that's for sure. He's got a lot of reduction here. He's trying to do what he can to try and kite it round. Freddy switches the aggro to Svenskeren, and Kevin lives for now. They trade back in, jump back in towards it. Svenskeren gets it.
Very well played. Second time he goes for the flash execute on Kha'Zix. We'll talk about that lane in just a minute. Millenium, they're looking for Candypan.
Mega Inferno bump does not land on anyone. Jerry manages to land the proc on towards Enrated. Light Binding lands from long range there, and they do get the kill on the support. 1-for-1 trade. Top tower goes down. Still yet to get that dragon. Millenium, they have to win this trade, and they have to get the dragon down.
They've got to be so careful of the bouncing bombs from Jesus. He's running out of mana though, so time will be out. Fred is going to be teleporting, so this is going to turn into an engage. Candypan is still untouched as well. This is going to be a big one, D-Man.
It's a 5-on-3 though, that's for sure, so it's a big advantage, but it's SK that are forcing him away. Kevin goes in once again, pulverized on towards Freddy, passes him in there. Connex strikes, but he gets caught out. Kevin now in trouble. Jez is trying to land the shots on towards him. Candy Panda has to back off there as Millenium engage, but they do not get the dragon, so job done by SK.
End up trading kills in that scenario, but yes, as you rightly pointed out, SK were the ones that got the objective in the tower in the top lane after diving Kevin. They managed to force him away and they got themselves the kill. But because Jez's was so low on mana and he'd used his Mega Inferno Bomb on the initial Dragon engage, SK weren't able to do more. So Freddy teleports in just to give up his life while securing 1 kill in approach to Jez's. No more mana though. He's burned through his entire mana pool. It's going to be relatively useless for the next couple of moments, but it's not over. Dragon is still available. Cottonex is coming in at full life, and I think this is the smart call from SK to back away.
Yeah, they need to back off from that one. Kurt was low, but still had the laser, so he could have fired from range. Also, we saw the entire Millenium team moving back in towards that one. Kevin's gone back to the top. They're not done yet, SK. They still want to make sure this is secured. It's the bottom lane that they should be looking at. Kraton is going to back off, go towards that Trinity Force. Infinity Edge slowly being built out by Candy Panda. Meanwhile, Svenskeren, a bit of a regressive build this time around.
Yeah, he's got himself that Brutalizer once more. It is the Armor Pen Kha'Zix, which Diamond did in Super Week again. Yep. Svenskeren slightly deviated from the full damage route in Game 1, but we'll see what he decides this time. And Cottonex, obviously, Sidestone Lee Sin, going to be getting some wards down. He's been in the right place most of the time, and despite giving up a couple of kills, has felt more impactful, has felt like he's contributing to the team play. Millenium are only 1,500 gold down at about the 15-minute mark, which is one of the smallest disadvantages they've been in. And we'll see if they can even up that global gold. It is 1 tower, 1 dragon that can make it closer.
Well, they saw, of course, that Millenium had a number of people up towards the top there. SK quickly tried to move for this one. J-Ree, quick Black Shield stops that Aqua Prison landing. Dragon down to half hit points. They're going to have to back away from this one. Svenskeren has taken way too much damage to get involved.
For a laser, maybe?
Easily get picked off if one of the Dark or Light Bindings were to land. Instead, they both get sidestepped. But Millenium, they are doing a good job at staying at range and making maximum usage of their abilities to pipe them out. Svenskeren caught out. Is the laser not going to come through? Doesn't go for it. Doesn't pull the trigger.
No, he doesn't. Really want to focus on getting that blue buff. And if SK continue to extend this engage with no blue buff on Jez's and obviously blue on Lux, it's going to be a very big advantage to Millenium. This is turned into a 15-minute dragon dance. We usually see this around Baron, and neither team's willing to give up that objective, but neither team really has the tools to instantly win. You know, the moment Kevin wants to jump into a team fight, he's going to get rooted by Freddy or knocked away by Tristana. The moment Freddy wants to jump into a team fight, he's going to get kicked away by Cottonex or rooted by Kerp and J-Ree. So there's so many tools to deal with the limited initiation from either of these teams. That's why we're having these awkward extended standoffs.
J-Ree took a lot of damage there. Some good poke from SK, and they feel that may well be enough to go back in. They start the dragon off again. Millenium claps in. There's no movement from the bottom lane at the moment. Kraton's continue to farm, and this dragon, I think he's going to be secured this time around. SK will take it.
Yeah, very easy. Millenium too slow to react.
Oh!
The fight though.
Kraton there. Now is he going to get focused on? Can they try and get away from this one? Candy Panda moves in. Mega Inferno Bomb catches on towards Cottonex. He's taken very low, but will survive. Meanwhile, back above, you can see Kevin and Kurt moving in. They cannot land any of that crowd control though, and SK safely disengage.
Smarter positioning from SK and punishing Millenium for splitting up. Now Millenium, they can make a small turnaround. They've got minions moving up behind them, but Jez's should be in range to get some bouncing bombs down. We'll see how quickly or how long they commit to this tower push. But Millenium, they split up. They were in the middle lane, they were bottom lane, they wanted to farm, and SK rushed Dragon. I mean, it was a timing thing, and SK punished Millenium for being too far away and being too spread out.
Svenskeren comes around, he will see Kevin there. No, Trinity Force still completed, he fancies it, goes in for it. Can he try and draw something from this one? Kerp instead throws out the Light Binding and the Lucent Singularity, and will have to back away. Svenskeren got the ward.
Worth it, I think.
Absolutely.
But the main thing to notice is just how much damage FLICKR is putting down. Whenever you see Alistar, your brain tells you tanky, but he's only got a Phage and a Sheen, so he's nowhere near tanky yet. And I made that mistake as a spectator yesterday going, oh, Alistar's coming in, this is going to change. Why is he almost dead? Oh, there's no resistances or HP. So you have to remember that Kevin, while he doesn't have his ultimate up and running, he's not going to actually be a very, very big threat. He's got those boots of mobility, and we'll see if he can impact any of those side lanes.
So something
make things happen.
I want to point out here, actually, for Kerr, especially, because obviously Lux was a champion. We saw a lot of people running back in Season 3, and I distinctly remember Froggen talking about it. You know, the usage of the ultimate. His words were exactly, you need to use that ultimate the moment it's off cooldown every single time, non-stop, continue using it. Don't save it, which is what Kerr seemingly has been doing. Obviously we just saw him to use it to wipe that wave out, but you can see, he used it, went back to base, comes back, it's back up. It's such a short cooldown, you have to keep firing it, keep just trying to land those shots.
I agree with you, and to expand on the point, if he had maybe called to go for the laser for the Dragon Steel, you know, it was pretty clear Millenium didn't want to go for the engage. Go for the blind steal. I mean, these guys have all got that sixth sense and game sense, and they knew Dragon was going on. They were making moves towards the pit, but it didn't happen. So we'll see how Kerb continues to use it. He's got that second level now of that final spark, so even lower cooldown, higher damage. But Millenium, they've just slowly been ground out of the game once more. Lost a Dragon, lost a tower, being out-farmed in top, in jungle, in AD carry by a small margin. And it's just these small wins that is going in SK's favor.
One thing I always note with Candy Panda, and I love him for it because he's awesome, he hits the damn tower. Every time. He will walk up, get a couple of shots, and then back off. He is not afraid to put himself out there. Sometimes...
I'm so glad you say this.
Sometimes it puts him in a sticky situation, but he will always walk up, get a couple of auto attacks, and then back away. It's exactly what he needs to do.
Look at the damage.
Yeah, FLICKR got a lot of punishing damage. The Hex Trinket is now completed alongside that Brutalizer and the Elder Spirit. While this is all happening, of course, the top lane has been a bit of a problem. Kevin up against Freddy again is being forced back, out-farmed, and maybe outplayed.
And I want to reiterate, we talked about Kevin in the pregame. If Kevin is doing well and you know, is able to perform in his lane, he's the front line that Millenium needs when they go for all of these engages. A lot of it rests off Kevin having strong and steady and stable performances. He's lost both of his games on Aatrox. He's behind in his game on Alistar. And I think Millenium have either misread Maokai or just underestimated him.
Ooh, flash used there, Freddy dodging out. Almost caught by the light binding. Remember, lanes are still being held. Candy Panda going aggressive on Creaton. The wave comes out from Enrated. Candy Panda in trouble, locked down. Soul Shackles goes off, forces the flash from Enrated. Finally, Millenium get themselves a kill in the bottom lane.
Yeah, well played by Creaton and Jerry. Took a long time for them to really go nice and aggressive. Trinity Force Kog'Maw is going to do more damage than an Infinity Edge Tristana. Just the whole kit of Coggins, especially if you just park yourself down and load with Living Artillery. So grabs himself a kill, grabs a tower as well, and that's going to close that gold lead. You can't bark up that tree. Freddy grabs the golem. It's just, gonna have some fun with it.
So, top lane, Freddy is dominating still. Absolutely dominating Kevin. Yeah, I mean, he's, again, fallen behind in CS. Just unable to deal with the Maokai.
This game is going to be slightly drawn out if SK are to win it. And the reasoning, they want Freddy to become the unkillable, unchoppable tree. And they want Candy Panda to be relevant and have a power spike. I think the way SK played in game 1 was very telling. They wanted to hit their power spikes, they wanted to hit their itemization levels before they challenged. And then even when they were challenging, it was super risk averse. And it was very much about the safe plays. And it feels like that's what SK are doing again. You go back to all of those Dragon engages. SK danced around Dragon instead of committing. SK danced in and out before stealing it away by having better positioning.
Well, Trinity Force is finally being picked up by Kevin. But SK, they are moving into the jungle. Blue buff is a possibility. Of course, Dragon is alive. Jerry He's going to walk straight in. He's not going to be able to survive the burst power of Svenskeren and Candy Panda combined. That could well be the dragon for SK.
Yep. Going to at least be one of those very powerful CCs that's not available. Teleports both up for the top laners, but no movement from Millenium. They're going to be giving that one up. There's no vision in the pit for Millenium either. SK have got decent wards in the blue buff area. Actually, very good wards in Millennium's blue buff area. We'll see if they can find Curve. The satchel charge will slow him down.
Double.
Yeah, Bug's looking for him. We'll see if the Bug can splat Curve.
Mines are not going to land, but the bouncing bomb will. The wave comes through. It's Mega Inferno bomb lands. The wave lands. In goes Curve in trouble. And he will go down. Svenskeren gets on towards him. Leaps on towards Konix. Gets the reset kick used by Konix to force him away. We finally saw that laser coming out. That's the first time in around about 5 or 6 minutes since he last went back. He just keeps holding the trigger.
Yeah, I think Curve was actually turning the light on to go to in his death. Simply didn't matter. He got rammed down.
Dead, yeah.
Every single member of SK just chased him down. After punishing Millenium for being out of position, they grab a dragon.
Oh,
Creator's been jumped on.
He's caught out. Freddy's going to catch on. Twisted Advance. He will go deep, but he can tank out all that damage. Look at that. Candy Panda explosive shot just blows him away. Gets on towards it. Gets the double. Onto J-Re. Can he get the triple? May well fancy it. Flashes for it. Oh, Dark Binding caught out. Candy Panda, run away, man. He will go down. Outplayed by J-Re.
Yeah, you can't blame him for trying Dark Binding as he lands. Now they're going to go for the cow.
Kevin. He's caught out Light Binding. Laser Svenskeren. Just not enough damage coming out of Curve right now. And Svenskeren with the Hex Drinker just shields it off.
Manages to walk away from that one. SK Gaming punishing Millenium over and over for being out of position and just really poor pathing. That's very brave from Svenskeren. Still yet to back away. I guess he's far enough ahead. 115 CS to 61 on Cottonex. And just really great combination here from Millenium. Despite the fact that Creatin pulled Freddy under a tower, Freddy took next to no damage. And let's just see, how close is that? One more hit. Yeah, one more hit probably would have done it. We've seen the heal from Alistar. But knock up and Dark Binding, that's going to cost him his life. And you can't blame him for trying. Why not? It would have got another tower if that kill had secured.
I think dreams of triple kill, quadra kill, and potential pentakill in the quarterfinals for flashing through Candy Panda's mind. Why not, like you mentioned, go for it there? It seems to be working out well for him now. Static Shift is completed. You guys at home, well, that vote is swinging in SK's favor. 57% of you now getting behind them. And we've seen some big plays throughout this series as well. Millenium, are they going down to a clean sweep, a 3-0? Will they be facing Super Hot Crew in that 5th place playoff? Kevin, meanwhile, that ultimate is not being used. He's holding on to it, doesn't have it available yet. Can he get it live? No! And Rated caught out. Laser comes through, but he lives, and still, the power is not there for Millenium as they slowly get beaten out of their own jungle.
Somebody on Reddit needs to make a punchline to the following opening line. A insect, a tree walk into the top lane, and they order filet mignon Kevin. What's the punchline? Don't know.
I don't know.
But that was just an easy kill on Kevin. SK are romping across the map. There's nothing Millenium can do. And the moment somebody's alone, SK jump on them and kill them. Every single member of Millenium that's been alone for the last 5 minutes has died.
Yeah, SK get themselves a blue buff for Jesus. Oh, wait. Nope.
Oh, scumbag Sven.
Svenskeren managed to get, I don't think he planned it. He just kind of hit him. The red buff, I think, finished it off.
Big smiles on Jez's face, at least.
Yeah, it's like,
he's not too frustrated. I'm sure he'll get his own one soon enough.
It's a 6,000, already got his own one. It's a 6,000 gold differential. Nevertheless, Svenskeren catches just about everything thrown his way. Bottom turret now going down. Candy Panda continues to move in with the wave, and they're pinging it. SK are going to rotate around it. J-Re low on health. The siege continuing, and everything for SK is going their way. Look at Freddy waiting off the side. Kraton throwing out those saplings, getting the slows down on Millenium. They could push both towers at once.
I think they can. Candy Panda's been left unattested or uncontested for a while. And despite the long-range engages, oh, the satchel! I think that made the laser miss.
Yeah.
Anyways, Curve's been caught.
It caught out, interrupted it. Laser, while it looked like he went off, didn't quite. Kevin now caught out, leaps in there. Svenskeren catches on towards in the Aqua Prison. Enough, and he will get a kill and just leap creeps on out. There is the inner turret going down. They can keep pushing this one, ladies and gentlemen. There's only 3-man defense, and J-Ree's got no health. The bouncy bomb's going through. Inhibitor turret going down. It's another short game, surely, for SK Gaming as they continue to just charge through Millenium's base.
There is nothing Millenium can do. They were relying on their range. They were hoping that the Lux and the Morgana was going to be able to keep SK at arm's length and prevent them getting caught out. It simply isn't the case. That satchel went off just before that channel, that spell animation went down, and I think either cancelled it or made it miss, but regardless, it doesn't change a thing. Even if the damage had applied, Jez's was still next to full health, and SK just continued running across it.
Fantastic stuff from SK Gaming. Millenium started so close, started so well. It was a tight dragon fight for a good 15 minutes, but SK Gaming just, once they sniff the lead, they just absolutely make it count, and they are doing wonderful things right now. Millenium, they're going to have to hope for some form of miracle. They're trying to find it in catching out Candy Panda in the jungle. He's off the side there as 4 members of Millenium push through down the bottom lane. Kevin singled out on his own. He's in trouble. He's going to go down. No doubt about that one. Svenskeren gets the kill on this one. While Millenium, what are they doing? They're waiting. They're trying to catch out. It's N-rated. Simply catching on support. You still don't even have the damage to finish him off. Connex comes around. They threw everything at just simply getting a kill on N-rated. Now SK close the net on towards them. Kratos brought out. He's going to go down. J-Ree, the next focus, he will go down. It's a simple kill. Just a kill lane. I don't know what to call it. Simply SK just dominating Millenium. I don't even know what they were planning down the bottom there.
I agree, and I'm super happy that SK have proven me wrong. I was anticipating them to play safely and, you know, avoid those long-range skill shots, but because SK have been presented these opportunities of Millenium being out of position, they've not hesitated. SK have played aggressively, they've punished Millenium for being out of position, and they've continually just taken objective after objective. They've given up 1 tower this game, and the wave that Candy pushed a few minutes ago into this bottom inner turret will now be finished off, and it's just all about SK.
And you know, I recall the conversation I had, I think it was N-rated or Candy Band, I'm not sure which one it was, just a couple of weeks back, and I was saying, who do you want? Who do you want to face in the quarterfinals? And it's like, Millenium, we know exactly what we're up against. We know what they're going to try and do, and we know how to play against it. And honestly, they've come into this quarterfinals with an absolute perfect strategy and just dominated Millenium, who just have not turned up.
Yeah, I completely agree. SK have responded to Millenium's picks and bans, and it is a combination, right? Because I think Millenium may have had their theories, may have had their strategies and their plans coming into this. Red side in games 3, counter pick mid lane, but I don't think they've done it. You know, I don't think they actually executed the theory well at all. And in all 3 of the picks and ban phases, you can look at specific champions and go, why did you do that? What was the point of this? What were you hoping would happen? And then when you get in-game, they are also just mechanically not delivering to the standard we've come to expect. This is super weak Millenium, not the 10 weeks prior.
And this is super weak SK. Yep. Honestly, for me, you can look at every single lane. It's not just any particular lane. Freddy outplayed Kevin every single game. Svenskeren in the jungle has been brilliant. Called out once, but he made it count, quickly got straight back and got some kills. Jezz, honestly, has done a lot better than Kerp in the mid lane. Kerp has been a fairly non-factor in all 3 of these games. The fact that he's got a Meki Soul Stealer on looks right now screams desperation. Candy Panda has been magnificent. Simply, he's got, what, 20 plus kills already in just these 3 games. He's absolutely been dominant, and alongside him, N-rated has been brilliant, landing waves, landing dark bindings, landing everything that he needs to.
Yeah, SK have just completely stepped up their game, and with SK looking like they're going to close this one out 3-0, we very realistically could have a playoff bracket that looks like the spring split. I'll get to that thought in a second as Millenium, they're getting split off, but there's no Svenskeren.
Candy Panda's the focus target, but can they get him down? Everything thrown at him, the laser will finish the job. Now, can they make this something? Freddy's going to get tanked down, he will drop. Mega Inferno Bomb does a lot of damage coming out from Jezz. They may well turn this one around, everybody is still low. In goes Svenskeren, finally he joins the party, a little bit late to this one, who was not invited. Connex instead comes in. It's a 3-0 so far for Millenium. Can they make it count? They're going to have to push hard down the mid lane.
They need to make something special.
Oh, FLICKR leaps in, gets himself one, gets the reset, jumps out, flashes. He can still keep picking him off. He's going to kite them around here. Creaton knows, focused on N-rated. He gets caught out. It was a 4-for-1, but if they're going to go Baron, that is a big, big risk with FLICKR still alive.
I feel like even with a massive team fight like that, Millenium were able to punish Sven for being on the top lane of the map. It was a positional error. Kevin is teleported back in. Sven now 1v4. And I don't know if he can steal this. Regardless, this is a tad risky. If Cotnix or Kerp go low, there is reset potential here.
Not gonna risk
Nobody
it.
from SK is close enough. And okay, so Baron is big. The team fight itself was not necessarily the greatest of losses because SK still had a 10,000 gold lead. But getting Baron, having your teammates respawn, and having the buff available for the next fights, that's very important. All credit to Cotnix and J-Ree for catching Candy Panda and killing him. Because the moment he was removed from the fight, it became infinitely easier. Sven and Candy are your consistent damage over time, auto-attack spells, and then Jez is hopefully spamming from long range. But obviously there was no Sven that fight, so Millenium punish, and they win 5v4 convincingly, as well as getting Baron. Now they're back in it, but it is still a very, very, very big hill to climb.
We just saw Kevin and Creaton also taking the top turret down as well. So they've got themselves 2 turrets. And the Baron, can they do anything else with it? Or was it simply a fight of opportunity with everything working out? Candy Panda was singled out. And once those 2 carries kind of went down, it was Millenium that does prove they have a lot of power. Keep your eye on that Soul Stealer, by the way. I want to see how that one stacks out.
How many stacks did he end up?
5 on it currently, so it's almost making it pay. I think 6 is the margin when it starts to actually work in your favor. So, it's a big risk, and it may well work out for him. But at the moment, SK, they're just going to take the time, sit back. They're against the Baron up team right now, so it's not on them to do anything. It's down to Millenium to try and make use of this.
Yes, I agree. And for SK, now they might actually play more passively unless Millenium present solo targets. But for Millenium, with the Baron buff, they've bought themselves time. So the gold lead that SK had accrued will become less significant as the game extends for very obvious reasons. And in order for Millenium to claw this lead back, they want to make use of Baron to either scare SK away and get towers or dragons. Dragon's going to be up in 30 seconds. Millenium appear to be grouping for probably that very objective, but we'll see if they can make a play on the middle turret first. And the moment Millenium start clawing back that objective gold, now the burst damage from Kerp becomes scary. Now the dark binding from J-Ree is more threatening as well. But they've got no minions to work with, so can't go for the tower.
Well, that's the problem. They're pushing up against the Ziggs. He can wave clear, no problem. Candy Panda alongside him on Tristana, explosive shot. That wave will not last.
Sven Skeren with his Void Missile spikes, Void Missiles rather, got the Black Cleaver, got a Hex Drinker in there. I mean, he's also no slouch at clearing minion waves, and actually,
sneaky.
That's just going to sneak it. Millenium, I don't even know if they're aware that Dragon was up, because they made no move towards it, and they need to. They need to be making use of Baron. It's a deterrent for combat, and they haven't done that.
Well, every time they step forward, they get those Void Spikes in the side, slows them down, and they step away. This turret, simple outer turret, they can't get it down. Millenium trying anything, they're trying to land the picks. You can see the Sonic Waves are away going in, the Dark Bindings are going in, the Light Bindings are going in. They want to manage to land something on Jezis or Candy Panda, but they're playing clever, they're playing defensive.
So if Millenium keep it up, they do have minion waves in top and bottom pushing in their favor. But it feels like it's a little too little, a little too late, if I can be that harsh. Because those minion waves are going to take quite a while before they get to a tower. And the moment Millenium peel away from the mid lane, they've got to deal with a Mega Inferno Bomb for wave clear. So that instantly eliminates one threat. And they're not going to make it to the opposite side of the map, to the other minion wave. So it just feels a little half-hearted. Let's see what Jesus does. There you go. So, top wave completely destroyed, but Millenium, they're going to tank this without minions.
Oh, and rated, the laser was finally used from Kerp. Look at it, it's such a short cooldown. Make more use of that spell. They are not throwing it out half as much as I'd like to see. Instead, it's another chunk of wave clear. Jesus is back, and they can't push anything in. Freddy's happy to take the Dark Bindings. He can tank through that one. Every spell that gets used, he's going to regenerate a little bit more health.
And he's going to have the sustain from Enrated to help back him up. Baron buff has worn off, And Millenium
didn't even make a dent in the tower.
Able to stall. To be fair, they did get a few auto attacks, but no, I mean, they spent 2.5, 3 minutes literally watching SK wave there. That is exactly, and then when Jez's disappeared, they're like, okay, we'll sneak a few hits. Jez's will let us have these. And then they ran away. It is still a 11,000 gold lead. It is still a matter of Millenium having little tools to contain SK. And still, they made a lot of individual positioning mistakes, which is why Millenium is in this position. Kevin's gone the tanky route, so let's see if he can sustain or keep a team fight going long enough for Creatin's Cogmore to be relevant.
I don't think he had time to get the static shiv, honestly. I don't think he was able to do any of that split pushing that maybe he wanted to do, maybe originally planned to do for Saw maybe, but SK Gaming pushing on through the mid lane. Now it's their turn. They have that gold lead, they're well aware of it. It worked well for them in the past. Now they're, I think, maybe going to flex some of that muscle and prove why they managed to just charge through that mid lane and expose that inhibitor, who is Hound. Of course, now it has respawned. So Millenium are on defensive duties without a tower.
Yeah, the aggressive positioning from SK, knowing that Baron's down, is just such a confident tell that they're going to look to punish. And despite Freddy eating multiple Dark Bindings, no one else from SK has been caught. No one else has been punished. Let's see if Candy Panda going aggressive for the inhib can get him caught out, because it is something that does happen from time to time. And there's also the threat of a flash Soul Shackle engage. For Millenium, time is running out. They need to go in now if they want to try and make a fight happen.
Well, then inhibitor, I think they're accepting fate that will go down. Cotnex was trying to make a play. It's Svenskoni's caught out with the Sonic Wave, and I think he's going to follow that one. And Freddy runs defensive duties while the rest of his team rotates up, and that's going to be an inner turret because Millenium are too slow to react to this one. Candy Panda has a gigantic wave with him. And Millenium are, again, it's too late to this fight.
Yeah, Millenium too scared to engage the inhibitor, so they don't defend that. Then they're too slow to respond to the top lane minion wave, and SK get uncontested objectives. And it's just very smart play. I mean, I think SK is very well deserving of all of the accolades that they have in this series. It was a slow start in game one, and I was nervous, I'm not gonna lie. I was worried about the level from both teams because Millenium was struggling and SK appeared to be struggling. But they've definitely shaken off the rust in games 2 and 3 and come out swinging.
Well, Baron now up. SK in position and waiting for someone from Millenium to take a peek. Instead, Jesus is simply putting damage down from the side. Millenium looking to continue pushing. Are they going to go for the turret first? It's something they've been working
they
for.
They can get surrounded. Tidal Wave could cause trouble.
Freddy popped the ultimate. He wanted to go for that one, but it wasn't quite close enough. That twisted advance, of course, hasn't got the range he once had, which is why he wasn't able to get close. Had flash available if he really wanted to go for it. And this is exactly the same position we saw them in the last time. Millenium came out on top. Oh, Kerb caught out. The quick heal comes on towards him. Kevin now in trouble. How can he tank through all of the damage at the moment? He's going to come around the side. Creaton off the side, untouched so far. Jesus gets in. They're all close, lined up. The laser lands. Candy Panda has to rocket jump out of there. Kevin will finally go down, and Rated takes all the damage. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Both top laners picked off. Svenskeren looking to try and finish this one. Candy Panda flashes in 4 against 1 against 2. Svenskeren gets the reset. Candy Panda straight in there. He will. Goes in towards Garnex. Gets on towards him. He will go for the reset. Is it going to be enough? He's just going to voice back up the moment. It will finish him off. No! Gets away, but the base is exposed and SK can push it.
There are super minions pushing up the middle lane. Jez is going to look to interrupt Kerb. If he can kill Kerb, that is their wave clear. Mega Inferno Bomb's not available.
Base.
Look at the base. As long as Jez keeps Kerb away, there's nothing to clear the minions away. SK have done it.
It's over. SK Gaming, they're going to take this one 3-0. There's nothing that Millenium can do, and it's a fantastic performance. SK will go through and face Alliance in the semi-finals of the European Regional Championships. Can they make it to World Championships? They are one step closer, and that is a beautiful sight. Fantastic 3-0 for SK. Dominant performance here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Freddy's going to be so happy with that performance. He's leafing here today with a massive smile on his face, and he's firmly rooted himself in the top, a top team here in Europe. This is the second split in a row where the same 4 teams are in the top 4.
Yep. And, well, last time around, history proved the Rocket actually took down Alliance for that third spot. Can SK and Fnatic make it to the finals, just like they did in the spring?
I don't know, because game one is still, there's so many questions for me regarding SK in game one, and I think it was a safe play. I really think they were maybe anxious about the engage and they were worried about Ziggs. But if that is not the answer, it was very slow. And you contrast that to game two and game three, so decisive, so coordinating. Would Alliance make the same positional errors to allow SK to build that lead up? And I don't think they would.
And we talked about it yesterday with the challenger game, the Unicorns of Love versus Ninjas in Pyjamas. We said, is this simply ULL playing so well or NOP playing so bad? And you got to ask the same questions today. Have SK been that solid? It looked like they were, but Millenium, they really looked shaky.
They did. And I've got one more in me that I'm going to get out. I think Kevin's going to be in a very bad mood after that game. The Alistair didn't work out, and neither did his Aatrox. It's just a tough day at the office for Kevin and the rest of the team.
For everyone involved in Millenium, honestly. Kevin played outstanding, and maybe the pick strategy, did it work? You know, they let that first pick choice go through, and 3 out of 3 times, Freddy absolutely pulled out a beast. Maokai twice, and Nidalee in the top, first pick every time. Actually, Morgana was first pick last time in the second game too.
It was, and I also think if you step back and look at the 3 games, 2 of the games are not necessarily pick comps. Maybe, yes, you could argue Lux, Morgana, land bindings, you can pick them off, but it's not a Millenium style pick comp. Millenium style is a lot more aggressive, in-your-face aggro. Braum, Fizz, you know, Twisted Fate if it was available, those kinds of things to jump in. And Millenium may have been scrimming and practicing other compositions out of fear of being countered by their picks, but I think they may have thought about it, may have gone back to that game 3. Instead of running Lux and Alistair and Morgana, maybe gone for Aatrox, maybe gone for Fizz, gone for Braum, and tried to do something that they won so many games within the regular summer split.
And on to SK Gaming, of course. They're going to be facing Alliance now. Lost to them 3-1 overall over the split. Can they turn it around? Can they manage to take down Alliance, who honestly have been a juggernaut this season?
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think I'm going to use an analogy that we said yesterday. SK have probably got a very similar skill ceiling to Alliance, but they have demonstrated that their skill floor is lower or less consistent. You know, Alliance have been at a much higher basic level. Even an Alliance average game has not been particularly worrying, whereas some of SK's games you've looked at and you've gone, ooh, I'm not really sure what they were thinking or what they were doing there. So if they can adjust and deliver at a higher level, we're going to have one hell of a series at Gamescom.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic semi-finals, of course. That's coming up next Friday. For now, though, we're going to speak to the winners. Shox is standing by with 2 players.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm here with SK's bottom lane, Candy Panda and Rated. First off, congratulations, guys. A clean 3-0 sweep here. And Rated, let me ask you to begin with, is this 3-0 sweep, is that a relief, or is that a confirmation of what you already knew, or is it a combination?
I think it's a combination. Every one of us feels relieved because there was so much pressure on our shoulders for the last weeks. We've constantly tried to improve and did everything we could towards that. We had a lot of training, a lot of preparation going into this match, and we had the right mindset, and we came in here to win. So a 3-0 wasn't unexpected, but we wouldn't say that it was easy to win those matches at all, because being on such a big stage, playing a best of 5 means everything is on the line, and we just made the better play, and that made us win in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Candy Panda, talk me through maybe first the first 2 games where it seemed like you guys had the upper hand in picks and bans already, and your preparation was already showing off.
Yeah, so we focused a lot on comfort picks for us, and we knew that we would be blue side a lot, since we had the better seed. So we were 3 games blue side at least, and then they choose the blue side. So we knew we had to blind pick mid, and we prepared like some champions, which we can just blind pick. And I think also the bottom lane wasn't aware of that they can't really play Alistair against Morgana, because it really screwed them over. 2 games, they got just outpicked in the bottom lane, and yeah, they just picked a bit weaker champions than we did, I think.
Yeah, well, talk me then through the 3rd game, because then finally they came out with the Kog'Maw-Morgana combo themselves, and you guys went then for Nami Tristana. Then talk me through that. Was that an adjustment in mindset, or did you know, well, just give us any lane, we can probably do it?
No, we knew they would probably either ban Kog'Maw or Morgana, or even both, or they would chicken pick it right away. And I said like to Enraid that we can just play Tristana and Nami and it will be fine, and it was fine.
And Radiant, then talk me through the third game, because it was actually the only game maybe that you guys had some resistance from Millenium. Then they got the Baron and the Lux coming in there. What was the tricky thing about that game 3?
The matchup overall was really good for us on bot lane. Like Tristana Nami is supposed to beat Kog'Maw and Morgana. The problem was that they drew my flash early because of so much Lee presence. So the lane was kind of even though it should be in our favor. But we didn't get that much help. So in the end, we could get advantage all around the map just because of that. And that paid out for us.
Yeah, well, it paid off. 3-0, clean sweep. You're on to the semifinals, and you were mentioning actually beforehand to me as well, this is such a totally different feeling. Everything is on the line. You mentioned here again. Next week, you're in Gamescom in front of thousands of people. Talk me through how you will prepare for that and maybe keep the nerves in check.
We have practiced a lot for this week, like as much as we possibly could. So we will keep up the practice and specialize our preparation towards Alliance and give our best shot at going to Worlds.
Yeah, is there anything you guys want to say to the fans out there? Maybe Candy Panda supporting you guys still?
Oh yeah, I would like to say thanks to the fans that like keep sticking us out, even though in like week 6 to 9 we went really bad because we didn't play. But like we knew we could come back, and I hope our fans knew it as well. So it's great if they still support us.
Well, you guys are back. You guys are absolutely on fire. Congratulations, and see you guys in the semifinal.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, now let's head back over to Demon and Quickshot once again for an update on the playoffs.
Thank you, Shox. And after dropping that series today, Millenium will now face Super Hot Crew in the 5th place match. That will be happening next Thursday at Gamescom, of course, where the losing team will head to the Spring Promotion Tournament and face the challenger squad of their choosing.
Yeah, of course, by winning the series, SK Gaming will take on Alliance in the semi-finals next Friday, right after Roccat goes up against Fnatic. And 3 of those 4 teams will be heading to the 2014 Worlds. We'll know who that is after that 3rd place match next Saturday, followed by the finals on Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely awesome there, ladies and gentlemen. Do not miss it. Of course, those matches are all happening at Gamescom next week. I don't know where my voice went there. Right after the International Wildcard Tournament, that's going to be beginning on Wednesday, August the 13th at 11 a.m. Central European Summertime. It's early. That's 2 a.m. Pacific. So good luck watching that if you're in America. And a round robin between Oceania's Legacy Esports, the Commonwealth Independent States Russian Force, and Turkey's Dark Passage. Hell of a lot of matches right there in the schedule.
It will be. Hoping for tiebreakers, of course. The top 2 teams from that round robin will play in a best of 5 on Thursday, and the winning team will head to Worlds to represent their respective region.
Yeah, of course, over in North America, they got the South American teams. It is going to be fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. That wraps up the quarterfinal series, but when we return in a moment, the European Challenger Summer Finals will be kicking off as H2 Gaming will take on SK Gaming Prime. We'll be back in just a moment. Freddy's going to catch on, Twister advancing, will go deep, but he can tank out all that damage. Look at that, Candy Panda, explosive shot just blows him away. Gets on towards it, gets the double. Now SK close the net on towards him. Kratos poured out, he's going to go down. JB, the next focus, he will go down. Kevin will finally go down, and Rayton takes all the damage. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far, both top laners picked off. So let's go and looking to try and finish this one. Candy Panda flashes in, 1 gets 1, gets 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, live from the LCS studio in Cologne for the Summer Challenger Playoff Finals, brought to you thanks in part by our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm Joe Miller. I'm joined by Martin Deficio Lunga for this best-of-5 series between H2K Gaming and SK Gaming Prime.
And this is the battle for the top spot in the Summer Challenger Series. H2K Gaming, they won the finals in Summer 1, then SK Gaming Prime won all in Summer 2, and today they meet once more to determine which team is the best in the Challenger Series this summer.
So before we get the action started, let's take a quick look at the Challenger Playoff bracket to see how these teams actually made it here to today's final. H2K Gaming skipped the first round as the number 2 seed, then defeated the Unicorns of Love 2-1 in the semi-finals.
Meanwhile, SK Gaming Prime entered the playoffs as the 4th seed and easily defeated Recent Gaming in a 2-game sweep. Then they played a rematch of the Summer 2 finals with the same result, defeating NIP 2-1.
And that brings us to today's match, the Challenger Series Summer Championship, as H2K Gaming take on SK Gaming Prime. On the blue side, H2K had a very hard fight Wednesday as they took down the Unicorns of Love in 3 games. The first game seemed to be fairly easily for the Unicorns of Love, but H2K rallied and managed to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah, and FLICKR, he was just a huge force in those games. His Orianna in Game 2 was fantastic, and he ended 7-0 and 11. And it didn't slow down for Game 3, where his Ahri was the big playmaker, and he just set up picks left and right. It's safe to say we have another great talent in the mid lane here in Europe at the moment. I want to talk a little bit about Trashy, the jungler from H2K. He had a bit of a slow start in the semifinals, but he's normally a very, very good jungler. He's known for his Jarvan and very gank-heavy playstyle, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him and FLICKR together try and shut down What the Fox early.
And on the other side, SK Gaming Prime also took 3 games to reach today's finals after they beat the big favourites Ninjas in Pyjamas, proving once again that they're one of the hottest talents on the challenger scene right now.
Yeah, and while H2K has FLICKR in the mid lane, SK Prime has What the Fox, who is so good. In this Challenger Series, he's been absolutely fantastic. He played Ahri, Twisted Fate, Xerath, and Syndra twice, and he performed on every single champion. He didn't die in Ahri, he picked up a 19 KDA as well, and he can just carry so many games for the team. And the team, they back him up. They talk about how good he is after every single game. The bottom lane is also pretty good, but didn't look very strong against NIP in the semifinals. They were actually bullied by Freeze and Voidal, so they have to step it up here against H2K. Otherwise, there's going to be way too much pressure on What the Fox to perform in the mid lane. Kick is, of course, the jungler. We always talk a lot about him. He's there to help What the Fox carry the games as well, and he is a very good jungler. And we often see him just pick one lane and focus every single gank on it in the early game and get whatever laner is in it ahead.
So let's have a look then at the teams. On the blue side today, we have, or at least for this first game, it's best of 5, of course, we have H2K. Starting off in the top lane with Odo Amne.
Yeah, Odo Amne in the top lane. He's gone back to Mundo. He played it every single game versus Unicorns of Love. And he seems to favor the tanky top laners, unless he can get his hands on Nidalee, of course. We didn't see much from him in the semifinals, but he did his job as this big frontline tank.
And in the jungle, of course, is Trashy. You mentioned him already, but he has really constantly proved that he's one of the best junglers in the challenger scene. Rengar was his most successful pick in the series again on Wednesday against Unicorns of Love. Question is, will he get it again today?
Good question. There's still a lot of bans you have to consider against H2K here. Let's move on to FLICKR, the mid laner, the real backbone for H2K. He came up huge in the semifinals versus Unicorns of Love, and will have to perform today versus What the Fox. FLICKR, he just keeps showing that he can carry games for H2K, but we have seen him in the past drop the ball and be pretty inconsistent, to be honest, so he needs to make sure he can perform today.
And the AD carry, of course, is Hyanan, the brain of H2K. Had a powerful game as Kog'Maw, but was not as much of an impact as previous Challenger Series games. Hyanan will be one of the key factors for H2K if they're to win today's game.
Yeah, and then we have his support, AOD, the Angel of Death. He kept his own death count low while landing some amazing bubbles to turn fights in H2K's favor in the semifinals. And I'm a big fan of his Nami play. And if him and Hyanan can win the dual lane matchup versus SK Prime, then honestly, H2K should be able to take the series.
So let's have a look at their opponents here. On the red side for Game 1 is SK Gaming Prime, starting off in the top lane with Smitty J. He's played a lot of Riven, Mundo, and Maokai. Those are his main picks here. We'll see what he gets today. And he's also the top laner with the most kills in the Challenger Series.
A very aggressive player, to be honest. In the jungle, another aggressive player, we have Kikis. Also, we should say a huge playmaker for SK Prime, and he's been involved in 64 of his team's 100 kills during the playoffs here. And Kikis, he just keeps impressing me and seems to always find a way to pull off a gank or counter jungle.
And in the mid lane again, it's WhatTheFox with only 7 deaths in 5 games so far. He's definitely a force to be reckoned with in that mid lane. He's constantly drawn bans, and to be honest, will probably continue to do so today. If you can shut him down though, SK Gaming are going to have troubles.
I agree 100%. And it's going to be about Zeez to carry, the AD carry for SK Prime here. He's the man with the most Lucian picks in the bottom lane and one of the few AD carries who still prefers to play him. And Zeez didn't have the best semi-final where he often fell behind the lane, but we have seen him carry games in the past. He just needs to step it up now, perform once again, and apply some pressure, so it's not all about WhatTheFox in the mid lane.
And then in the support role, we have Zayton. He's got the title of the most assists this Challenger playoff under his belt. He brings a mean Brown and Thresh into that bottom lane. We'll see if any bans even get targeted his way, or how they planning to keep Zayton out to win that bottom lane. But before we load into Champion Select, here's how the players think they match up in this battle for first place.
I think they're really good. They put up a really good fight against an IP and they managed to take it home. We just have to have our controlled aggression, not get behind in the early levels, and have Trashy make all the decisions and get us going.
Last time I met Trashy, we won 2-1 versus H2K Gaming. He's a really good player and he puts out of pressure, but I think I can take him out.
He is good, but he has to shut down pretty much every lane, because I think we outclass SKP on every lane. He has a lot to do if he want to make his team successful.
I think ADOD is not like the player to look out for. He can make a lot of plays from support role. He will definitely be the one who can make the upset in this game.
WhatTheFox has been playing really good recently, and I want to show that I can destroy him.
Interesting to hear there from Trashy that Kikis is a good jungler, but he's got to shut down every single lane because he thinks that H2K outclassed them across the board.
But then we heard FLICKR saying, oh, WhatTheFox is a great mid laner. I'm now going to prove I'm better than him. While WhatTheFox doesn't even care about FLICKR. He talks about AOD, the support. It's like, oh, he's the playmaker. So let's see how it goes in the mid lane matchup and also between the junglers. We could see a lot of action early.
Well, picks and bans are just around the corner, so let's check in and see how you guys predicted this series to go. According to the votes on LOLesports.com, you believe SK Gaming Prime will win this best of 5 with 65% of the vote.
Okay, so SK Prime, they won Summer 2 against NIP 2-1, where they actually beat H2K in the tournament. So lately, they've been looking very strong. Then again, if you look back to the game yesterday where Unicorns of Love destroyed Ninjas in Pajamas, they were beaten 2-1 by H2K. So all of a sudden, H2K looked better. They changed support again. They had We Will Failure. AOD came back in. He's one of the big playmakers. We heard WhatTheFox just talk about it. So I honestly think it's 50-50.
50-50, and it's hard to argue with that as well. Summer and Spring champions going head-to-head, both of them managing to beat NIP at the same time. So you know, there's kind of a lot of different stories in this one. But while we're on the topics of picks and bans, let's go a little bit deeper on that one. We're talking earlier about the top lane for H2K and the fact that against UOL, Unicorns of Love, Nidalee was banned out all 3 games against him.
Yeah, been one of the big picks here for Oduamne, and if he doesn't get Nidalee, he normally falls back on the more tanky top laners. We don't really have to say, but Maokai is of course going to be a big deal for both top laners here. Should be a ban from SK Prime in this game, as they are not on red side, unless they want to get 2 very strong picks themselves and just trade it for the Maokai.
Well, let's see. So far, as we kind of expected, I think, coming into this game, 3 bans down, 4 bans down, and all of them aimed at the mid laners. Syndra, Xerath taken away against WhatTheFox. Kassadin, Orianna taken away from Febiven. There is finally something a little bit different, though, as Lucian is banned out. You talked already about the fact that Zeez is one of the few AD carries that's still really relying on Lucian.
He loves to play it, and it seems like he prefers to play these mid-game AD carries like Corki and Ezreal and then Lucian. Now it's banned away, might fall back on his Ezreal, we've seen it before. Otherwise, if he wants to go for a late game carry, I would expect it to be Tristana as the one he would pick up, but let's see. Maokai is open. Should be H2K's first pickup here.
Reingart was the final ban. Already said the fact that Trashy actually played that throughout their games in the semi-finals as well, so we'll see how that actually works out for them. So taking the time here to lock in that first champion, I highly doubt that it'll be a first pick Akali.
I just want to look very quickly on SK Prime's bans again. The fact they banned Orianna in every single game they've played here in the playoffs, except for one where NRP banned it. So clearly, What the Fox does not want to play against Orianna because she's a bit of a lane bully, and that he wants to be able to control the lane here, but wow, no Maokai.
No Maokai, at least for now. Jarvan has been a big pick, actually, for Kikis throughout of this. And that Kikis, the Kikis What the Fox combo of Orianna Jarvan that we saw actually in that final earlier on against the Ninjas in Pajamas was pretty scary stuff. In the end, though, we do see Jarvan will be chosen here for Kikis, and they also take Zaitan Thresh.
But we really see how important the Nidalee pick is for H2K, seeing as they take it instead of their Maokai. So full focus on split push from Oduamne here from the start. We'll leave the Maokai open for SK Prime, but that's going to be more of a teamfight focus. He won't be able to deal with Nidalee in this one-on-one split push here. But there, Thresh being locked in for Zaitan. Been a big pick for him. Him and Z's like to play aggressive in the lane, and often people say SK Prime has to win the bottom lane to actually win the games. Therefore, Thresh comes in as a all-around this great support.
So, what are they going to be going on to here? With the fact that they've got the choice now to maybe lock in that bottom lane. We'll take a very strong lane here as well if they do lock in the Kog'Maw and Morgana, which they do.
Yeah, one of the strongest lanes at the moment, just if you look at the entire game, because it becomes so hard to kill the AD carry in the late game teamfights when there's a Morgana with the Black Shield. And also, Morgana works so well together with chain CC. So if there comes in like an Elise jungle or pick a mid laner with some CC, they can combine it with the binding, with the stun from Morgana and whatever CC they bring. Otherwise, to just lock down a target, and then I get all the single target damage now from both Oduamne and Yanin, and therefore H2K already setting up here for both some split push, but also the fact you can now keep possibly 4 members in the mid lane to siege down towers, disengage, or land a binding, and then go for a kill.
So let's have a look then at the top lane here. We're seeing Aurelia picked in. Again, a champion which we've seen Smitty J already choose in the past. Actually played against NIP if memory serves me correctly there. And also taking Corki. So Z's with that Lucian banned against him. We expected him to fall back to the Ezreal, to the Corki, those mid-game power spiking champions. He's going to do that here today as well.
It worked really well against NIP because they kept forcing teamfights in the mid-game, and NIP kept, for some reason, joining the fights. So SK Prime would just win them, take control of the game, and snowball it. They're looking to do the same. Irelia and Corki is all about hitting the Trinity Force as early as possible and get your mid-game power spike and just look for fights.
So Ahri then will be locked in here for H2K. Saw it, of course, in the mid lane with Febiven in that match against the UOL. Actually in the final game of that best of 3. Also picking up Lee Sin for the jungle here for Trashy.
So a little bit surprised about the Lee Sin. But that's because normally when I see Trashy, it's Jarvan, it's Rengar, both been picked away or banned away from him, so has to fall back on Lee Sin. A lot of early game pressure still. Slightly weaker team fight than before here in this patch because he no longer has the reduced attack speed on his E, which was at least one thing he could use against the enemy AD carry. Wouldn't have mattered too much against a Corki, however. And okay.
Well, I said when they were hovering over it, it's not going to be a first pick Akali. It will actually be a last pick Akali for us here. And it's going to be What the Fox playing again, and definitely a champion that he can carry on. If you get going with this Akali, so ridiculously strong.
Very true. However, Lee Sin has always been a great jungler against Akali because you have stealth detection. You can use it once What the Fox jumps into your team, you make sure you get vision of him, and then you can actually just burst him down unless he gets an hourglass. Should be a pretty good pick against Ahri here because you can follow her when she jumps around. You have a lot of burst. Not too sure about the matchup itself. We have to see how it works. But What the Fox is definitely not as afraid of pulling out something new.
Well, it kind of had to as well. If he went down the bans there, Syndra, Xerath, Kassadin, Orianna, all banned out against the mid lane. Not leaving all that much left over for them. Akali here for What the Fox is going to be brilliant. And guys, now that the champions have been picked, who do you guys think will take this match? Send a tweet to @LOL Esports with hashtag H2KWin or hashtag SKPWin, and we'll check out the results shortly. The vote from LOL Esports, don't forget, 65% in favor of SK Gaming Prime. They may just have won a few votes just for that Akali pick.
I mean, it's always fun when we see new picks. With Swain yesterday, I was crazy because he's one of my favorite champions, and we don't often see him. Same for Akali. Voyboy played him. I remember
Overpowered
played him once against the Nidalee and destroyed the Nidalee. So a bit of a pocket pick here. Must be a counter from What the Fox against Ari. So we have to see what he can do in the lane. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Trashy put a lot of focus on trying to shut down Akali early.
Going to be an interesting one, and we heard from Trashy himself saying that Kikis has to be literally everywhere across the map because he believes that H2K are just across the board stronger than SK Gaming Prime. We're going to find out here as we go into game number 1 of this best of 5 series. H2K on the blue side for the first match. We'll see how big carry Febiven is going to go up against his opposite number and kind of jostling for the spotlight, I think, here. In fact, the funny thing is, if you look at the challenger scene, the mid laners are so good and have proved to be over this week.
It's always been the story here in Europe. We had great mid laners, and we just see it once again. Power of Evil yesterday was fantastic from Unicorns of Love. We have seen Febiven and What the Fox carry games. The teams always talk about how good the mid laners are. And we often see them on these assassin types where they can snowball and take control of the entire game. So really looking forward to see what's going to happen here with their Akali pick.
So in terms of lanes, at least for now, is AOD going to land the first binding of the match there onto Zaitan.
2 gold.
Inside, 2 gold. Inside of the Death Brush. So nice little start for him. Just practicing those skill shots. We'll see how that one all works out. In the mid lane though, this Ari versus Akali matchup. Going to be so interesting to watch.
And again, SK Prime, they love to play for the mid game. Same deal, we talked about how Irelia and Corgi gets the Trinity Force and then you look for fights here. Otherwise, H2K in the late game, the Nidalee will be able to one-on-one on Irelia and just split push all day long. And Yanin as well would just scale to become the monster we know in the late game. So H2K might not look to be too aggressive in the early game other than around the mid lane to shut down What the Fox.
Oh.
We have to see.
See how much early aggression they're going to put in here. Hyana and AOD waiting inside of the brush. There's a second binding coming out and will land as well onto Zaitan. So AOD getting the mind games warmed up for this bottom lane matchup. Kog'Maw, Morgana versus Corki and Thresh. Be interesting. We picked out earlier on that bottom lane for both of these teams could be really important with the fact that Ziz has struggled a little bit in previous games.
Yeah, not been the best showing here in the playoffs, but he used to be, or he's normally a very consistent AD carry, but he also, again, he picks for the lane. When Lucian was very strong in the lane, he would pick it pretty much every single game, otherwise he would fall back on Corgi, which also is a very strong laner. So he's all about his early mid-game. It's where he wants to shine. He needs to win the laning phase and do well in the first few team fights. Otherwise, again, he won't be able to have the same impact in the late game as we see from other AD carries. And we just have Millenium played, and they had Lucian and Corgi in the first 2 games, and simply got outscaled. Often we hear now the hyper carries, the late game hyper carries, is the best thing to play. So not the style from Z's, we have to see what he can do.
This man as well, going to be all important. In fact, both of them as well, very talented junglers are Trashy and Kikis. Saw Kikis in that game against NIP. The way that he worked with What the Fox was particularly impressive. Trashy not without it, and I have to comment on AOD once again. We've seen, I think, 5 bindings now come out of him. All of them have actually landed. Let's see if Smitty J will survive this one. Lee Sin coming in, already under the tower. Not sure if they're going to want to dive that one. Bit dangerous against Irelia.
Yeah, especially so early on. You don't really have the HP to dive here, but oh, Trashy might find Kikis.
Q gonna land into that one. We actually have them even coming up as well, and Kikis having to slide his way out of that one, getting dangerously low. There was no cover back around from What the Fox. He was just having some free time to farm up in that lane once Febiven left it.
Look up here in the top lane. Big lead for Nidalee early. Already pushed it in. Smitty has to now farm on the tower and just pick up as much as possible. And he's taking a lot of damage. Now they can actually dive him.
Are they gonna go for it? Smitty's actually got no mana left there. Oh no, I think just going in. And there is a flash. Trashy will pick up the kill and first blood for H2K. So much damage out of Odoamne there early on.
First pick Nidalee. It was spanned in every single game in the semifinal against H2K. And we just see here why it was banned and why they didn't take Maokai for Odoamne up in his top lane. Nidalee is the pick. Smitty, big trouble early on. Irelia cannot fall behind. She needs to hit an early Trinity Force and then get some tank items. Otherwise, she will be useless in team fights.
Nice little charm there from Febiven onto What the Fox. Lost about half of his health as well. Those charms going to be a constant pressure for him. What the Fox doing a good job here, though, of keeping up on farm. In fact, has a 5 CS lead after Febiven did wander up there as he tried to take down Kikis just a little bit before. And speaking of that top lane where Odoamne got the first blood, now has a longsword and a second Doran's blade as well. That's bad news for Smitty.
Yeah, and he also used teleport back to the lane because we do have standard lane, so you don't really have to worry about the dragon at this point. So just instant return to the lane, back to pushing it into the tower once again. Not even gonna be surprised if Trashy moves up to this top lane, because Smitty's down to 50%, they can dive him again. Didn't use the flash last time. Still, I mean, it's pretty unfair at the moment. He's just standing at the tower, and yet Odoamne keeps hitting him.
And that's the problem that you're gonna have. We're against that range of Nidalee, able to heal himself up, and we've seen already, if you try and challenge him, if you try and trade off, he'll just go straight into Cougar form and burst you down. Kikis, though, is coming towards his top lane. Well, there's your other strength of the Nidalee. With the pounce away, it makes you very hard to lock down.
Especially for Jarvan, because you want to... Normally on Jarvan, oh, he's actually going for it, but normally on Jarvan here, you want to dash in and hope they flash, and then you jump with your ult after level 6, and they're kind of stuck. Nidalee doesn't really have the issue, can always jump out. And Odoamne, even though he doesn't have a flash at the moment, not really scared. He's even looking to poke Kikis a little bit.
What the fuck? Yeah, keeping up on that farm. Actually, a lot of damage being exchanged here. There is Ignite now. What the Fox is dead. Feb even getting the better of him there. And a 1 versus 1 as soon as level 6 was hit.
So Trashy talked about how H2K have better laners and Kikis needs to be in every single lane and try and snowball every single lane, otherwise H2K will win the game. Both solo laners just got 2 early kills. Oh well, 1 early kill, and then Trashy got the kill up in the top lane, but still, the solo laners from H2K really doing a good job here early on. And What the Fox just caught by surprise, to be honest.
It's really actually coming out here, trying to do some damage there onto Odoamne, stop him getting bullied in this lane. That 10 CS lead for Odoamne after the kill that they got earlier onto Smitty continues to cause Smitty a few little problems. 46 to 40 CS now, so considering he's been on his turret for this pretty much entire time, not doing all that bad, to be honest.
No, and kind of kept the CS the same the last few minutes. Let's see, oh, Z's taking a lot of damage down his bottom lane.
Yeah, good trade back though. Hyonan actually going pretty low. There's the hook, they're going to catch Hyonan. Can they finish him off? Z's is actually pretty low himself. Summon a heal and flash user. Zaitan is going to tank up a hit from the tower. They force Hyonan away, and I think he's just going to recall straight out of lane. And now Trashy's coming in, but nothing really there for the taking.
No, we had a ward, it just disappeared as he moved in, so he managed to spot him and ping him out and go back to base here. Nice little trade in the mid lane. What the Fox just hit level 7 as well. Constantly looking to trade with Febiven here. Didn't see much help from Kikis though in any lane. He was up in the top lane once, that's been about it.
Yeah, been farming here, trying to get himself up. 35 CS currently. If we look at that top lane once again, we see makings of the Phage for Smitty J, and the Phage already picked up for Odoamne, so could be more of a tough time for Smitty coming in. We see if you look at the teleport cooldowns that they'll both be back and available here pretty shortly as the mid lane is going to start to move away and get themselves the first blue buffs of the game.
And we do see SK Prime's bottom lane with a small lead and almost picked up a kill for Hyonan here before, so they are at least putting some pressure with the Corki, as they have to do in this laning phase. But I want to see them set up a Lantern gank now together with Kikis, because there's no flash on Hyonan, so if he actually pushes out the wave, it's going to be easy to set up with Jarvan jumping in, ulti onto him, and he won't be able to escape. But now he's still farming. He is ahead compared to Trashy. Not been active at all.
See the ward over the top of the wall there from AOD. They've got nothing in the tri-bush, so wanted to make sure that they at least have vision in case Kikis was about to dive over the top of the wall onto them. As you mentioned, Kikis been pretty quiet up until now. After Trashy made that bold statement saying that H2K are stronger in the lanes, you can expect maybe a bit more. There's a 50-50 vote. just as we were maybe thinking it was going to be, as Trashy again coming towards that top side. There's a flash into the kick. Smitty in a lot of trouble. Jarvan coming across though, and now they're going to lock up Trashy. Can they actually finish off Smitty? Trashy goes low. Will Safeguard away, but Cataclysm comes down. Kikis gets himself the kill. Not going to follow on to Odam there though. Nice comeback, gang.
And the Q from Trashy here, it actually hit a minion, so he wasn't able to get it on Smitty and finish him here in the very, very end. Therefore, very nice counter gang from Kikis with the Jarvan, and now down this bottom lane. Hook misses, and Save goes for binding. So just pushing it in, trying to deny some farm. This top lane tower is going to take a lot of damage though.
Odamne trying to hold on to it. They're actually going to dive in on top of him here. Odamne having to flash away, will be able to pounce. Actually, he's just switched out there to heal up, will get the cooldown off, and is able to get out of danger, but his tower might not be so lucky here. We'll see with that next wave actually coming around. Actually, Febiven is going to come in from the side. There is Smitty J going to go over the top. Sorry, kick is straight up into him. Febiven gets that one kill. Smitty going to be the next target here. Spear will come in and land, and there's the burst from Nidalee. It's a double kill for Febiven as What the Fox comes around the side. He's trying to get onto him. Jarvan's landed though. What the Fox, can he get the kill? No, he's going to go down. Odamne gets that one. And just like that, SK Prime losing 3 kills.
Yeah, so not only did What the Fox join the party very late, once he actually came in here, he tried to pick up a kill, and it was just completely backfired. Everything here from SK Prime, the nice counter gang, backfired, multiple kills for H2K here. Febiven, instant DFG. Very early, 10 minutes, 11 minutes in, he's gonna look to just walk around the map now. Whatever member from SK Prime he finds, he can just burst him down.
So Trashy going to try and help out this bottom lane. He's actually gone over a pink ward here. And the Q not quite landed, hit a minion actually in front of them as Odamne taking big damage here from Smitty J. He actually just TP'd straight into the lane with that phage, tried to get the kill. Here is Trashy maybe in a little bit of trouble as well, but I think he's just going to go and walk out of that one. Jarvan coming down to stop any possible gank there coming out of Trashy. Meanwhile, Febiven, as you mentioned, DFG after pretty much 10 minutes into this one. That's going to make him a real big threat to anyone. There's no real tankiness. Negatron Cloak actually picked up there by What the Fox in the mid lane to try and keep himself alive.
But it was just SK Prime being a bit over-aggressive in the top lane. They stayed at the tower. Once again, they actually went for the second kill onto Odamne here, tried to force him away from the tower, and therefore they stayed. And What the Fox in the mid lane was not in a position to move at first. And once Febiven moved, he just reacted way too late, which ended up giving all the kills to H2K. Will be a dragon, however. Very needed. They have to get all the dragons here in the early mid-game, because they do have Corki, because they do have Aurelion.
Leaves them though still behind here on gold by about 800. Febiven started stealing Wraith camps as well, so this area really starting to charge up now with that DFG in there. Able to get a few jungle camps stolen away. Will he actually go in here onto What the Fox? He has his ultimate available. Let's see if he decides to go for it. Trashy waiting around. What the Fox, I think there just got a bit of a sniff that something might be up after Febiven took that ward and didn't reappear in the mid lane, and wisely just backs away to safety so that he can't get attacked by either of them. Although Febiven here gonna step forward. Is he gonna go for it? There it is. The charm managing to land. What the Fox going dangerously low already. DFG actually used very late though in that fight.
So couldn't really use it early here because he was actually stealth, I believe, from What the Fox. Otherwise he would have instant DFG'd him and just bursted him down. Will still be a tower, so yes, you miss a kill. You now get a tower though, you can push up to the next one. Kikis has to come in and defend.
Well, he is moving in here, but he's going to have to take the long route around. What the Fox actually maybe waiting to get involved on this end. The charm though, Kikis goes down. The kick into the charm. Brilliantly done. Odamne and Smitty J also going to have a bit of a fight. Odamne diving back in. Masses of damage again. Can he get the final blows of it? Dodging out from the spear. Odamne not going to go under the tower.
Well, what on earth was the play in mid lane from Kikis? What the Fox was very low. He would be able to jump in, but it would have been so risky. And Kikis just jumped in and instantly H2K just killed him. I mean, he's not tanky enough here in the early game to survive those two people bursting him down. So some very aggressive plays by SK Prime, but clearly not working. H2K is ready, and especially this mid lane has gone completely out of control.
3-0-2 for Febiven. DFG going to be back on cooldown as they get themselves back into the lane, and we'll see if that will turn into another straight all-in from Febiven, which he can afford to do at this point. He is stronger,
either gets the kill or forces What the Fox to back away from it. Basically easy times for him then in that mid lane. But here we see the roam from What the Fox coming down bottom. Hook does land onto AOD. Did have his black shield on though, so the CC can't follow up. This could be a 4-man dive towards that bottom lane. They need to start running now. Kjarnan on the tower. He's going to fall from this one. Not much that he can do. There's a binding. Oh, he's already used the ignite though. What the Fox here going to take a tower hit, but he can't get in with the passive. And What the Fox is able to live. There should be a tower unless Trashy and Febiven can get in there to stop it. Kikis has already evacuated. Zaitan's pretty low. AOD going to step forward. Can he land the binding?
There's so many kills.
The pull coming down. Febiven, he's going to get hooked here. Are they going to have to be able to dodge him down quick enough? The exhaust is onto him as well. Manages to get one. It's a double kill though for Trashy. There is the kill. Trashy's going to go down though afterwards. And in the end, it's a big old mess in the bottom lane.
That was such a nice hook here from Zaitan to just set it up. They got so much damage on Febiven early on. He wasn't able to just jump around and kite them. And we also saw Smitty teleport in, pick up the last kill onto AOD. So we got some early kills now. We got a tower as well. Let's just see it again. Zaitan with his hook onto Febiven so to get so much damage onto him before he can start dashing around. Also the exhaust. He does take What the Fox down. Early double kill for Trashy. Z's though, he won't go down. Pick up a kill. Smitty recall behind here. And we'll just finish off Morgana.
And they get the tower as well. Looking at the gold, still leaves H2K in the lead. Pretty much that extra tower that they have is the sum of their gold at this point. Still have to say, despite Febiven going down there, 3-1-3 Ari got himself the blasting wand and tome as well. So looking like he's going to be going straight into a void staff second item and may even have that in time for the dragon here, which is just under 2 minutes time if you can farm it up well enough.
And let's see here. SK Prime picked up the last dragon. Again, we keep talking about how they make game. It's very strong for them, so they should be looking to fight in this all around the dragon. They need to get some good wards up though, because if H2K take control of the river and just wait and you have Morgana and Ari, just one of them land their skill shot. We always talk about how you then follow up with the next one, and there's so much damage on Febiven's side with the DFG. Whatever target it is going to die. Keep in mind, Smitty has to build his Trinity Force as a first item on Aurelia. He needs the damage. So he's not tanky at all for this first team fight. It's going to be all about Kikis actually going in first. But we did see what happened when he did it in the mid lane against Trashy and Febiven. He just died instantly. So really risky for SK Prime if they don't get control of the dragon area first and get some good wards down.
He is a bit tankier now. Got himself that Giant's Belt in there. But on the other side, Trashy got himself that Sight Stone and a Giant's Belt as well. So we'll see here, because SK Prime already getting in position to get ward coverage down. 2 wards always better than 1 in one area. It's going to be harder for them to clear them both off. That's the obvious thinking behind that one.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, you're not wrong. Smitty made the top lane. Didn't get his Trinity Force yet. But Duamne did on Italy and just already took the top tower because Smitty teleported down to this bottom lane. And just focusing on the next one. Good old Nidalee. People said they didn't like the AP style of just landing the spears and poking in the mid lane. Now we're back to the old school, where you just split push all day long and you can never really get ganked. Lovely.
Lovely indeed. Old school. Now H2K moving in towards the dragon. Pink ward down. 5 seconds until it actually spawns in. Nidalee not there. TP is available. Smitty not there. He doesn't have a TP, so this could turn into a 5 versus 4. Basically, Smitty has to follow him and try and stun him up here to stop that teleport going through, but we can see he's already moved around. This is going to be a 5v4. Nidalee coming in here behind by that blue buff. They've actually spotted him, but Zaitan caught out of position. Trashy going to follow him over. Box goes down, but that won't be enough to save him. And H2K pick up the kill. Now they're going to maybe look to head off Smitty J. They saw him coming down there. SK Prime actually going aggressive. Kikis is going to go in. He gets charmed and blown up, but AOD in the middle of the team won't even get chance to proc his ultimate, and that will be a 2 for 2.
So because the ulti was already used by Febiven here, and the SK Prime actually got some pretty good poke from Z's onto H2K, they managed to disengage or re-engage for only 4 members, pick up some kills. This mid lane tower will take some damage. Z's is there to try to defend it, only a few minions. Let's get the replay once again. We're actually straight into the fight. Kixie dies instantly as he engages, but it's all about SK Prime. First of all, waiting for Smitty to join, and then also landing a lot of poke while Zaitan went down, and therefore feel they can disengage. Get it 2 for 2. Dragon is still alive. And because H2K just used some time in this mid lane, didn't actually instantly recall.
Duamne was maybe going to do it there with Kjarnan, but
deciding against it wisely so as well. There was a ward down inside of the Dragon Pit. SK Prime have obviously seen them back away now. Doesn't look like they're quite ready yet just to move down there and start for the fight. Funnily enough though, all their ultimates pretty much off cooldown at this point. Kikis didn't even use his, of course, in that last fight. Again, was charmed very early and just blown up.
Yeah, it's not fun being their frontline engage at the moment when you're against so much burst damage from an very, very fit Ahri. You just jump in, and you know if the charm hits you, you will die.
So fed Nidalee as well. 3-0-2 for Odoamne. With that Trinity Force. Got himself the cowl as well, as Febiven here waiting, but stood on top of a ward. Will Zaitan be able to pull off something nice with the hook? Actually, it doesn't look like it. They decided to back away. HUK are going to start to move over towards the Dragon.
And SK Priming is out of position here. Z's coming from the mid lane, was just back in base. Teleport coming in, they're looking to fight.
Coming out there, Trashy at the front, the binding comes through, doesn't land though. SK Prime have got a Dragon that's already down to half HP. Can they actually be able to take this one? No, Trashy gonna steal, flashes out of it. The hook doesn't land. What the fuck? That was so close. That charm would have landed, he was probably a dead man. Heisuke managed to get the Dragon and back away. They're gonna have to try and loop around though to defend their mid tower.
Yeah, SK Prime is not done just yet. They might have lost the Dragon. We're still looking to pressure this mid lane. Oh, they're going for the fight, actually.
Well, Kikis is going for the fight at least. What the Fox here is going to be going down, and this could be a whitewash fight. Zaitan gets stunned up. He will fall as well. It's a 4-0. It might be an ace if Ziz is not careful. Actually, we'll be able to just walk away from it. H2K here, 21 minutes in, are going to turn for Baron. Again, Kikis all alone.
All alone, very squishy. What the Fox was down to 50% as well. While the AD carry is sitting in the mid lane, and yet SK Prime went in for the engage. Yana wasn't even alone. Trashy was there to help him. And this might be a Baron. It's gonna be a Baron from H2K. So, we keep, again, SK Prime, they know they have to make plays in the mid game. We know they're very aggressive. It just doesn't work when you are so far behind already and you are completely split up. Again, Zeus was sitting in the mid lane, the AD carry. Pretty easy team fight for H2K to win.
Yeah, because it wasn't really a team fight. That's really the point of it. Kikis diving in. It was a good kick actually from Trashy there though, managing to knock a couple of them up as he sent him flying back. Well, that will be the Baron here for H2K. A 6,000 or 5,500 gold lead for them. And now with that Baron buff on, could be difficult here for SK Gaming Prime to actually hold on to these waves. Hold on to these turrets, sorry, with the distinct lack of major wave clear coming out as well from them.
It's gonna be all about Z's and then Smithy using his ulti to clear the waves. But H2K at the moment can have Nidalee in one lane, and then they can either take 4 members in the mid lane, or they can even take Fibivan because he's so farmed at the moment and put him in a different lane as well. So you do this 1-3-1, and whatever target goes to challenge Odoamne or Fibivan one-on-one will lose, and therefore H2K can push in every single lane and always get damage on towers. And if you do get one kill, you just open up the entire map and you can just go to whatever tower or whatever lane the person died in from SK Prime and take the tower. So a lot of options here. For now, they're actually keeping AOD and Yanan down this bottom lane because the tower isn't even dead. So they're just gonna push it in, only what the fuck is there to defend.
Shouldn't be too much of a problem for them to finish that off. Odoamne as well has managed to get this inner turret in the top lane down to less than half HP. Are they actually going to tank? That's a nice ultimate over the top. Reveals 2 of them, and Febivan's actually coming around. Here comes Trashy, he's missed his Q, but Febivan's going to go over the wall. DFG flashed away there, and the DFG landing, but none of the follow-up. It was a good flash from Zaitan, but that's his turret now going down, and maybe an inner if they're not careful.
Yeah, just force them away here. Got a flash from the Zaitan as well, and the tower, and up in his top lane, Smitty has to go back to base, even though he actually didn't lose too much HP, but it's so hard for him to deal with Odoamne. Odoamne lost second tower now, just one-on-one to this Nidalee in the top lane.
Yanan having a dance there in front of the tower as they wait for this next wave to come up. Nidalee gonna keep pushing. Actually, Warden's mail was picked up there by Smitty, so trying to get a bit of tankiness behind him to deal with Odoamne, but pretty hard when he gets that E down, giving the heal. There's a big charm on towards Z's. Can they finish him? No. Z's having to flash away, and with the AD carry so low, this next wave might be enough here. I think they're going to back off.
And again, one of the reasons everyone at the moment loves to play these small pick siege comps in the way we have Morgana support, sometimes Elise jungle, and you have like Ahri, lands the charm, land the binding. You just combine them and you just burst down these targets here. And they're very popular, especially Morgana. It's been actually the top support if you look at the quarterfinals from the LCS. One of the only supports who didn't actually get touched by the patch, where both Thresh and Braum, of course, got nerfed a little bit. She just stayed the same. And is oh so good, especially also with these hyper carries because of the Black Shield in the late game.
And another thing we were talking about, Lee Sin, almost a counter to Akali with that whole revealing stealth thing. We just saw that Odoamne, of course, can just throw his trap right next to him, so that if Akali steps forward, gets the reveal anyway. H2K definitely in the driving seat of this match. No inner turrets left. It's all about the base now of SK Gaming Prime.
Let's see here, moving towards the blue buff. I believe they actually took it before, now they're going to take it now. So small minion there. Dragon is up in about a minute. Otherwise, H2K might just chill a little bit. Let Nidalee do her job in this top lane. She's been doing all game long. And then wait for Dragon to take it. Can even wait, or don't have to wait for the next Baron, but then start pushing up again after the Dragon, after they pick up some more items here. Push up a lane. Once the Baron respawns, you move down. You get full wall control again in the jungle, and you just start setting it up. You have Morgana and Ahri to pick off whatever target is moving in, and then you can take Nidalee and move to whatever lane to apply pressure.
You have to wonder, when we're on the topic of Nidalee, why you let that through. You know that Odoamne is going to play it. You know that he's going to, if you don't ban it out, you know that he's good. I mean,
true, but do you want to play against Maokai?
Well, yeah, that's the difference, I suppose.
So the reason they didn't ban any of them was like, okay, you can get Nidalee, and we will consider taking a Maokai. Didn't take it.
But then they took Irelia.
Took Irelia. Not sure why. Could have been because they wanted to try and contest the Nidalee in the one-on-one and hope that Smitty could do it. But it's definitely not been working for him. Lost 2 towers and never really has a chance to actually jump Odoamne. He can always just escape.
Odoamne is starting to get his tanky items in now. That's Spirit Visage done. Glacial Shroud in there as well. Dragon being taken by 2 men of H2K, and there's going to be no challenge here. Now you feel it's about the next couple of minutes here with Baron coming up in 1 3/4. Wards are already in position for H2K. Got a couple of pink wards spread around. No vision for SK Gaming Prime though.
No, but they're doing the 1-3-1 I talked about earlier now, where they kept Febiven in one lane, Odoamne in a different one, and then you just have these 3 members sitting in the mid lane, and they can now roam between the lanes. If they get a kill somewhere, you go get a tower in whatever lane it is. And also, if you do hit a charm onto an AD carry, you kill him.
If you hit a charm onto pretty much anyone, you kill him at this point. That is one fed Ahri, DFG, Void Staff, and a Rabadon's Death Cap now. Not something that you really want to be going up against. They have to kill Febiven straight away if it comes to a team fight. Otherwise, he's just going to rip through them. Still a minute until the Baron actually comes into play. See that Febiven and Trashy here trying to work on that bottom lane. Odoamne continues to push the top lane. Will continue to cause Smitty J all kinds of problems. There's not really a lot that he can do because he just backs away, heals himself up, and then steps straight back up and auto attacks the tower. Meanwhile, Hjarnan not scared of getting involved here with that long range. That turret also down to about half. There's a hook on towards Trashy. He will simply safeguard out.
And all the kills and action in the mid lane in the early game simply meant SK Prime never had a chance to do anything in the mid game because What the Fox fell so far behind. Febiven got all the early kills. Yes, okay, you have a Corki strong in the mid game, but it's not enough when you're against such a fed Ahri early on. And Kik is looking for the fight here. Let's see what I can do.
Well, What the Fox here is going to be in trouble. Actually manages to get himself the 1 kill. Actually was stolen away by Z's, but What the Fox will go down in the end. And that is a lot of kills coming in for H2K. Simply stronger right now. There is Febiven diving in. Z's will go down. Titan is low as well. They did manage to kill off Ahri, but the tower is going to fall. No minions just yet. Trashy's going to have to tank that one. That might be enough. No, he flashes away. Turret goes down. Inim will follow.
So the engage from SK Prime, they know they're gonna lose these towers if they don't do anything, so try to go for the engage. They get a kill early on onto Hjarnan, just wasn't enough here. Febiven joined in, killed 2 members, died himself. Inhibitor still went down here, but SK Prime, they know in this situation, we're gonna lose our towers. We have to just engage. You see even Smitty moving down from his top lane. They go in What the Fox, gets the first kill onto Yarnan. But from now on, it's just going to be cleanup crew. February joins in, wants to actually go for the dive onto Z's. Gonna backfire, nice little play by Zaitan to get the kill, but 3 members still alive. Take the tower, take inhibitor, base is open.
Just send them, or go back home and heal up, and then come straight in towards a Baron. We've seen a couple of items added in as well. Static Shiv for Kog'Maw, Frozen Heart for Nidalee, Aegis on Morgana, Randuin's Omen on Lee Sin. Big items coming up across the board there for H2K after that push. And now, can they actually just walk in there and just take Baron at this point? I mean, SK Prime, so far behind at this stage, can't really challenge them for it. Then again, they can't really afford to give up another Baron either.
No, they pretty much just have to try go for the steal and then an all-in team fight. If they do win it and get the Baron, they are back in the game. But H2K is not just going to start it here. They want to make sure SK Prime is forced back into their own base, want to place a lot of wards, and then try and catch them.
Well, certainly, they have a comp for that. Managing to land a charm, dark binding, anything really to get them started. SK Prime trying to push them back. They've actually isolated Feb even from the rest of the team. One thing they need to be really careful about here, though, is once again, Nidalee in the top lane is all the way on the inhib tower. There's super minions in the mid lane, which has taken them a absolute ton of time to get through. Trashy actually going to be focused. Febivan goes down. Kiki's actually dying, but this whole time, Odo Amni is still pushing. Trashy will finally get picked off there by Z's, but they've still not sent anyone back. Double kill for Z's. Finally, Smitty J is actually recalling, but they're going to have lost the inhibitor by the time he gets there.
Really like the move here from H2K. They knew Smitty was going to recall, so they engaged, even though it was 5 members from SK Prime. Just went in for the engage, stopped his recall, and therefore had him joining the fight, get a second inhibitor now. Yes, okay, you lost 2 members, who cares? You just picked up inhibitor, base is now more than open, and it's all about Baron for H2K now. Go Baron, wait for super minions, go up and finish. Actually, you don't even need the Baron, but you can still go take it. It's a nice little bonus.
Draw them out here. So Omni going to come around the side, sees missing a couple of shots, and Odo Omni at this point tanky enough to not really care about the AD carry. What the Fox is joining him though, and that might change things. Nice little binding again landing from AOD and SK Gaming Prime. This is basically a desperation Baron at this point. Question is, can they finish it quick enough before H2K get around?
Well, it's going down pretty fast here. A lot of members still trailing behind from H2K. February doesn't even have ult for this. There could be a Baron.
Oh, Italy moving into it. Zaitan is taken away. Trashy able to get that one, and now Febivan joining in with the rest of the team, and that is 4 kills. The Baron over to H2K, and this will probably be the winning move right here. See Nidalee actually coming around the side, will actually catch these out. There is a spear coming in, and he's just going to jump straight on top of him. Flash away won't be enough. Z's goes down. It's an 8th for H2K, and they can just push for the win here in game 1.
Yeah, but SK Prime actually was a good call. They knew, okay, H2K coming from base here. Let's just try and burst down this Baron, take it, and then look for the fight, or maybe just try and escape with the Baron buff. The game was over anyway.
So game number 1 of the best of 5 going over to H2K. And a very, very impressive start to this series. 8-3-8 Ferrari, 5-0-8 Nidalee. So, about all those mid lane bans with Ari still getting through and carrying like that, might as well just left them all open.
So, Akali was picked as the very last pick here from SK Prime against Ari in the mid lane. What the Fox actually had a good start. He were like 10 CS ahead. But then as soon as February hit level 6, landed a charm, went all in, killed him. Trashy joined in, killed him again. And now he was just so far behind. The whole mid-game point was just gone from SK Prime. They were suddenly behind like 4,000 gold very early on. Trashy again, he talked about how their laners are stronger. So mid lane, the big issue for SK Prime in this game, to be honest, was the reason they fell behind in the start.
And then, after falling behind, the last thing you need is uncoordinated team fights where your AD carries in the mid lane, your jungler jumps in, who then gets kicked out, which knocks the mid laner up as well, and they just got absolutely destroyed there. That was a big tipping point in the game where H2K were, of course, already ahead. But we've got to look forward here. It is a best of 5. Nidalee got through this game after being banned in all 3 games by Unicorns of Love in the semi-finals. It's got to be a consideration for game number 2.
Yes, and now there's first pick for SK Prime. So if they do want Maokai, again, they can leave it open, ban Nidalee, and they can take the Maokai and see whatever Oduamne wants to play. He used to play a lot of Dr. Mundo, played all the games actually in the semi-final because Nidalee was banned and Maokai was banned in the games. So it could be a Dr. Mundo for him. He won't be able to have the same split pushing impact. It's going to be more about the big team fights, which could favor SK Prime because their playstyle is just all in. Again, early mid-game, we just want to fight. We want to get the lead. We want to snowball it, get objectives. Constantly looking for engages. Kikis is so aggressive.
Yeah.
And if you do force Oduamne onto something like Dr. Mundo, where he's not very tanky or very strong at the early mid-game points, it could be where SK Prime can take the advantage and then get the lead they need. Nidalee, at least, was a big issue for Smitty.
Yeah.
Ari in the mid lane for FEPVN as well.
Well, I mean, we saw Kikis the first time basically next to his own tower trying to defend it while What the Fox has got a third of his HP. You say that Kikis is aggressive, but sometimes maybe in the wrong scenarios. Needed to probably play that one a little bit more defensively, stick it back, stay back. Then again, they probably would have just lost the tower if he didn't go into defense anyway.
It's a bit of a, hey, we are going to lose anyway, we're going to get outscaled, we can't really deal with the game at the moment, let's just try and engage. I like actually the approach because what we see from some of the LCS teams in both Europe and NA is the whole, let's just try and stall it for these 10, 20, 25 minutes and see what happens in the late game. SK Prime is different, it's just, okay, we're going to lose in 10 minutes anyway, let's just go and try and win.
Well, H2K Gaming here, picking up game number 1. We're going to send it over to Shox, though, for some expert analysis after that match.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm here with Lee Demon-Smith and Trevor Quickshot Henry to break down that win from H2K. Great stuff coming out of them there. Let's break down the picks and bans. Obviously, Akali, the eye-catcher coming out there for What the Fox. Not really making anything happen. Is there anything else that you found particularly interesting?
No, I mean, the rest of the picks and bans were fairly standard. You know, Ari in the mid lane, another Jarvan pickup for Kikis. I was actually quite excited about seeing Jarvan because I'm a fan of his Jarvan. He does tend to do very well amongst the rest of the challenger scene. And, you know, Corki, Cogmore, it's things that we're seeing very frequently. I do like the fact that H2K prioritized that Nidalee for Oduamne. It immediately signified a strong split push, and he performed very well in that Champions.
Yeah, absolutely different setup. It's a little wild game, that's safe to say. Like, both these teams, you know, Deficio just hinted at it, they are not afraid to fight, and it was shown throughout the game. Picks maybe led to that, and there was a couple of times some seriously questionable decisions were made, especially by What the Fox. He just went deep, a little too deep, too many times.
Yeah, and let's actually take a closer look at that. One of our replays gets that up on the screen. Obviously, when you are on an Akali, you have to get yourself going one way or another.
Very much so. So we're 10 minutes into the game, even on gold, there's 100 that separates it, and this is where the start of the bloodbath really happened. SK Prime are going to punish, H2K are going to punish SK Prime for being a little bit out of position. Roll this clip out, and note just how good FEPVN is. The flag landed in front of him, and he instantly threw the charm out. Now, there was vision on the backside Oduamne was chasing, but this is the over-aggression that you were talking about, D-Man. What the Fox chases into 3 members, eats a charm, gets caught out. Even with the dash, it's not going to be enough to secure the kill. And when you've got that counter-pick Akali, you know, Akali into an assassin, Akali into Yasuo, something we've seen Voyboy do, you play aggressively because you want to get ahead. And What the Fox never got ahead enough to maintain control.
But we should also give credit to FEPVN, because if he hadn't landed those 2 perfect charms, then that's potential that What the Fox got 1, maybe 2 kills straight away there, maybe could have cleaned it with a triple.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love some good Ari play. Very happy that she's seeing some more competitive play. It is a joy to see. So from that point on, of course, SK Prime, there wasn't a lot they could do, but I felt like if they played the team fights correctly, they could have maybe got something going.
Oh no, but they did. Yeah. Like, it just went mental. I mean, everybody was fighting everywhere, and several times SK Prime would get kills, and then H2K would get kills. I distinctly remember a bottom lane teleport fight, which went 4 for 0, 3 for 0 in favor of SK Prime. And I was like, oh, there we go. Now Akali's going to get snowballing. Neither team was hesitant. Neither team realized that you could play cautiously because they just kept throwing everything at their opponents.
And for me, I think, like you said about Kikis earlier, he's got a massive champion pool, but it's great to see him here in the jungle. Kikis, for those that don't know, has been around for ages in League of Legends through multiple top teams. I remember him way back in the Go for LOL monthlies that me and Joe used to cast 2-3 years ago now. So this is a guy that's very experienced, been around for a long time, and maybe, just maybe, he can work his way into the LCS. Of course, that's what both these teams are trying to do.
So let me throw this at you, Trevor. Both teams were maybe going too all in too much, but because H2K had that that lead. I'm not going to say a big lead, but that significant lead, it didn't matter because they were going to come out on top in the end with their composition, or?
I think a little bit to that fact. I mean, SK Prime definitely overchased. They definitely went too crazy. They went too deep too many times, and it's actually what costed them control of the game. But I do like the fact that they were trying. I mean, they needed to. Their composition relied on it. Aurelia, Jarvan, and Akali, they have to jump in your face. There are not many options. Whereas on the other side, for Nidalee, you can split push. There's a charm on Ahri. You've got Lee Sin that can kick people away. So there were more tools for H2K to make use of to meet their win conditions in this game. And despite it being very bloody, it was always in favor of H2K.
I would just question whether that's maybe when they get to face the likes of Gambit or Copenhagen Wolves or whoever else they could be up against between Super Ultra and Millennium, as whether that all-out aggression maybe would catch them out, because obviously the LCS teams are supposedly better, coming up against SK Prime. If they go a little too deep, they could blow games out quite quickly doing that way. Whereas obviously you look at the Copenhagen Wolves, who used to be able to close it out. Gambit, very experienced team, of course. They are going to be well aware of watching these matches, how crazy aggressive they are, and may just use it against them.
I also have to play devil's advocate. If the LCS teams are anticipating reserved, cautious play, and these guys just go ham, that might completely throw the LCS guys off and put them on tilt.
Yeah.
So, it can definitely go either direction.
Yeah, let's finally maybe take a look at the final replay we have, because that actually sealed the fate for both teams after SK Prime actually secured a dragon for them.
Yeah, so EUCS was able to sneak the dragon away from the engagement, but this is now about 10 minutes later than our original replay. Only 2,000 gold separates these teams, but you're up to 17 kills. And this is one of the prime examples of SK Prime just being over-aggressive, and sticking around longer than they needed to. Roll the clip out and look at the minimap, how H2K are going to surround SK Prime's members. So you've got a very aggressive engage from Kickers. He instantly gets kicked away. And Forbidden on the backline landed a perfect charm. Unfortunately, we cut away, but I mean, it ends up leading to 4 kills, where Forbidden gets 2 of them. The rest of the team just melts through SK Gaming Prime. And it was just overcommitment from SK Prime.
I mean, Alliance were upstairs watching this game, and at that point, we showed the replay as well in the match. Tabs was upstairs just saying, Shook, please, just explain to me what the hell this jungler is doing right now. And Kikis went a little bit too crazy there.
Yeah. All right. I hope in Game 2 we get to see, what the Fox, he's been sort of revered. He's done great in the Challenger Series. I do hope we get to see him maybe play to his full potential, maybe another champion. Yeah. We'll see then. We have to take a quick break, but when we return to this Game 2 between SK Gaming Prime and H2K Gaming, we'll be right back.
There is Smitty J gonna go over the top, sorry, kick it straight up into him. Febiven gets that 1 kill. Smitty gonna be the next target here. Spear will come in and land, and there's the burst from Nidalee. Febiven is gonna get hooked here. Are they gonna have to be able to dodge him down? Quick enough, the exhaust is onto him as well. Manages to get 1. It's a double kill though for Trashy. There is the kill. Trashy's gonna go down though afterwards. Well, Kikis is going for the fight at least. Wonder Fox here is gonna be going down, and this could be a whitewash fight. Titan gets stunned up. He will fall as well. Oh, Nidalee moving into it. Titan gonna fall, and it's taken away. Trashy able to get that one, and now Febiven joining in with the rest of the team.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCS studios here in Cologne, Germany, where we are live for game number 2 in the Summer Challenger Finals between SK Gaming Prime and H2K Gaming. The scoreline now is 1-0 to H2K. Let's break down a little bit further the superstars of that game, starting out with Febiven, went 8-3-8 as Ari.
So yeah, it was actually, well, What the Fox had the counter pick in his situation at the last pick, wanted to be Akali against Ari, didn't work at all. Febiven killed him one-on-one once he hit level 6, and then he went in to pick up 2 more kills where there was the whole ganking the top lane. SK Prime stayed, kept like pushing for the next tower, and Febiven just walked up, picked up 2 more kills, got DFG in like 10 minutes, and just destroyed the entire game. And the same can be said about Oduamne up in the top lane on Nidalee. Was the first pick, Maokai was open, didn't even care, picked Nidalee and just... I would actually say destroyed Smitty, even though it was fairly even in CS by the fact he took 2 towers, pushed him down early for the first spot. There was nothing Smitty could do against him in this one-on-one, and both solo laners, when they win so hard, it's pretty much impossible to win the game.
On the other side, we have to talk about Kikis for SK Gaming Prime. We heard Trashy say before the game that Kikis needs to be in every lane to be effective. He wasn't really in any lane, though. That was the problem. He visited top, I think, once, tried to get in onto bottom. That didn't work out for them. Played maybe a little bit too aggressive at times as well.
Yeah, I definitely don't agree with the lanes he was ganking. We had Yanan down the bottom lane, no flash. They had a Thresh as well to set up with the Lantern, and yet he didn't walk bottom lane, even though he had ulti on Java and could just lock him up and kill him. Instead, he went in for the mid lane. 1v2 jumped onto Trashy and Febiven and just died like instantly. And then he kept engaging later on, and he was so squishy, he just kept dying and dying. Definitely need to take it a little bit easy. Otherwise, he's going to end up doing the same in this game here and give a lot of kills over to H2K.
Well, let's see if the bans and picks change this time around. H2K now moving with that 1-0 lead over onto the red side. First ban for SK Gaming Prime. It's a wise ban in my eyes, taking away Nidalee there from Oduamne. Syndra, Xerath both banned again by H2K. What the Fox's 2 outstanding champions. Rengar also taken away, and Jarvan away from Trashy. So putting a lot of focus on Trashy this game.
Even though he played Lee Sin in the last game and actually did pretty well. Also stole a lot of buffs. He got the Baron, he got a Dragon as well. So he was just everywhere on the map. Maokai is left open. Kassadin is also left open here by H2K. And the funny thing is, yesterday, H2K they did ban Kassadin in the one game, but it was actually left open in 2 other games, and they didn't pick it. So clearly, H2K, at least in the semifinals, didn't favor Kassadin at all, and left it open here.
Well, we look with that Lucian going down. Orianna was the first pick straight in here for SK Gaming Prime. Funnily enough, they themselves ban a lot of Orianna away from other teams. We also have to go back, though, to that final of the Summer 2 finals, where What the Fox and Kikis with Orianna and Jarvan was so very good. H2K, I think, a predictable first pick. Maokai now with that Nidalee going down. Also want Lee Sin again for Trashy. We're wondering how many junglers are going to stay with Lee Sin because of the changes that he's had, making him a little bit weaker, but seems like Trashy's not worried about that. And I guess he's also feeling that there's not too many options left open to him with Rengar and Jarvan both gone.
And he looked pretty good in the last game, so why not just take Lee Sin once again and therefore kind of make the 2 bans from SK Prime wasted? Maokai, of course, also for the top lane. So Oduamne, not going to be the split push monster, he's going to be the teamfight monster instead.
On the other side then, we're going to be seeing a top lane Kassadin here for BTJ. With Orianna locked in as first pick, they take Kassadin as well. And also getting Thresh there for Zaitan. That now gives H2K the chance to just pick whatever they want, which you probably expect is going to be Kog'Maw Morgana.
Yeah, why do you take a Thresh instead of the Morgana at this point here, or even take an AD carry? Because you know AOD is going to lock in Morgana again. Like he did in the last game. Great bindings. Laning phase went pretty even between the 2, even though there was a Corki on the side of SK Prime. So a bit weird with the Thresh here, but Zaitan clearly showing what his main support is. And he wants it.
And he gets it as well. Thresh locked in for them. What are they going to finish off with? Looking for the jungler and an AD carry for that one on your screen, Z's. Saw him play Corki in the last game. We know him too.
Tristana Kassadin is not my favorite. You're a bit too weak, sorry to interrupt you. You're a bit too weak in the mid game, in my opinion. Better to actually pick a Corki here So you have Kog'Maw to carry you through the mid-game points, and then once you hit late game, you have Orianna and Kassadin who scale up really well. You can then do something also in the late game team fight. So would actually like to see a Corki here, but gonna be a lot of late game focus from SK Prime.
A lot of ball delivery systems there as well, on top of Kassadin to jump in, on top of Kha'Zix to jump in there. We'll see how that one all works out for them. H2K going to be last picking their mid laner for Febiven. So, going to be up against the Orianna. I suppose in the end, they could put Orianna in the top lane as well if Orianna got outpicked, but it's Orianna who is not exactly got many bad matchups, full-on bad matchups.
Yeah, let's see what's going to be in this mid lane. Probably not going to be Riven mid, but SK Prime completely mixed up the picks here. We don't see the aggressive dive-in jungler for Kikis now. Kha'Zix is no longer the guy who just jumps in after the changes to his ulti where he doesn't get the damage reduction. We actually see most of the Kha'Zix players evolve his W and just like focus on poking and kiting. So he's not going to be able to engage the fights. At the same time, Z's normally plays these mid-game champions where SK Prime look for a lot of mid-game team fights. They won't be able to do it in this game here. They're going to look more towards the late game now instead. So very different style from SK Prime. I wonder if they can actually pull it off. Where on H2K's side, pretty much got the same except for the top lane. And swapping out a Nidalee for Maokai is probably not the worst deal you can make in the world. So instead now a bit more teamfight focus with the Maokai instead of the split push, but you have the same deal with the rest of the champions here. It's a great late game because you have both Maokai and a hyper carry. You got pick potential because you have Ahri and Morgana. H2K should be pretty happy with this.
Yeah, I mean, no reason to change a winning formula.
Exactly.
Nidalee banned out, replace it with Maokai, not a bad trade at all, and pick the entirely same team as game number one. And with H2K one game up, will they secure this series, or can SK Gaming Prime turn it around? Send a message to @LOL Esports with hashtag SKPwin or hashtag H2KWin. We'll check in on those picks in game. 50-50 was the vote at the start of game number one. Might, I think, have changed somewhat after that very convincing win by H2K.
Pretty much everything went in their way from the start. Got the early kills on Febiven, on Oduamne as well, and just snowballed the entire game. To be honest, there's nothing SK Prime could actually do to come back. But now the mid game is suddenly in favor of H2K. They have early 24s on the AD carry. They have the Ahri who's good in the mid game, and even Maokai is a good tank in the mid game just because he has the 20% damage reduction, so that they can look to force while we're gonna see SK Prime just trying to sit back and get to late game.
We'll see as well how this top lane Kassadin actually ends up working out for SK Gaming Prime. This is pretty much a horrible situation to be in. If you tie it here, you kind of reset the playing field. But if you lose this game, you've got that nagging thing in the back of the mind that tells you we have to now win 3 games in a row to take this one. We're going to get into the match, though. It's game number 2 between SK Gaming Prime and H2K. With H2K 1-0 up in this best of 5. Looking to take the spot as champions. Let's figure out what we're going to see here at level 1. Smitty starting with the Flask, not really surprised. Knows that he's going to have to be doing a lot of regenning during this laning phase.
And we have seen top lane Kassadin a few times in Korea. Not seen it in Europe just yet. At least not in the LCS. I'm sure we have seen it in their challenger scene. But Kassadin top lane, he is going to go AP, of course, even though, again, we have seen some Trinity Force Kassadins. He's going to be AP, at least AP runes from him, and probably just looking into a Rod of Age's first item. Same goes for Oduamne up here, so both top laners looking to get the early Rod of Ages. Possibly maybe a T on Smitty as well.
There's no beastly tank like H2K have got, though. We've seen how incredibly hard it is to kill Maokais when they... Well, I say when they get going, they are going to get to the point where he's ridiculously tanking. That ultimate, of course, offering up a lot of protection, not just for him, but for that rest of the team as well. In the meantime, looks like we're going to be seeing these standard lanes coming out. I was wondering whether if H2K would maybe swap to give the Kassadin a hard time. Then again, they're in a 2 versus 2 with a Kog'Maw Morgana lane. Again, don't really need to swap that out.
No, same deal here. It's a fine lane, and then it's just all about, again, the team fights. Because Morgana is so good in team fights, and you have a hyper carry scaling into late game as well. And We need to see if SK Prime will actually put some focus now on trying to get Z's ahead on this Tristana and trying to make him skip his weak mid-game point and rush towards Infinity Edge and Static Shift. And then he can actually start really joining in for the fights, but it will require some help from Kikis if they want to really snowball him. Also very good hooks from Zaitan.
That's the thing I think was missing for SK Prime in game number 1 was Kikis just wasn't
it was
present
nowhere
on the entire map. We were expecting, you've got a Thresh, you have a Jarvan. I think when he came down to that bottom lane, first of all was level 7, so had Cataclysm. A Lantern gank into Cataclysm covers you a lot of ground very quickly. Weren't able to do that, and there's another binding landing by AOD. He hit some fine bindings in game number 1.
And getting the 5 gold. Still, only level 1 here. Level 2, oh, Hook actually connects.
It's a deep one though after that flash from AOD. Get his flash away though, so that's going to bring a little bit of insecurity to the H2K bottom lane. As Kikis is now on the bottom side of his jungle, taking away that red buff. Same thing can be said for Trashy. Slightly behind though on that one. We'll see how that one all works out, where the focus is going to be on this game. What the Fox, I think, having a more rounded champion here in that middle lane with Orianna. Obviously fell behind with an Akali. It's not the kind of champion that you easily get back into that 1v1 with.
Definitely not, and also because he was against Lee Sin. We talked about how he goes in. Well, Lee Sin is just gonna pop his E and he can see you and kill you. But What the Fox in the last game did get a small 10 CS lead against Febiven. He's slightly ahead now, only a few CS, but he's pushing in the lane all the time. And will keep the pressure going and therefore force Febiven to just stay in lane and farm on the tower. And doing the same deal. A lot of pressure early on from him. Trashy though. Looking towards his top lane. His first gank in the last game was also towards his top lane. Wants to do it again. No.
Oh, he's going to face check straight into that one. An instant flash from Smitty J. So that leaves Smitty now in a bit of a tough spot. Knows that he's vulnerable in the top lane with his flash down until he hits level 6, when at least he gets then that Rift Walk in where he can afford to push out a little bit more. And we see the instant reaction there from SK Gaming Prime, sending Kikis to the top to babysit.
Yeah, they might just look to actually push out the wave, and then Smitty can go back and buy, he can then return with his teleport, and Kikis is just there for like backup and not an actual gank. You're not gonna dive a Maokai at level 4. So just waiting here so Smitty can push out the lane, and in case Trashy was still around, Kikis was there to help.
I don't think Odoamne can be finished off here, obviously playing with flash and teleport those top laners, so no real finishing ability for Smitty J. Even if he does manage to get Odoamne low. We also saw Kikis actually recalling, so realised there wasn't much to be had in that top lane. Saw that Trashy was still, or had already backed away, not hanging around in that top lane, so he can actually go back. As you mentioned, Smitty can recall. He is, well, 10 CS behind in these early stages.
Not a good start. A bit hard for him to get in and farm because Odoamne can always just smack him in the face with the Q, which has a very, very high base damage. Might even be the ability in the game with actually the highest base damage, if I remember correctly. And also because there's no flash, and if Trashy shows himself in this top lane and Kassadin is standing right in your face as Maokai, it's pretty easy to click your W on him, snare him, slow him, and get the kill. And well, big surprise, Trashy's back.
Yep, he's back. No
and
flash.
Now he's gone.
Oh.
And gone.
Good read from Kikis though to come back towards this top lane. Actually didn't even see that Trashy was there. Odoamne just going to twist and advance onto Kikis, get him closer to his own tower. No real problems. He's going to recall there, out of mana, a little bit low. Might as well go back, spend the gold that you've got, and just TP straight into that top lane without losing anything.
Just the same deal here for Kikis. He's not really looking for the kill because Odoamne is so hard to take down. There's no flash on Smitty. He won't be able to just follow him after Odoamne just uses W onto Kikis. He's simply there to just buy time for Smitty to farm and make sure he's safe, pick up some farm, then he can now freeze the lane, sit here, and once he actually push it out or reset it, he can then recall, buy whatever he needs if it's a catalyst, and then teleport back to lane. So babysitting the Kassadin early, he was behind in CS, and now Odoamne just looking to push it out.
Now Odoamne back into lane. Smitty has hit level 6, so that flash being down, not the worst thing now in the world, as Trashy going to come towards mid, spotted out though by the side ward of What the Fox, who himself is farming up nicely. 55 to what will be 54 CS here. And I mean, Ari versus Oriana, a bit of a classic Season 3 matchup.
It is, yeah. It's funny, every time we get around Worlds, suddenly they're the ones being played a lot. Corki as well, just let's get a slight buff on Trinity Force. So Jax comes back, and we need Corki to be the number 1 AD carry pick, and we are back to the normal Worlds style.
Except we've got Alistairs and Maokai's in the top lane now, which we...
Well, okay, that's a little bit different.
Didn't quite have before.
A little bit different.
Seeing first blue buff spawning in once again, and obviously going to be donated over to Febiven and What the Fox here in a second as well. Top lane, we did see Kassadin come back into lane with his teleport, did pick up that catalyst, so going, both top laners going Rod of Ages here right at the very start.
And Z's down his bottom lane. A bit as expected on Tristana. Get a small CS lead in the laning phase. You're always good in the laning phase. Weak in the mid game, good in the late game. Which is kind of the bump you have to get past. Kikis once again been babysitting the top lane. Not really going for the kills, but just babysitting it. We haven't seen him in the mid lane. Febiven versus What the Fox has been standard one-on-one. And this bottom lane as well. No jungle action, and it's actually pretty standard for both the teams to focus on the solo laners with the junglers. Especially SK Prime is pretty known for just letting their own bot lane do their thing, and you just focus on solo laners from Kikis and try and snowball the solo laners. Didn't work the last game. Now we're back to we're in the new one, still 0-0. Not a lot has actually happened yet. Now we're looking at Trash take a red buff. Very exciting. Smack it in the face.
Decides to go anywhere in that mid lane. What the Fox already passed that level 6 mark, so got his shockwave. And to be honest, hard to lock down that Oriana as well unless you manage to catch him really far up the lane. We'll see how that all works out for him. Red buff also done on the other side for Kikis now.
So, Treasure might be in trouble here. No, jumping out, but Kikis evolve his W, but he's actually maxing his Q. So he wants the single target burst damage, but he wants the extra slow, he wants the extra spikes from his W to simply kite around. And it's always the thing about Kha'Zix, he's no longer the guy who just dives in and tanks up a lot of damage and straight up look for kills. He want to poke first because he doesn't have the damage reduction on ulti anymore, and you build damage. You build like Elder Lizard, you have Hexdrinker, Brutalizer, so you can't just jump in as the first one in fights, because then you will die.
Bottom lane is going really well for SK Gaming Prime. 83 to 66 CS. Kianan had a few problems here, been hooked a couple of times. The explosive shot active being used from Ziz this entire time on him, making sure that he stays low. There's another hook actually landing. No follow on through though, and that tower is actually pretty damn low already. Interesting from a pure 2-on-2 perspective. Top lane also 75 to 70 CS in favor of Smitty J. We see that Odo Amne and him just trading off. Don't expect either of them to go full on into that one and end up maybe getting a kill.
Let's see what Trashy can do here. Down to this bottom lane, he's waiting for SK Prime to push up to the tower. They need to land their ulti here. They're going!
Flash ulti from AOD, box goes down. Trashy's going to come in from the back. Zayton's not going to escape this one. It's first blood again for Trashy.
So they managed to not only get the first blood, they also force SK Prime away from the tower here, so it's going to stay alive and can now push it down. Only the support died, however, so very, very risky to go Dragon, and therefore H2K is not looking to do it. Oh, Febiven might be in trouble.
Shockwave, good charm though onto What the Fox, and that was pretty much just saved his life right there. Couldn't get himself the ignite down and follow-up damage. Meanwhile, Smitty taking a lot of damage from Odo Amne in this top lane as well. May be forced to head home in a while with those saplings going to constantly cause him a few problems. Farm remains even though on that top side of the map. I'd say 1,300 gold there, so can go off and start thinking about getting that Rod of Ages done. Meanwhile, SK Gaming Prime going to go straight towards Dragon.
And only 2 members from H2K trying to stop him. There is teleport for Odo Amne, but Smitty can just follow him. And it's actually a very nice move by SK Prime. Yes, they lost the support before, but because H2K were pushing up the lane and didn't recall instantly, it simply meant once Zaytan came back to lane and once the recall actually came in from H2K, it was so late that SK Prime could instantly run to this Dragon here at the dual lane from H2K, couldn't join in. And very nice setup, so even though you actually give up a kill, you get the Dragon instead because H2K didn't recall it fast enough.
So, 12th minute of the game, we're going to be seeing Rod of Ages done for both top laners. get that one stacking it up. In the mid lane, both of them going in towards Athene's. Already actually finished for Febiven. And I believe that What the Fox cancelled his recall just a moment ago. Now we'll go back and also be able to finish that one off. Meanwhile, if you look down towards the bottom lane, Z's taking the route that a lot of Tristanas have been doing. Usually it's pickaxe into the Shiv. Had the gold this time around though to actually go BF sword, and now we'll pick up the Zeal as well. It's obviously going to be a Trinity Force on the other side for Yanan.
Yeah, so actually a perfect start from Z's on the first back. The fact you don't have to just settle on a pickaxe, you can get the BF sword. Now you complete your static shift before you get your Infinity Edge, and then you simply use it to just power farm, get the Infinity Edge as fast as possible, hit your 2 items. So because he's been so good in the laning phase, because they got the dragon, we might actually look at Tristana here, somewhat skipping the weak mid game he normally has, or she normally has. So very good start here from Aziz and Zaitan in the bottom lane, even though they gave up the kill.
Smithy actually taking a lot of damage there, took a turret hit as he rift walked a little bit too close in onto that tower. Not going to be too much danger for him there though. However, this could be dangerous for H2K. Kikis has got himself into their brush. It's warding the next side, so even if they push that wave out, they're going to struggle, and Trashy has come down to the bottom as well. There is the jump in, going to be spotted now. Actually gets his void spikes down. That tower, don't forget, is very low already. So that could be a bit of a danger, and there's the vote coming in 70 to 30%. Bit of a swing after our 50-50 vote in game 1.
But they might have to change it again, because SK Prime is really getting the perfect start with the very late game comp they're running here. They got the dragon, which is where normally, again, if you have Tristana, you sometimes have to give up the dragon because you're not strong enough to fight for it. Now they're going for Yanan.
Oh, but Kikis has left, but Trashy hasn't. Trashy is going to come in from the side. There is a binding landing Zaitan. It's surely going to go down. Take the land. No, he actually goes down in the end. It's C's who will be followed up on as well. That's a double kill in the bottom lane for Yanan. And Kikis, well, cool wall, bro. Not really going to do a lot to help his team doing that.
And just as I said, SK Prime had pretty much a perfect early game because they got so much farm on Kassadin, so much farm on Tristana, and also the dragon. We see some action in the bottom lane, 2 members goes down. Still, even in gold, you just look to get as much farm as possible. And we were just going to bait you. It's actually not a replay, we're still live. Now it's a replay, and now Zaitan is dead.
That confused me for a moment.
Yeah,
I mean,
again,
I
first it was a bait, and he has 2 kills. Enjoy.
2 kills coming in. I have been one who casts over replays before.
Exactly.
They're trying to bait me into it again.
You were pretty hyped. It was actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then you realized you were pretty mad.
Yeah, I was pretty mad. Romney again, getting Smitty a little bit low underneath this turret. Flashes up. Riftwalk, of course. No problems for him, really. Kikis again, being a little bit invisible this game, not being able to have the impact. Would have had a chance there. That fight could have been swung really quickly if they'd have managed to get the first kill. But since Trashy played it patiently and waited around, we get 2-0-1 on Yanan, who with that manages to then finish off his Trinity Force, which could cause a few little issues for SK Gaming Prime down in bottom. And again, AOD, fantastic use of those bindings hitting the wall.
Yeah, the last fight here in this bottom lane really worked out well for H2K, and they needed it because they didn't manage to actually shut down anyone from SK Prime in the early game. So just by the fact they got now 2 kills onto Yanan is very big, and got the Trinity Force completed. So he's now looking to be strong, scale up into the late game. And I wonder, Dragon coming up here in 1 minute and 25 seconds. Smitty used his teleport to the top lane. Odoamne actually saved his. Therefore, H2K is clearly setting up here, waiting for it. Kick is on a ward. Oh, 2 members looking for him.
Oh, Q gonna land. Not what the Fox is there. And they decide probably not too wise to be going into it. Or maybe onto that ward. Is Febiven gonna charm up Smitty J here underneath the tower? Trashy was being hammered away at.
Why is Smitty here now?
Oriana. I have no idea. I think
that's 1 minute too early.
Yeah, they've mistimed that completely.
I mean, just press tab. You even have the timer now. 1 minute too early here. He gave up his top tower now, roamed down to this middle lane, had no teleport. Would probably eventually lost the tower anyway up in the top side. Still a little bit of a weird move down to this mid lane.
Bottom lane started to move up there as well then towards Dragon. So, I mean, it's one thing mistiming, it's another thing misreading the timers when you press tab, since they did get that first dragon as well. Bit of a weird scenario there for SK Gaming Prime, maybe showing that they're feeling the pressure here somewhat. H2K, of course, managed to swing the gold lead in their favor as Trashy is going to come around. Was there a ward there? I think they saw him from the ward up by Blue Buff anyway, so a bit of an early warning system with that deep warding by the Blue Buff. We'll make sure that SK Gaming Prime don't fall into that trap again down bottom. However, wave pushed out, Dragon spawns in,
Smitty's now
is there, Smitty's not there, got no teleport. This should be H2K's Dragon.
Yeah, so just really bad use of the Casterden here from Smitty. First moving down too early, lost the tower, and now he's not there for the fight, so it's 5 vs 4.
Kiki's having to jump away, and Odo Amne just diving in the middle. AOD going low, but the shockwave from What the Fox is going to whip, and now the other Fox is on him. This time, it's the nine-tailed version with Febiven coming in. Yarnan gets the kill. What the Fox is going to go low. That's a second one. Another double kill coming in for Kog'Maw.
And look who's trying to actually join the fight. Is Smitty. Now he comes in here. Let's see if they can get a kill.
Well, where's he going to go? Throws a charm, flashes into the rest of the team. He is ticking down. Smitty J gets the kill, but then he's finished up. And now Smitty's going to be locked up. He's going to fall. It's a double kill for Odo Amne.
He just wanted to join in here. He just wanted to try and make up for the fact he first gave a top tower, and then he was so late for this fight. Let's see it. 5 members from H2K. Smitty just recalled to base. Instant engage here. It doesn't matter you're jumping away. Maokai will follow you. AOD actually takes a lot of damage here. Completely missed ulti from What the Fox. And then they just go in here. H2K chasing. Notice again, Smitty on the minimap. He's trying to join in. He's running as fast as he can. Now he comes in, communicates to the team, hey, we can go for some kills here, we can do it. Jumps in. By this time, yes, okay, they might kill Febiven, but nice binding from AOD. Again, he was, again, one of the people they mentioned as the playmaker. And then he just locked down this caster in, both Marco and Morgana, picks up another kill. So while Smitty tried to join in and turn it around, just ended up in another 2 kills for H2K.
Can't actually believe that AOD still had his ultimate there at the end of all that as well.
Oh, that's keeping it pretty cool.
They were bunched up, able to use it to get that kill, and that leaves them 7-2 up in kills, 3,500 gold ahead. Odo Amne just showing now he's not scared, and this is what I was talking about before, the Maokai super tank, if you like, that's not matched by anyone in terms of tankiness over the other side. It's going to be a problem for them because Odo Amne can dive into the middle of the entire team.
And SK Prime really didn't have to take this fight, but it is the play style. They will always try and engage, even though they don't have the mid-game comp this time around. They have the late game one. The Dragon was already gone. It was 5 members from H2K. There was no reason for SK Prime, with a weaker comp at this point, to go in for the fight, and yet they did. Ended up costing them 4 kills. They're falling even further behind, and now Z's might be trouble, and then he's just troll face jumping away.
Just out of range there of the Lee Sin Q and of the dart binding out of Morgana as Kikis tries to come back around. H2K say nope, we've seen you coming in there thanks to the wards that we just got down in your jungle, and there's no offering.
But the man on your screen right here, we keep talking about him as one of the, I'm of course talking about What the Fox, if we just moved the camera, but we always talk about him as one of their star players, the big playmaker. SK Prime as a team, always praise him a lot. His Akali game didn't work, died 1-on-1 to Febiven, just completely missed his ulti in the last team fight. Yes, he farmed well on Orianna, but that's been it. Failed the first team fight, he needs to step it up.
Oh, 2 versus 1 and a teleport, Maokai not getting away.
Not getting away. A bit too aggressive here, pushing all the way up. Nice kill, and sadly didn't go to the Cassidy. Meanwhile, H2K were trying to push down his mid lane. It is a bit hard against the blue buff Orianna, who just instantly wave clear. And now it's actually SK Prime pushing on to H2K.
See if Febiven's orb will be enough to clear out, or whether he's even going to stick around. I think he's just going to be poked back here by Cassidy, zoned out by the ball. And this is going to be the first turret of the game for SK Gaming Prime. And the second one down bottom.
Yeah, bottom lane as well. So just push up the 2 lanes. Got a kill for Smitty on Cassidy. So all the good work H2K did around the Dragon, and where SK Prime did the mistake of actually staying around for a team fight, even though they were weaker. All of a sudden the gold. Close to even once again, because kill and now 3 towers. Smitty, however, might have to give up his life.
Well, Febiven coming in from the backside. Morgana gonna jump to the front. He's not got a flash available here. Smitty gonna go try and get away. There is Febiven using his ultimate. Lands the charm as well. Smitty J going down.
Smitty J going down. He got the tower. However, so a lot of gold for SK Prime. The last minute here. And Z's has a static shift, so he can now just sit and power farm in his mid lane. Constantly push it up, go into his jungle, take some more camps here. Need to be careful though, if he's caught out of position by Odoamne, he will follow him even though he jumps. And therefore can try and lock him down and set up a nice kill for FLICKR. But we have to see what's going to happen here in these fights. And if H2K wants to actually force any fights in this mid game, they have DFG completed on FLICKR, Blade of the Ruined King on Yanan very, very soon. And Odoamne, because he's Maokai first of all, is already very tanky.
Visage on top of his Rod of Ages now. Look towards the top of the lane. Smitty J actually picking up, or going towards two different items. Actually picking up the Sheen in there. Also got the Seeker's Arm Guard. I think that Zhonya's might be a good idea for him as well, especially since he's a prime candidate to be the one that dives into the team with the ball on his head, pop your Zhonya's and let the shockwave then go down. Let's see though, we've got Baron, not Baron, Dragon coming up in 40 seconds. Both teams already there.
Oh, Yanan is very low. He needs to recall to base now if you want to be part of this fight, because Smitty does have teleport this time around, pushing up in the top lane. The rest of the members from H2K staying around, and oh, Kikis, you don't want to take a lot of damage here.
Able to walk off though from that, not using the DFG. That may have just been enough time to stall them out for Yanan to actually get back into this fight. With the Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, he's already on his way down. Odoamne is left though, and he's got no TP. He's going to try and keep a hold of that top lane.
So yeah, H2K in a bit of a bad situation because Smitty kept pushing the top lane, and Odoamne stayed in the mid lane for like the last minute instead of being in the top side and actually keep the wave and push it out. So now he's now forced to move up there, stop the split push. Now he's actually going to move back down towards this Dragon. SK Prime might engage and teleport him with the Kassadin.
Going down very quickly here though, and Trashy's going to be able to take that one without SK Prime coming in. And they're the team there that have managed to... That was all a little bit weird, to be honest. Yeah. SK Prime had a 4 versus 5 basically. If they'd have managed to get Smitty J away, which they would have, because Odoamne wasn't there to root him down and stop the TP coming in. Let that one pretty much go for free. They get the tower, they hold on, they get the Dragon, hold on to this middle tower, and hold on to the top tower as well. Nice little move for H2K, but you have to feel a little bit gifted to them on a play.
Yeah, SK Prime is definitely finding it very hard to, first of all, find the right engage. We saw Zaitan try and land the hook, but who else is going to do it? Is Kiki's going to jump in with the ball from What the Fox? It could work. However, he's still very squishy and will go down insanely fast if H2K actually just land a charm onto him. So it's a bit of a risky engage. I'm pretty sure if they had landed a hook, they would have gone into the teleport and turned, had the 5 versus 4. But they should have done it before the Dragon went down if they're actually even looking for the fight. No reason to wait for after the Dragon. Had a good setup by the fact that Smitty had pushed the top lane beforehand and therefore forced the Ramdas to like move between top lane and the Dragon. Just ended up not paying off because they were, when it really matters, not in a position to actually do anything and really lacking some hard engage. They need the Hourglass and Kassadin before they can really start the fights where Smitty can jump in, but it's not ideal for Kassadin to be the guys who jump in and have to force himself to pop the Hourglass as soon as he engages.
Okay, got some free damage onto that middle tower before they were forced away, and will once again bunch up with 4 men. Try and push that one in, but decent wave clear here with Orianna, with the Void Spikes coming out from the side there of Kikis. Actually, they've managed to get the slow here on towards Trashy. He's just going to safeguard away though onto that ward. Did take a good chunk of damage though.
Oh, both teams taking it. Oh, they're going for Kikis.
Oh, they've landed a binding onto Kikis as well. Odoamne going to dive into the middle. AOD's got his ultimate running as well, but AOD focused here by Z. He gets down to the back. He's going to go down. And look at the H2K managing to get the kills with Odoamne still alive. The slow going to come in. It's another double kill for Yanan. It may be 3 kills. No, Odoamne will steal that one away. Kikis last man left alive. He just needs to back away. He can't hold on to this tower anyway.
But these mid-game team fights from H2K are so strong. 24th Blade of the Ruined King completed for Yanan. And he was just in the middle of the fight. I mean, everyone was just completely everywhere on the map here. We're just going to get the replay and notice how both Yanan is in the middle. He's actually the guy who started off in by going in and poking. AOD lands a binding. Now you have to Marco in the middle of the team. The shockwave from Waterfox only is support and a tank. FLICKR joins in a bit late. Notice Yanan standing in the middle, just cleaning up the kills. Notice here FLICKR as well. He's like, okay, I can go balls deep too. I'm just gonna jump into you guys, try and kill you. Easy turnaround from H2K again onto FLICKR. and kill him. So the squishy members from both teams just standing in the middle of the fight, get some kills, or in the What the Fox situation, just die.
Taken out of it quickly. Got himself a death cap now. Well, we'll have a void staff even in just a few moments. We can see there Smitty is working himself up to Zhonya's first. We see that Sheen delayed that by quite a long time though.
He did. Not even sure why he wanted Sheen actually. Maybe just he was hoping they could set up some picks where he could run in and just burst with the Sheen. But as you just said, yeah, delayed the Hourglass. Didn't have any engage before unless Zaitan could actually land a hook, which is pretty impossible. Also because there's a Morgana with the black shield. So we have to see H2K hit by a few thousand gold. Looking for some picks in this mid lane. And spam ping into. Oh, they're going. Kick is not there. Is TP for Smitty. Come on.
We're on 3 for now. Zaitan gonna move away.
Well, you can also just keep waiting.
There's a ward though. Kiki's gonna throw that in. It's like, wow, glad we didn't go over to that side of the brush. They were waiting for us this entire time. And that doesn't pull off for them, so H2K actually gonna be recalling here. Yonan's got 8,000 gold to spend, so probably gonna sell off his potion, pick up a pickaxe in there as well, moving now towards that Infinity Edge. Already with the BF sword in there. Of course, he picked up the Blade of the Rune King. Trinity Force as his first item. We also see Frozen Heart now done for Odo Amne. He's just going to twist it, advance straight towards Tristana and shut him down.
Yeah, basically the plan. And then Fabian joins in and tries to one-shot Z's. There's no Mikhails to help him out. There's no cleanse for him. He needs to get a Banshees or a QSS for the late game. Otherwise, he's going to be a very easy target every time. Still though, one of the good things about Tristana is she can kind of handle herself. She has a jump, she has a knockback in that case, but he needs to be very careful in these fights because there's so many people from H2K who want to just jump towards him and try and take him out as soon as possible.
He's having to jump away there. We've got 40 seconds for the next dragon. There is the hook coming in. It's actually going to land onto Trashy, but he's not obviously the one that they really wanted to go for. No follow-on from that. We see Blue Pot picked up for What the Fox, so they want, looking like they want to fight here for this next dragon. Wait for the binding.
Oh,
this landed onto Z's. Oh, they're going to go through with it. Smitty J at the front. There's a lot of damage going on to Z's. The DFG was used. There is Odo Amne getting right into the middle of them once again. What Hayanan doing the damage from the back. Oh, flash away from the binding by What the Fox, and SK Prime pushed away.
Once again though, AOD with the binding. The last team fight was him as well, setting it up. And keep in mind, SK Prime took Thresh, even though Morgana was open. Gave it to AOD once again. He's just been setting up so many fights here. Didn't actually manage to kill anyone, but he got Z so low in the start of the fight, he had to just run. And it means to get a dragon for H2K. Not necessarily a Baron though. Unless we're really talking balls deep here.
Well, they're moving that way.
They are.
And SK Prime aren't particularly moving that way. There are a few wards to be clearing out there, but pink ward goes down, so they got vision control now of that Baron Pit. They can try and bait SK Gaming Prime into this one. See Ari, Feb even gone towards that top lane just to try and push that back over the halfway point and having it pushing in towards SK Gaming Prime. Smitty J down bottom as well. He's got his teleport available though. We see that Odo Amne, the one that's going to be sent down there to make sure that he doesn't get any damage onto that tower.
So H2K been winning the mid-game team fights. They got the dragons. 4,000 gold ahead at this point of the game. SK Prime still just looking now to scale up, looking to get to the late game part. Does have Hourglass on Smitty, but it's still going to be hard for them to actually engage at this point, which is also why H2K has been able to just sit back, wait for a binding to land from AOD, and then you can actually jump in. And also notice like Kick is no tank item on him. He keeps building full damage here. He's looking to poke, and then when the target is low, he can jump in, finish them, get the reset. But he won't be able to go in first.
And Odo Amne's pretty much got more tankiness than the entire SK Prime team combined here, and he's got another 1,000 gold to spend. See though, between the roles, gold pretty similar. It's not a massive lead here for H2K, 4,000 gold
that they're sat on. But now, this could swing it because they've started Baron. SK Prime got no idea that this one's actually going on. They're going to have AOD just sat on the front line. They need to hurry up with this one, either commit to it or don't. They've managed to bring Zaitan in. He gets himself a ward down at the back. That will be taken away straight away. FebiVan going to get on in, and he's going to go down. Uses the last charge of his ulti, and another binding onto Wonder Fox. And that is going to be 2 kills coming straight out. Kikis, not sure what he knew what he was trying to do there. Running in, jumping back over the wall. And now they're going to have to try and stop them finishing off this Baron with the Kha'Zix, who's got no tankiness to him. It'll just be blown up if he comes anywhere near it. A Thresh that's recalling, and you've got Kassadin down bottom, who's probably like, guys, why did we just get into that fight? How did that one happen? He'll get the tower down bottom, but they're losing Baron.
I really love the fact that H2K are so decisive in what they want to do. 4 members descending, they start the Baron instantly and have just FebiVan and Morgana sitting in the bush. They know if they don't face Shakers now, we get the Baron. If they do face Shakers, we're just gonna kill the very first target who comes in here. No waiting around with all 4 members, just start the Baron instantly. And it pays off, they get the kills. Yes, okay, they lost the bot lane tower, but who cares at this point? You got Baron, you got more kills. You're so strong now in the mid to early late game, and you can just look to keep pushing your advantage. Beautiful setup. No 10-minute Baron dance here. We will start it, you will face Shakers, we will kill you.
You have to wonder though, Tristana pretty much as the first man or woman or Yordle into the fight. That's not exactly what you want to do when, as you said before, no Mikhails, no QSS, no cleanse for him. One charm and he's all over.
Yeah, he's dead. Simple as it is. I mean, Zaitan was on the top side, warding behind the Baron, and then the rest of SK Prime just came from like either mid lane or down from their own bot tower here, up towards, or sorry, their own mid tower, up towards the Baron. So completely split up, not in a situation to fight at all, but because they already saw the Baron was started, they had to move in. They couldn't just wait. If all 4 members from H2K had been standing in the bush and waiting, and Zaitan got down the ward, the rest of SK Prime could just stay in the mid lane and say, okay, you're not starting Baron anyway, we don't have to move. But they just have to go in if they want to stop it, end up dying. It's going to be a mid tower.
Yeah, this turret going to be going down without anything to say about it. And I just look back onto that last fight. There wasn't, around the Baron, there wasn't actually a ward anywhere near him. So even if Kassadin wanted to join the fight, couldn't actually get in there either. Not exactly ideal from SK Gaming Prime. And now H2K on top of their base. Can they hold on to it? Got decent wave clear coming out, but they also can't afford to get too close to the front because a Q or a flash in from AOD who splits up his targets there, and in the end they're just going to force their way straight in, take the turret. Odo Amna taking all the damage from Tristana, literally doesn't care. Finally they get that last hit onto the tower, start to back away. Smitty J coming out, Kikis going to dive in. Where's the shockwave? There it is! Pulls down Trashy, they get that kill as FebiVan goes in there as well. Nice look onto FebiVan. Is he going to be able to escape it? Box goes down and FebiVan is shut down.
So 2 members died here for H2K, but it doesn't actually matter because you got the tower. And that was his support, flashing in with his ult just to force SK Prime away from the tower so H2K could take it down. Again, no waiting around here. We don't have time. We're just going to go straight for you, even with our support, to flash in and force you away. Yes, okay, we lost 2 members, but we got the tower. The base is now open. Fight coming in here. A lot of damage onto H2K from the tower, from the poke from SK Prime. Ulti comes in, only it's Trashy because of the black shield. And it's all about FebiVan down the bottom of your screen. He jumps in, instantly Zeus just shoots him away, and FebiVan is actually not able to kill him for the first time. Will go down instead, but H2K can be happy. They got the tower, got inhibitor, base is open. And let's see, I can just look now for the bottom lane or the top lane for them. And we mentioned in Champs League how SK Prime, their play style is just all in, fight, fight, fight. When you do pick this full late game setup, it is an issue because they kept going for these mid-game fights, which went in favor of H2K, misplaced by Smitty as well and Kassadin around the Dragons. So they simply fell too far behind from stupid fights, which means H2K, with their aggressive play as well, has inhibitor down, and Baron still for a few seconds.
And they're going to get themselves another Dragon here. Although I'm not actually going to be recalling. It's going to come back in with an Abyssal Scepter. Why not? Diving into the middle of the fight. Oh, Kikis actually coming in. Nice steal. Nice little steal there from Kikis. Takes himself the Lantern back to safety as well. Second Dragon of the game there for SK Prime. Definitely a little boost for them.
nice helping hand when it comes to that goal. Now Odoamne probably can just fight Smitty J on this top side. He certainly won't die to him anyway with that amount of HP. They've not reacted to this one though. H2K
look at Z's
pushing up this bottom lane. And Z's is in the mid lane recall. They lose this, they give up this tower for free.
Right, so he's just gonna give up the tower. Looking to try and defend the inner tower here, or the inhibitor turret at the base. H2K, they do have teleport on Odoamne. He's just walking around up in his top lane. It'll take a while before he can kill a tower though. We'll just push it down. H2K can keep SK Prime here and force Smitty J to go up to this top lane. And then it's going to be all about teleport. They might go to fight though!
Oh,
Yana flash
pressed off too early there. He was still in midair as he presses his ultimate.
Such a letdown.
And, well, not what they were looking for. What the fuck, John? And dead! Now it's Smitty J maybe the focus. They just want this tower, to be honest with you. H2K
They're gonna get
managing to pick up both. Odoamne will tank it all day long. They may just go for the win here. Those super minions coming through the middle. They do hook trash in, but they're going to turn around, kill off Zaytag. Ziza's probably going to fall here as well. No, he manages to get away, at least for now. Won't be able to escape to the fountain though. That's another couple of kills coming down. Nexus turrets will be destroyed, and H2K are going to take game number 2 and move on to game point.
All right, well played by H2K here, really using the mid-game well. Once again, they win the fights, get objectives, and just decisive play. Once they have the lead, no waiting around, straight to Baron. We started 2 members, we wait another 2 members. You face take us, we kill you. Okay, now we have Baron. We move down to this mid lane. Or we have a Morgana support. Sure, let's just flash in, use our ulti to zone them away from the tower, kill the tower. Yes, we're gonna lose the fight. Doesn't matter, we got tower, we got inhibitor, we got everything we needed. We just had to break into your base, so you couldn't sit there and wait for Orianna, wait for Tristana. No time for it. And then we saw SK Prime at the very end try the engage, failed once again. Not a single good shockwave, to be honest, in this game here.
No, sadly enough for him. And there was the one in that mid lane fight where he caught technically 2, but there was a black shield on one of them. That last fight there, he just simply pressed R too early.
So I'm not sure if the Kassadin was a bit of the thing we see for some teams where like, oh, Kassadin's open, we have to pick him.
That's what we saw yesterday.
Yes, exactly. We're like, Kassadin's open, we're gonna lock him in and let's just hope it works. Because there actually wasn't a lot of idea behind the comp. I mean, who was gonna be the tank? No one, because Kikis was building full damage on Kha'Zix. And who's gonna be the engage? Either Kha'Zix jumping in, very squishy because he's full damage. You have to one-shot someone with the shockwave then. Otherwise, he's gonna die like we just saw in the last fight. Otherwise, Kassadin has to jump in, pop his hourglass, and it's such a risky engage.
I mean, Kikis was dead in mid-air, pretty much. He got the mid-air shockwave and was just finished off in mid-air. I still don't realize, okay, you know, with the fact that Kha'Zix got changed, you were saying it before, evolve the W, get that poke damage, big AoE slow across the entire team. Why not, when you've got a Kassadin in there, no real natural tank in your lineup, why not build full tank?
100% agree. He should have gone full tank. You have so much damage already. Tristana late game, Orianna late game, Kassadin late game. You don't need the extra damage from a Kha'Zix, so big mistake by Kikis, to be honest. And we talk about how what the Fox not been looking too good today. Same can be said about Kikis.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, both of them, we kind of singled them out as maybe the star players on this SK Gaming Prime team, but they've not had good games, these first 2. We saw it from Kikis in game number 1, over-aggressive as Jarvan. It was kind of a similar thing here, you know, a champion that's going to jump straight in there. I think 9 times out of 10, let's call it, he's dead before he even gets into the middle of the team.
It just doesn't work for SK Prime. They changed up the tactic. Now they went for late game instead of the mid-game comps we normally see. And yet they kept playing like they had a mid-game comp and therefore fell even further behind. We see some, I would say, miscommunication around Dragon, the timers where everyone was moving to Dragon like 1 minute before it spawned and ended up losing a top tower. And in the end, Smitty's just caught in the top side when it actually happens. So misplays, maybe a bit of a forced Kassadin, I'm not too sure. Coming into the last game, I would expect to see them go back to the old style, very mid-game focused, and try and do what they do best.
Well, we'll find out. It's 2-0 either way to H2K, just one more to become champions. We're going to find out if they can do it in game number 3, but first, let's head over to Shox and the crew to analyze that win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Another solid performance there coming out of H2K, just getting the picks they needed and then closing it out very cleanly. And in the first game, SK Prime came out with the Akali pick, this time a counter pick to Kassadin. I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to call it. We've seen a couple here over yesterday as well with the Swain, with the Alistar. What's your report card on the Kassadin?
So, okay, that's a fail. I mean, I'm going to be very honest about it. It's the first time we've seen Smitty playing Kassadin. It's the first time we've actually seen Z's playing Tristana in the EU Challenger Series as well. So they're pulling out new champs. But there was very little innate synergy. Orianna, as well as the Kha'Zix, there's no default champion that can go in to land a shockwave that can then stay in a fight. Everybody that was going to jump in was going to die instantly. On the other side of the coin, H2K had a much more well-rounded composition with that Maokai, with the Ahri, and it was comfort picks. I mean, they've already won with that composition before, so I'm not entirely convinced by SK Prime pulling out the super late scaling comp, super late champion, super late scaling comp, when they're more of an aggressive team anyway.
Yeah, and you got to wonder whether it's simply a case of, as Deficia mentioned, it's like, Kassadin's available, quick, lock it in. Who's going to play it? I don't want it. Anyone want it? Then suddenly it was like, oh, go on, I'll play it in the top lane. Against the Maokai is never going to work. Never got going, never got the resets, never really had anything able to, because a Kassadin needs something to start the fight off. He can't be the one that goes in to start with, and you look at the team, there's nobody to go in to start with. The Kha'Zix is looking for resets. The Tristana's looking for resets. Everybody wants a reset. It wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, I also just want to add to the fact, we've seen a couple of times where the Kassadin was looking for plays, would teleport a minute early for Dragon. Joe and Deficio were really highlighting how it was just very poor decision-making and poor planning on the side of SK Gaming Prime. And it's not something that you can get away with at this level. You can't waste those cooldowns. You can't be out of position when the team fights come around.
Yeah, absolutely, especially not around those objectives. Let's actually take a look at one of the Dragon fights of the game. Let's pull that up on your screen where, well, H2K get their picks once again.
Actually, just by chance, this is the Dragon fight that Smitty was late for. So if you look in the base, he's already recalled and he's trying to, hot tail it back to the Dragon pit as quickly as possible. Roll the clip out and you'll see H2K are grouped up as a nice 5-man unit. SK Prime get caught, and that's what an engage looks like. Oda jumps into 4 members of SK Prime. He's a tank, he's built like a tank, and he's going to survive long enough. So Ika's going to carry on running forward. Febiven's going to end up getting a double kill. But the main problem for me is Smitty just overcommits. The fight is over at this point. There are 4 members of H2K still alive, and Smitty's like, want, and ends up giving up more kills himself.
Yeah, it just went too deep. Absolutely too deep. More importantly, Oda something we saw throughout that game. Splash twisted advances, and they were perfect. Started everything off. Like you said, that is an engage.
Yeah, great stuff. Well, actually, SK Prime's game maybe reminds me of what the Copenhagen Wolves had been doing recently. They pick these late game champions, and then they just jump in at all the moments that they shouldn't. And as such, it wasn't going very well with them. So let's flow back into the next replay around Baron, which actually sealed the deal.
Yeah, I mean, there's a long time between the Dragon fight and the Baron fight, and it was very controlled from H2K. They never had an insurmountable lead, but they strategically made no big mistakes. Roll the clip out, and this is just a near perfect Baron bait. H2K pull members of SK Prime in, and the instant they're in range of the skill shots, H2K react. Great Dark Bindings, another aggressive twisted advance, and all props to AOD. His Morgana was phenomenal.
Yeah, it's just fantastic stuff, honestly. Overall, as a team, and you got to wonder now, is SKP on tilt here because H2K are looking great. Of course, we wondered when they got through. They obviously knocked out Unicorns of Love. We thought, are they the real deal? Unicorns of Love looked fantastic yesterday. H2K, are they the #1 seed?
Yeah, very interesting. And again, now, this time around, What the Fox on Orianna. So you would say very much a comfort pick, I think, for any mid laner. And he didn't wait it out. Sometimes a 1-person shockwave, a 2-person shockwave. Is it the stage? What is it? Because I did expect a lot more out of him.
I think that it is. I mean, SK Prime may have suffered from a similar problem that Millenium did, that they were planning and preparing and scheming coming into the LAN final, instead of just playing what they're comfortable on. I know that Zyrene was quite active on Skype and talking about how SK Prime, when they're playing aggressive and sort of early game champions and really looking to brawl, they do well. And this was simply not the case. They looked to brawl in game 1, and it didn't work. So that could be Panic Station's new wild card, and it didn't work out either.
Yeah, you just wonder whether that's simply a game plan. H2K knew it. Like, if we know it, they know it, that's for sure, because they are way more experienced at playing their opponent. They would have played SK Prime a bunch of times before, obviously across tournaments, DreamHack, etc. So they knew exactly what they were going up against. So maybe they've just planned it well and executed a great game plan so far. Can they go 3-0?
We will see. And for SK Prime, of course, good that they then have the jitters here on this stage now, and then maybe for going forward, they know how to work with that.
Good point.
All right, we've got to take another quick break, but when we return, it's Game 3 of the Summer Challenger Finals. We'll be right back.
Rosenchon flashes into the rest of the team. He is ticking down. Spinny J gets the kill, but then he's finished up, and now Smitty's gonna be locked up. He's gonna fall. Managing to get the kills with Odo and they still alive. The slow gonna come in. It's another double kill for Yarnum. It may be 3 kills. Taken away straight away. Baby gonna go down, and he's gonna go down. Uses the last charge of his ulti, and another binding onto Wonderfunk. Welcome back to the 2014 European Challenger Summer Playoffs live from the LCS stage in Cologne, Germany. H2K Gaming are currently dominating SK Gaming Prime in this series with now 2 games in a row and just 1 more needed to become champions. Let's go back to game number 2 here for a little while and talk about number 1, Smitty J, and number 2, that Kassadin pick that seemed very forced in some ways to take it away from H2K. It didn't really fit into anything that they were trying to do.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird pick, and Also because SK Prime just kept jumping into these team fights in the early mid-game while Kassadin is not very strong, made it look even worse. And Smitty in his last game, and also in the first game, to be honest, was dominated by Oduamne, and also just the use of teleport was a lot better from Oduamne and H2K as a team. So Smitty at the moment seems to have some trouble. He really needs to step it up here for the last game if they want, the third game, if they want to make sure it's not going to be the last game.
Nice turnaround on that one. Let's talk about the bot lane as well, because Hjarnan and AOD, maybe AOD in particular, I mean, Hjarnan went 8-0-8 as Kog'Maw there. AOD, though, is hitting absolutely everything when it comes to his bindings.
Fantastic performance, to be honest. I mean, 16 assists in the game. He was the guy who started everything. Hjarnan was there to pick up all the kills, got all the kills from the early fights. So he just got rolling. Instantly got 24s, played the Rune King very early. And then AOD on Morgana. Beautiful to watch. It was left open by SK Prime again. They didn't even pick it when they had the chance. And he set up so many fights, but just landing the perfect binding. The Black Shields were great, his ultis were good. He was even the guy to just jump in the mid lane. When they had a Baron buff, just dive onto the tower with his ulti just to force SK Prime away so they got the tower. And he's just playing so well at the moment.
And you've got to wonder now, coming into bans and picks, SK Gaming Prime move on to red side. They have been targeting a little bit towards Trashy that last game, 2 jungle bans. You got to go a little bit, look at Febiven. You've probably got to take Maokai or Nidalee or both out of there. And you've only got 3 bans. Not an easy choice here for SKP.
They have to stop targeting Trashy here because they're wasting their bans. He's playing well on Lee Sin. They banned Rengar last time together with Jarvan. The first game they banned Rengar and took Jarvan, and it's not working. Let's see if they actually do change it up.
Well, H2K don't need to change a thing, really. They ban out Syndra, they ban out Xerath. Keep What the Fox off his comfort champion tier because he's not really had the impact that SKP need from him in these 2 games. Other side, SK Gaming Prime have switched up a little bit. They're going to take that Ahri away from Febiven. He's been hitting charms left, right, and center, really dominating. Nidalee taken away by H2K. Question now is, with that Lucian ban, is it going to be a Kassadin ban? No, they ban out Orianna, so it leaves Kassadin open. The question is, though, will H2K actually go for that, or will they just say, you know what, big tanky tree in the top lane, that's what we're going to take, or will they even go towards the jungle and get Rengar for Trashy? Yes, they will.
Okay, so they really want Rengar here for Trashy. He has to perform because they gave up Maokai for it, and even the Kassadin. That is quite a trade. And now there's no question of is the Kassadin going to be top lane, mid lane. He's going to be mid lane. You're going to have Maokai top lane, which means you're looking at 2 very, very strong late game team fighters here from SK Prime already. Just mean, however, certain support is left open again.
Yes, Morgana straight away over to AOD, and surprise, surprise, Hjarnan will take Kog'Maw, and they get that super strong duo lane once again.
So Z's and Zaitan actually did well in the laning phase on Tristana in the last game. As expected, got a small CS lead, but it doesn't matter if you don't completely shut down Hjarnan or get a lot of kills on Z's and his Tristana early on to skip like the mid-game point. Because SK Prime, H2K, as soon as he got the team fights, Hjarnan just picked up all the kills on for his hyper carry and got the 24s early, got Blade of the Rune King early, and just pretty much dominated the game. I mean, 8-0-8. Can't complain. And of course, AOD and Morgana once again to set up all the bindings.
Gonna see Corki picked up though for Z's this time around again, and Jarvan also falling into the hands of Kikis. His favourite champion, it's obviously quite clear on that one. He picks his Jarvan whenever he really can. However, game number 1, his Jarvan didn't have the impact, well, didn't have any real impact apart from feeding kills over in towards H2K's hands. We'll see if he can do it better this time around though.
And we can see SK Prime learned something from the last game, where it took Kassadin and Tristana together, so you have 2 weak mid-game champions together here, which means you can't do anything in mid-game. Now they're actually taking the Corki pick, which is very smart because they can use these now to kind of carry them through the mid-game and get to the late-game point. So I really like the fact they adjusted. Now I like the Kassadin pick a lot more compared to last game.
Well, we see that H2K have said, right then, late game it is, guys. Picking up Ryze and Mundo.
Whoa. Okay, H2K, full late game here. Both Ryze and Mundo really needs to scale up here into the late game. So SK Prime with the Corki pick could be looking to set up some kills and try and snowball a little bit. Still Kassadin, of course, wants to get a few items as well, but Marco is one of the better tanks in the mid game too, so we switch back once again. Game 1, SK Prime had the strong mid game. Game 2 was H2K. Now we're back to SK Prime. But H2K is really looking scary in the late game.
Final pick for SK Prime going over to Zaitan, who's favoured Thresh in these last couple of games and not looked too bad on Thresh either, honestly. Going for Nami this time.
Yeah, this is lane dominance. I really like Nami against Morgana as long as you dodge around the bindings, because you can break her Black Shield with your W and therefore land the bubbles, and also your AD carry, because you provide your E from Nami and the heal onto him, will automatically win the trades with the other AD carries. So I like Nami into Morgana here. And SK Prime looking for lane dominance in the bottom lane. Looking most likely to have Kikis being very aggressive early on Jarvan, where Rengar has to farm up to level 6 before he can really start ganking. So it opens up for Kikis now to help What the Fox and Kassadin in the mid lane. Make sure he gets a good start. Top lane Maokai should be fine by himself.
So guys, as the players get ready for this third game, tell us who you think will win. And all you have to do is tweet to @LOL Esports. I forgot myself how you could do it there. Hashtag H2K win or hashtag SKP win. And we'll see how you voted in just a moment. Game 1, 50-50. Game 2, I think was 60-40 there or thereabouts.
84% to H2K, my prediction.
84% to H2K. That's a very precise number that you're going for.
It's boring just say 85. So 84, because I'm hardcore.
Wow, hardcore Deficio going 84%. We'll see how that vote is going to go. I mean, it's hard to say at this stage that H2K might not win it. They're 2-0 up, it's a best of 5. They've got 3 opportunities technically to close out this game and become the summer playoff champions. Let's find out if they can do it in 3 or whether SK Gaming Prime are going to start the long comeback here in this best of 5 game as we get into game number 3. H2K now switching back over onto the blue side and going for a full-on late game, a scary late game comp, if they can get there.
If they can get there. Well, in game 1, it was kind of the same deal where SK Prime had the stronger mid game, and yet H2K just managed to pick up so many early kills on Febiven in the mid lane. You kind of just ignored the whole, okay, who has a better comp in the game. All of a sudden, Febiven was just better than everyone else and help carry the game for H2K. Let's see what I can do here. Normally I actually like Ryze into Kassadin, because you can lock him up with the Rune Prison and set up some good ganks, especially when you have a Rengar. Ryze goes in, locks him up, easy setup for Rengar to land his snare, and
30 seconds until minions
you just kill him. Same deal again, man, 5 goals.
Same old thing. It becomes a little bit obvious when you've managed to land it twice in a row. Go in there, stick another binding in the Death Brush, and land it onto Zaitan. And AOD, I wish we had a way of finding out the accuracy of his Dark Bindings, because I think it'd be pretty damn high over the course of these last 2 games. H2K actually setting up with 3 men on the top side. That'll be 4 in a sec when Cogmore gets there. Is this going to be a delayed invade onto the red buff, which would find them a Kikis and a Smithy J if they do?
I do like the fact that H2K really respect the fact they're against Corki Nami, don't want to deal with this very annoying lane. So they're looking for the lane swap and make sure Yanan can actually farm early. And also, Mundo will do fine in a 1v2. Can run around with Trashy in the jungle and farm. So let's see, a lane swap from H2K, dodging around Corki Nami. We'll be able to get the red buff, but should also just be standard trade. Kikis can take his own blue buff and go to enemy red buff after.
Actually taking a bit of damage there from that sapling that was thrown over by Smithy, but not really too much to write home about. Red buff stolen away. We'll see if Kikis can cross over the jungle and actually manage to steal that one away to get that trade-off in the buffs at this early stage. Smitty J, though, in this 1 versus 2, always have to be careful. Those bindings have been accurate by AOD.
And really
continue to land them.
Really pushing the lane here early on, so Yanan is going to be able to hard freeze it and just deny all the farm from Smitty and force him into the jungle if he actually wants to get any farm. Because he's pushing it early with saplings, he can't push it out alone. And we already see now he's just stuck at his own tower, being zoned away from all the CS.
Well, Kikis then is going to pull with his flag that red buff into the brush and should be able to take this one away. Rengar and Mundo won't be coming down there just yet. They're just tag teaming their own jungle. Let's see if Kikis, yeah, he will finish off the entire camp. So we'll have the timing on the enemy red buff. Needs to be very careful here though where he's going to go. He puts a ward down just in time to spot them. Trashy Could have jumped out there, did jump out, and wow, flashed away. Look at this, Febiven has popped his ghost. He could flash in here to get that combo down. Doesn't even need to, he's got the speed boost. That's a good bubble, but kick it. Is it going to be enough? It is! Febiven picks up the first blood. Over the top of the wall went Kikis, but it's not enough, and he goes for the red buff invade, gets it, and then loses it straight away to Febiven along with the blue.
All because he wanted to ward around the Wraith camp, so he moved up there, and then H2K just jumped him. Kassadin was pushed into the tower, so What the Fox wasn't able to help. Now you have double buff on Ryze. He already pushed into the lane. He's just gonna keep doing it, keep poking What the Fox. He's gonna need help in here.
Kikis has now respawned in. Quick death timers this early on, and that gives an instant 600-700 gold over to H2K's lead. Not the greatest of starts here for SK Gaming Prime. Need to keep their focus here because they've got to win 3 games in a row against a team who have been just dominating them in these previous 2.
Every single team fight in the past 2 games have gone in favor of H2K. Dragons is mainly gone to them as well. And now Kikis up in his top lane. They need to push out the lane here so Smitty can actually get some proper farm. He's been doing a fine job, always walking into XP range and just throw down his sapling to kill a few minions. Now Kikis and Zaitan is coming up here to help him push it out.
Okay, need to be careful here. Zaitan now moving in there. They don't know that Kikis is there. Oh, flash in, actually gonna go for Yanan, and he will just flash away very quick to get that flash off, and now Trashy and Odoamne coming up here. Will there be anything on the table for them? I don't think so. And actually decide against it. They might try and go mid, you know.
But that was a very delayed bubble by Zaitan. I mean, instant flash route from Smitty. You just have to beat up the bubble if you need to flash bubble. Otherwise, there's no way Yanan can actually go down. But did force the flash or trade flashes between top lane and AD carry. So maybe SK Prime won't try and set something up here. It's going to be hard because H2K have sent a lot of members to the top lane all of a sudden.
Are they going to dive it? I don't think so with Kikis there with that bubble and the root from Maokai. That would be a very dangerous dive at this stage. And actually Odoamne, he's just going to TP down to the bottom lane. Now decides it's time to get that farm going. And actually considering that he's been just tagging along in the jungle this entire start of the game, has managed to come into that 1 versus 1 as it actually is down bottom with a tie in terms of CS to that of Smitty J, who's been in this lane the entire time. Of course, the level advantage goes to Smitty J because of all that experience that he's managed to soak up from the lane. And he's going to keep the babysit going here, having Zaitan just sitting inside of that rush to keep him out of harm's way.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get some farm, gonna get some XP. Of course, have to share it, but it means Z's down his bottom lane because he's all alone. He's gonna be very high, or be actually very far ahead in XP compared to Yanan. So it could be a big factor in the first team fight we might see around a dragon, where Corgi will be ahead and also will be stronger. So honestly, SK Prime can be happy enough, making sure Smitty can farm. Still What the Fox in this mid lane. Gonna farm under the tower, and actually been doing a fine job, even though it was against a double buff Ryze. But just been pushed into the tower, as you normally see with Kassadin, and didn't run teleport actually, took Ignite this time.
So, Odoamne in that 1v1 down bottom, taking a lot of poke from Z's, who's now hit level 6, so he's gonna have rockets to back up those auto attacks and his phosphorus bomb that he's been throwing Odoamne's way. Mondo, they will be hitting 6 soon here, so it makes it harder to actually shut him down. Kikis is moving, as is Zaitan, so either Dragon attempt now with the advantage of the lane positioning with the duo of H2K up top. There we go, started off here, will be a 3-man Dragon, 7.5 minutes into the game. This is going to be going over to SK Gaming Prime. Nothing for H2K here.
And that was just a matter of time because the dual lane from H2K was up in the top side. SK Prime delayed taking the Dragon just to make sure Smitty could actually farm and get some XP up there. Now they just took the Dragon because again, the dual lane from H2K was stuck in the top side in the tower. Not even close to going down. So Dragon for nothing actually here for SK Prime.
As well, gonna go over to What the Fox. He's actually making a lot of damage on that one. I had to tank up the Dragon just before, but I brought SK Gaming Prime right back into it when it comes to gold. I'll pretty much tie up this game when it comes to the gold count.
69 to 62 CS as well there, so he's done a fine job. I mean, we said before we started off this game that Z's and Zaitan had had a few troubles, especially in that semi-final win against Ninjas in Pajamas. They struggled a little bit in the laning phase as a duo. There's, to be honest, not been much sign of that here. If we think back to that last game, did a fine job with the Tristan and managed to get himself farmed up quite nicely. Obviously had it easy this game around. Yeah. And there's What the Fox again getting burst down by Febiven.
Keep in mind they've had the better lane matchup in the past 2 games, and now of course with the lane swap. But it's their play style for SK Prime. They always want to have a dominating bottom lane, make sure they can win it. They normally use it to take objectives, and also why we see Corki, Ezreal coming out of Z's, and also why SK Prime always is so aggressive, because they know, okay, we're not picking these late game AD carries, we're picking these mid game ones, so we have to make plays. Which is why if the bottom lane lose from SK Prime, all of a sudden they have nothing. They don't have a good mid game, they don't have a good late game, and therefore can't do anything, and will just end up losing the game. So back to standard lanes here. H2K, pretty late they actually decided to swap back, which also resulted in the fact that Dragon went down for SK Prime without even the tower going down in his top lane. Could have swapped down earlier and just made sure nobody could actually go Dragon.
It's another max range binding landing onto Z's. Been a bit of a thorn in their side on that front so far, this best of 5 as AOD. What's the plan here? Kikis moving actually towards the middle lane. Rise uses Ghost earlier on when they got that first blood, has got that now back up, so shouldn't have too much problem avoiding them if that were to be the case. If Kikis were to go in on that one, but we can see Trashy, or maybe the point is we've not seen Trashy much. He's been farming up like a beast, 41 to 28 CS.
And he didn't have to do anything other than show himself top lane once a few minutes ago, and otherwise just go back to the jungle, because there's not been any ganks from Kikis. The laners are farming well, Febiven doing a good job in the mid lane. On the top lane, Mundo as well, just one-on-one farming against the Maokai now. So not really been any reason for Trashy to do anything. And we talk about how Kikis could be very aggressive early on Java here, while Rengar needs to get level 6. There was none of it because the lane swap, therefore Trashy can just be happy.
He just popped his ultimate there. That was a little bit of a weird scenario. Kikis actually going to chase him in. There's a Cataclysm coming down. Here comes the rest of the team, and Trashy, not sure what the plan really was there. He was spotted on top of the ward, knew that Kikis was around the corner, popped his ultimate, I think, to make Kikis feel that he's just going to back away. But strange one, that one was. And that gives a kill over, funnily enough, to Zaitan, the support. I'm sure that Corki would have really liked that one.
True here. Trashy was probably just trying to set up a 2v2 with Febiven, while Kikis actually goes in for the gank and just gets smacked in the face and has to go back to base, to be honest.
Yeah, no combo, no Cataclysm after he used it on that last kill. And Febiven just says, okay then, I'm just going to literally throw everything I've got at you. Febiven, of course, after getting the kill earlier on, was able to get himself an early tier to get that stacking up. That Catalyst, the Protector, already in there as well. So he's had a pretty nice time of it in that lane. Obviously helps when you get a double buff right at the start of the game as well.
So up in this top lane, we're probably not going to see a lot of action, just farming for both the super tanks, looking for the team fights instead, and actually killing each other, sustain on both Mundo and Maokai. Makes it pretty much impossible to kill each other alone at least. The junglers might join in. Trashy, it's coming now.
Like a prophet, Deficio. And is he going to be able to get over there? Does have his ultimate available in just a second. There it is, but he's already backed away. So Trashy not going to get involved in that one. As I said before, being focused on getting his farm going. Slightly weird kill that he gave up earlier on, but has managed to get himself up to almost 50 CS. Already got 20 stacks building up towards his Feral Flare as well.
Yeah, pretty good start for him. H2K as well, getting the farm they need onto the carries. They are, of course, looking for late game, while SK Prime will look with this Corki pick here to try and punish in the mid game. So next Dragon coming up in 40 seconds. I'm not sure if H2K actually wants to fight for it, or if they just want to say, okay, we respect the Corki, we're happy farming in the lanes at the moment. Of course, you can't give up too many objectives, but you also have to decide. Mundo already has some tanky items. Will need a Spirit Visit before the fight though.
See the Rod of Ages coming across the board as well. One for Cassidy, one for Maokai, one for Rise as well. All pretty much at exactly the same time. 12.5 minutes in, they started coming down. Well, that Dragon is going to be coming up now in 10 seconds. You see HUK already moving in to get some vision down.
We do have Rod of Ages and TL ready for Flip event, so he's looking just to scale up here. 13 minutes in. Escape Prime instantly just moving towards this Dragon. Wanna maybe even go for a kill here.
Oh, AOD caught out completely. He's going to get his ultimate running. There's a TP coming behind him. What the Fox goes low. Actually, they're going to go aggressive towards Yarden, who's got no mana left. He's down as well. Zaitan will actually pick up that kill to go 2-0-1 this entire time as well. Kikis has just gone into the back of the Dragon Pit. We'll take that one away. Rengar's not close enough. This is the second Dragon of the game going over to SK Prime with the 2 kills as well.
Yeah, so H2K here sent 2 members from the mid lane and 2 members from the bottom lane up towards the Dragon. But then everyone kind of stopped, and you never really want to split up, especially not this early on. It simply meant for SK Prime, as soon as they saw 2 members from H2K completely out of position, you have a Cass and he jumps in and slows, you have a Nami to follow up engage. Easy for them to get 2 kills here, get the Dragon as well. And that was just perfect. I was thinking about just SK Prime getting the Dragon alone, and they would be happy. 2 kills and a bot tower as well. Pretty good.
Yarden didn't flash there either. He could have flashed much earlier and probably just got himself out of that one, but I guess he was thinking they're just going to dive me on the tower anyway, even if I go for that one. Top laners, of course, did get involved in that one. Smitty went down. Romney got himself back up to that lane just before he did that, so let's see how that one all works out. Now Kikis is going to visit once again. However, Odo Omni ultimate available and is also right underneath his turret.
Yeah, and no healing reduction either from SK Prime to actually dive him here. They're gonna need either What the Fox or Zaitan to be there if they actually want to just try and burst down Mundo. They might try and force his flash at least, or maybe they're waiting for a counter game. They're going in now. Let's see what they can do.
Well, he just regen, so no ulti available. He's got his flash there, but where's he going to go? Maybe off towards Morgana, but this is going to be hard for him. There's a slow Cataclysm. Last second flash. Smitty's going to follow though. Slow will come down. Black Shield is on him. Sapling won't be enough. Where's he going to go? What the Fox comes in now, and that is going to be the finisher. It's a Rift Walk that finishes it. Are they going to dive AOD under the tower? Smitty J is pretty low, and he's now going to be tanking up that turret as well. Doesn't really matter. They switch off the aggro to What the Fox, and that will be another 2 kills for SK Gaming Prime, coming out strong this game.
Yeah, so the fact that Odiano was actually kiting around and didn't die simply meant they bought enough time for What the Fox to move up on Kassadin, probably the best champion to get kills on. So just go in, finish him, even get an assist now on to AOD as well. So SK Prime, now the team making the moves, the aggressive plays, and the early to mid game, and it's paying off. Just gonna see it again. Onto Odoamne here. They didn't want to dive him, so they're waiting for him to move out to the minions. There's no healing reduction to actually kill him instantly. There's actually no ult, so I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Anyway, he managed to flash away. He's so low, and that's actually perfect now for SK Prime, because What the Fox is just gonna come in, look at the poor Odoamne and say, okay, I'm gonna take a kill, and...
Oh, well, speaking of kills, they've just, I was going to say dove under the tower, but they were right in the middle of the 2 towers there. It's a kill for Trashy, so 1 back here for SK Gaming Prime, forcing Kikis away as well. Showing that Maokai, with just his Rod of Ages, not unkillable at this stage of the game. There's a recall in mid lane. You might want to reconsider that, and he does. Now 3, make that 5 from HUK, stacking up in the mid lane. Minions are coming in. Corki's nowhere near. Top laner's dead. Jungler is also back in base. So this is a tower here for HUK. That's a fast rotation to mid lane.
Yeah, and very good turnaround. Just lost a few kills, lost the Dragon as well. Now they got a kill onto Smitty, got the tower as well. Zeus was in the bottom lane, pushing it, so he wasn't there to wave clear. And they do kind of need him. He's the only wave clear they actually have.
So if you look at gold, 2.5k for SK Gaming Prime is the lead. If you look down the individual roles, top lane, and oh, there's a flash into the Cataclysm from Kikis. Gonna try and lock up Febiven, but he's pretty much regenning through it. Hold on, they're gonna come in as well. Here is Trashy. Can they turn this one around? What the Fox will just Rift Walk away from it. In the end, no one dies.
Everyone just stayed in there and took it like a man. Smacked Kikis once again. Forced him to actually use the flash to get away. But now, no kills. 2 summoners used by Fibivan. Or at least the flash was used. Not sure if he used Ghost in this fight, it was from before. But SK Prime constantly looking to set up some picks here. Z's is now in the mid lane and they have sent WTF to this bottom lane to sit and farm. So they do have to wait their mid now to push it down, apply some pressure. And if H2K do send too many members to one of the side lanes, Z's should be able to take this mid tower.
Odoamne and Smitty J, after all this, pretty much bang level on farm. This is obviously a big wave for Odoamne though, which will just accelerate him a little bit into a more advantageous position. He's also got 1,000 gold to spend if he does decide, or he's decided to recall here as well. TP is also available, although Dragon is coming up in 1 minute's time, so might want to reconsider if he uses that.
Yeah, and WTF is going to get his blue buff. So we will have it actually for the Dragon fight, which is very important for him, just to jump around if they do want to chase as well. And SK Prime should look to secure the next Dragon here. H2K might try and engage in. They do have... Actually, they don't have a lot of items on this Mundo just yet. There's a Giant Spell. I was about to say, he's been sitting on his Spirit Visage for a long time.
He's got a lot of items, they're just not really big ones.
Completed ones yet. So it might not be tanky Nog actually to go in and survive all the bursts from SK Prime.
Kiki's having to slide away there. Obviously the last time that Dragon came up resulted in 2 kills. Smitty J, meanwhile, going to take advantage of the fact that Odoamne did go back and would then have to walk in because his teleport would be needed for that Dragon, which means that he can finish off the second turret of the game for SK Gaming Prime. The question is now, how does this Dragon fight all go down? It's going to be started off and maybe forced away. There's the binding coming through. It's landed onto Zaitan, but they decide not to follow that one through. Trashy has no ultimate here either. Are they going to be able to get in? TP's going to come down. Dragon is pretty low here. Actually, it's going to start to reset. The fight goes down. Z's will get himself one. Can they find any more? Kikis goes low. Gets his Cataclysm off right at the end. And there's the diving from WTF. Febivan doing good damage back onto him. It's Smitty J though. As Z's is going to Valkyrie back over. And that will allow him to clean up. Double kill for him. Another one there for Smitty J. It's an ace for SK Gaming Prime. Only losing their jungler. And they get a Dragon as well. And possibly a mid tower here if they're fast enough.
I just don't know why H2K want to team fight at this point here. Dragon was started by SK Prime. We're just gonna see it again. AOD once again is there engaged because Trashy used the ulti to try and kill Kikis beforehand. So they don't have any real engage. Another reason not to actually fight. Odoamne TP's in as AOD walks in, but he just dies instantly. Support Morgana is not supposed to be your main engage. He's going to die instantly. And Zeez is just sitting here killing everyone in this fight to get 5 kills, get the Dragon, and H2K once again. A bit like what we could say from SK Prime in the last game, you don't have to necessarily take these fights in the mid game, especially not against something like a Corgi, unless you feel like you can get the perfect engage or the perfect setup for the fight. Once your ulti from Rengar is gone, and you have to use your support Morgana to engage, it is better to just say, let's not take the chance. Give them the Dragon, go back to lanes, let's wait for the next Dragon, have our ulti ready from Trashy, and then we can try and actually set up a fight. Instead of going in a bad situation from the start, already have a weaker comp at the point, and just end up giving 5 kills.
Uh-oh, though, Z's is going to get locked up here, not quite enough range on the binding. WTF will use his Zhonya's, that will allow him to then rip walk once again. Flashes as well over the top. And then Mikhails was actually used on him from Zaitan. H2K now looking maybe to follow on, but with the Maokai presence off to the side, deciding against it. And yeah, to go back to that last point, yes, you give up the Dragon gold, but if you fight and get ace, you're giving up a lot more gold than Dragon.
Again, you can always turn around and say, yeah, H2K, they could outplay SK Prime in the fight, get a good lead, and just like instantly get into the late game point of like a Rise and everyone, which would have been awesome. But the fact you didn't have any engage because Trashy had used his ulti means you are in such a bad situation. You really need to completely outplay the other team to win the fight at that point. It didn't happen. Ended up giving the 5 kills. Now 7,000 gold behind. And still looking just to scale up and need at least 10-15 minutes more before they feel like they can be strong enough to now challenge SK Prime in like a straight up 5 versus 5. Unless again, they get a perfect setup, pick off a target with Rengar and Rise and Morgana, then they can actually get some kills and take it to chase SK Prime here. But now there's a Cassidy on 2 kills, you have a Corki on 3 kills, and also a very, very soon-to-be very tanky Maokai picking up some kills.
Well, you say soon-to-be. Rod of Ages, Spirit Visage in there. He's pretty damn strong already. Obviously, we saw these Zhonya's coming out of What the Fox. He's got that now on top of his Rod of Ages. But the big, scary difference, I think, at this stage of the game, if you look at the AD carries, sees Infinity Edge now along with his Trinity Force. On the other side, it's a Trinity Force and a Vamp Scepter. And he's not got that much. He's got 800 gold to spend. So Yarnan is a pretty long way behind at this stage of things against that sort of powerful mid-game AD carry of Corki.
And these actually went second item Last Whisper in the semi-finals after he got a few early kills on a Corki, which didn't make a lot of sense, so I'm glad to see he's not doing the same today. Get the Infinity Edge, get the maximum amount of damage you can do, because if you look on the side of H2K, there's no armor. So he doesn't have to really get a Last Whisper at all. Next item can be a Bloodthirster if he wants to, and just skip the Last Whisper for now. Might actually never need it because there's so much magic damage from both the Cassidy and the Maokai. On the side of SK Prime, the HK might just invest into a lot of magic resist for the next 10 minutes or so.
Looks like SKP gonna head back off into lanes here and do a bit more farming. Smitty heading towards that top side where there's a decent wave built up for him to go back and shop with. Already got that chain vest in there, so see where he's going next. Whether that'll be Randuin's, whether that'll be... yeah, we'll see on that one.
Well, for now, H2K trying to pick up all the farm they can while SK Prime is actually controlling the lanes here, just looking to push down the bottom lane. Go into mid now with 4 members, can push it down. You have teleport into the top lane, so it's a nice little move. Push out the bottom lane here. There's a lot of time before Odoram can actually get up to the tower and kill it. Opens up for SK Prime to get a push in this mid lane. Yarnan is not there, so we're gonna have to see ulti from Fibbin, which he doesn't have to save the tower, and the tower's gone.
It's gone. Too much power there. Siege. Especially that Corki just smashing away at them from the backside. Couldn't really get in there and clear those waves. And it's a problem that they might find reoccurring here, H2K. Especially now as those side lanes are also going to be pushed in. SK Prime sending Maokai up top. They've got Cassidy down the bottom, so they're both going to have to be dealt with at some point. And perfect timing, really, with 1 minute to go until this next dragon comes up. Get those lanes pushing. Make sure that H2K have to deal with them. And just running back. He's going to dive on towards Z's. That was well timed. I think he actually saw him coming there thanks to the minions and was able to just wait until he appeared before he hit the Valkyrie to get away to safety. So, Dragon in less than a minute's time.
It should be SK Primes. They're already going in, clearing some wards. All the lanes has been pushed up. Clear them, and then once the lanes actually start pushing back to SK Prime, the Dragon should be dead, and they can move back to the side lanes, push them again, and start pressuring down all the lanes here. So as long as they control the side lanes, it will always open up for grouping up as 4 or 5 members in the mid lane, and then quickly move to one of the side lanes if they can't actually get to the tower in the mid lane. So we're just gonna see them keep pushing up the lanes all the time. And then at some point they will be able to get to a lane before H2K and take down a tower.
Well, they are definitely waiting on this Dragon, and H2K are not waiting for it. They're in fact over with 4 men on the top side of their own jungle, so it's not really a problem. I mean, they can't even really rush in there and go straight towards Baron as some kind of risky trade-off there. SKP will get that safely. You can see the H2K just kind of running around together in their own jungle. Didn't really know what to do with their time. We actually saw second item for Kianan is that Blade of the Ruin King. So gonna try and use that for, you know, kiting away from Smitty J, from Kikis, who are both gonna be just diving straight on top of him.
Still, he's gonna rely a lot on the Black Shield from AOD to make sure he can actually kite, otherwise he's gonna get locked down, and then both Kikis and What the Fox will join in and just try and destroy him. But at least this time around, H2K didn't want to contest the Dragon. Knew they are so far behind. Just have to give it up. So SK Prime, all due to the very last teamfight where they aced, H2K got the Dragon as well in a solid goal lead. Smitty J might be caught out. Well, who will be kidding?
Well, post a flash at least there, but It took 3 of them to get him down to about a quarter of his health. Super tanky Maokai. So at 3-1-3, over 200 CS already.
And that is 1 tank item completed.
Yeah. And that's going to be another one here in a second with that Randuin's. And then basically unkillable. At least until they have another 10, 15, maybe even 20 minutes to get more items in there. We see that Z's himself, BF sword in after that last pickup of the Infinity Edge.
So let's see if SK Prime actually wants to do what H2K did to them in the last game. Start baiting out the Baron, maybe even start it. Smitty can tank it if he's not the guy split pushing, then Kickers can tank it. And Z's can do the damage. And then you have What the Fox and Zaitan sitting ready. Not the same as Morgana and Ahri, but still, if they do manage to land a bubble, they can then jump out and engage onto H2K, pick up the kill, go back to the Baron. They are baiting it for now. Didn't actually start it. Not really full debating yet, because Z's had to take the red buff.
Oh, especially going to get a ward in, but they're going to dance towards Bevivan. He's got his flash available. Rune Prison went down. Gionin is going to hit his Blade of the Rune King there on towards What the Fox, who will Rift Walk away. And good damage done onto the AD carry. Will SK Prime with that then turn to Baron? It looks like they will.
Notice how they forced 2 flashes here from the 2 carries of H2K. Kickers made sure Bevivan had to flash away, and then What the Fox instantly jumped on Gionin, so he had to flash as well. And now they're trying to bait the Baron. Let's see, there's no scrying up on Gionin for some reason. Would have been very useful here.
Wow, Z's going to dive in there. That was very risky play, but they're so far ahead at this point. We see H2K being ripped apart. Gionin at the back, though, is doing some decent work for them. Z's does finally go down. It's now all up to Gionin. He gets knocked up. Oh, Anna doing a great bit of regen, and they're able to then finish off Kickers. They're turning this fight around, you know. Zaitan's going to go and die too. Oh, they can't be surprised. Good flash away from that one. Odo Amner will be able to walk out. In the end, it's a 3-for-3.
Yeah, this was with SK Prime setting up the bait, and H2K just running straight at them here. Sees jumped in as the first guy, was forced to flash away later. Let's just see the fight again. Engage is already on it. Z's taking a lot of damage because he jumps in. Would even get stunned by AOD at the very end, and Odo Amner is onto him and can actually finish him. Meanwhile, Yana in the background here, actually left alone. The 2 tanks from SK Prime were like, okay, should we help our AD carry? Should we kill the enemy AD carry? Just running a bit back and forth. In the end, it's too late. They actually decide to move back towards these. Buys time for Gionin to get some kills and end up trading.
It was a very weird fight from SK Gaming Prime there. I mean, I understand that Z's wanted to get the kills, but I think Valkyrie into the middle of the team might be slightly too aggressive on that front. Probably expect that Jarvan or Maokai would be the ones that end up diving out of the Baron pit into the middle of them, but leaves them with a 3-for-3. They're close to a 10,000 gold lead here at SK Prime. And if you think back to the Summer 2 finals where they beat NIP, we were pretty impressed with how efficient SK Prime were when they had the lead. They closed out those games really quickly when they were ahead, when they felt like they had that advantage. Again, they're going to get some deep wards in. Are they going to try to bait this one out again? There's a ward off to the side there from H2K. One inside of Baron Pit as well. And they've seen now them backing off. H2K gonna come back in with a few more wards, surely. Get that vision down. There's obviously a sight stone on Morgana, so we'll see how that one all works. Morgana is recalling now.
No teleport for Odo Amner here. And What the Fox just went down to the bottom lane, started slow pushing it, didn't kill the entire wave, kept some of it, so now his minion will join in and start slowly building up, so it's going to be a big wave pushing down to the tower, and there's no teleport on the side for H2K, so now SK Prime will be back into this Baron here, and if H2K wants to fight, they might end up in the end losing a bot tower for it as well.
Prime gonna get it down to half HP, but here comes H2K. What are they gonna do with it? Black Shield will knock everything off. What the Fox is getting blown to pieces. Oh, that's a good bubble though. He goes down anyway. Odo Amner also in trouble, but he's regenning up in the backside. They've managed to catch a lot of them inside of the Cataclysm. Kikis will knock one up. They've got rid of Rengar and Mundo, and they're gonna keep going. Z's will fall, but it's now all on AOD, who will slowly but surely be finished off, and that will be another 8 here for SK Gaming Prime. Losing their mid laner, losing their AD carry. These three
are gonna take Baron. It's gonna take them a little while to do it, but they will take it.
Alright, so let's see the fight again here. What the fuck? She jumps in. Very nice setup by AOD, forces the instant hourglass. Meanwhile, though, Odoamne is all alone here, so he will, in the very end, go down. And now Zeez is left completely untouched, just standing there, smacking away on everyone. Let's get a good binding in the end. Fabian goes on to him. Mikhails comes in, and he just takes him down at the very end, but it's too late. So what the fuck's jumping in, using the hourglass. Actually ends up just buying enough time for there's still on Baron after the replay. I need a few more seconds. But just what the fuck's going in, buys enough time for the rest of the team to actually kill or get Odoamne so low they could just finish him off in the end. And there we go, SK Prime managed to get the Baron, and all the members actually respawn in time.
Longest Baron ever, but a Baron nonetheless for SK Gaming Prime, and now a 13,000 gold lead. This is where we'll see if they can impress us once again with how they close things out. They still quite a lot of towers up. I mean, they've only got the outer ring so far. They're going to be getting themselves a dragon on top of that last Baron pickup. It's going to mean a good chunk of gold for people to spend. 1,000 on Kassadin, 2,000 for Jarvan, and 1,300 for Maokai, who's got himself another chain vest now. So if he wasn't tanky enough after that last Randuin's pickup, he's going to be even more difficult to take down, and you kind of struggle to figure out who's going to be able to do that on the other side. It comes to the point where you have to somewhat ignore him, but that also just plays into his hands. He can do decent amounts of damage still. Of course, with that ultimate running, it just becomes harder to kill everyone.
Very, very true. Kikis actually decided to get a lot of HP instead of any attack speed reduction, even though he's against Blade of the Drone King and % magic damage. So in that case, it's not going to work too well for him. But he just wants a lot of HP because he wants to be able to survive against Febivan as well. And if you both need armor and magic resist, it becomes a bit hard to itemize, and therefore full HP is often the best. Probably not though against % magic damage and a blade.
Just want to point out as well that chain vest for Maokai is now a thorn mail. So, yeah, you can't kill him. And probably won't even bother trying.
And that's it, you can't kill him.
Yeah, that's it. Bottom line is the tree will survive. So he's there all on his own in that mid lane. Just be careful, because Trashy's already shown that he's not scared of popping his ultimate and just diving on them, but SK Prime want this bottom inner turret. It's already down to half HP, and I think H2K gonna have to just back away. What the fuck's going very deep? Oh, uses Zhonya's, and that buys them enough time to actually pick up the turret. They're now going on towards Odoamne, who's the tankiest member on H2K. Not exactly the ideal tower target, but they are going to go in once again. Odoamne now regen up to full HP. And SK Gaming Prime don't manage to pick up any kills, but they broke finally that inner line of turrets by taking the bottom one, and actually going to back away now from the middle. A minion wave not really with them, and Zeez getting caught somewhat by Odoamne, but just turns around and puts the damage back. Kikis also getting room prisoned up. There's a lot of slows and roots in there on that H2K team, making it hard to chase, but they don't really need to chase. There's turrets that they're after.
Yep. And we again see some very aggressive play from What the Fox. He just jumps into 4 people, gets his slowdown, pops his hourglass, and even flashed after Odoamne here on Dr. Mundo to try and kill him, even though he was never even close.
Bit over ambitious, I think.
Yeah. Very aggressive play, however. What we like to see from SK Prime. Now looking to take down this tower. The top lane is sadly for them not pushing in their favor. So all the focus on this top on this mid lane.
Let's see if they can actually break through on it. Just want to point out that Maokai's got 277 armor.
And remember, H2K first picked Rengar. Instead of taking the Maokai, they wanted Rengar for Trashy. He's performing well on Lee Sin. Didn't feel like it was good enough apparently, or maybe they feel like his Rengar is just so good you have to first pick it. I'm not been too impressed.
Well, he's definitely struggled in this as Trashy gonna pop his ultimate once again, and while he's just too far away, they managed to catch out What the Fox here though. Febivan actually gonna be ghosted in. They're gonna go for Zeez. Let's see if we can get those cooldowns off. No, not quite.
Z's just able to
look at the top lane.
knock him back there. There's 3 men pushing that top lane. That's the inner turret going. And Z's is just going to throw rockets their way, stop them from actually recalling. H2K either have to get themselves fast to top or turn around and try and kill off Z's. In the end, they actually did the first option and went somewhat towards that top lane. Odoamne big and strong enough to actually hold on to his turret, but feels like a bit of a foregone conclusion now here for SK Gaming Prime. It's just a case of how and when they managed to break through.
Yeah, so while they didn't actually get into the base of H2K, they got all the outer turrets now. Just kiting around here, making sure H2K was actually split up to the top tower. Can I go back? Baron is gone. So they can wait for Dragon, wait for the next Baron, take all of it, and then look to go down towards the base of H2K once again. And there's so much armor on Smitty. If SK Prime do manage to land like a bubble from Zaitan, or one member from H2K is out of position who's not Odoamne, we might see SK Prime just dive onto them on the tower, kill them. Have to be a little bit careful with Maokai, because you do actually reset the tower aggro with your W. A bit unlucky if you then turn on to your AD carry by mistake.
Which, I mean, it could be possible that Z's at that point had Valkyried in under the tower into the rest of the team. I want to get that extra damage down.
They need to burn damage as well.
Yeah.
Fly over there.
For now, though, I think we're going to be waiting for the next Baron to come up in the game. 1 minute 15 on that. He's got a Void Staff. I didn't actually notice that. But yeah. Tanky. And got good damage as well, almost at 200 AP. And SK Gaming Prime, they're not going to be baiting H2K anywhere close towards the Baron for now. They're probably just going to sit back this entire time. Let's not forget that the last Baron was an ace just before it by H2K, leaving 3 men alive to do a marathon Baron takedown, which took them about 2.5 minutes, I think, to actually finish that one off.
True. It paid off because the entire team respawned, got the Baron, and used it.
And Hjarnan, interesting enough, all in with 30 seconds to go. So H2K are like, okay, they've gone Dragon, guys. Let's hope that Baron respawn while they're down there doing that. It's not going to work.
No.
Because
now you might lose your inhibitor.
Yeah, you might lose your inhibitor because SK Gaming Prime are coming through. H2K, they've got to make that decision. Recall or walk? It's going to be a walk down in towards the base. Not sure that this is going to work out.
Oh, now they have to fight.
They can't really fight head on here.
Trashy pops
SK Gaming Prime, what are they going to do with this one? There's the knockover. It's going to be Trashy that dives into the middle of the team. Zonya's used by What the Fox, and they're split up all over the place. He's actually getting the Mikhail seal as What the Fox. Is he going to go down? No. Rip walks away from it. Kikis, meanwhile, has got 2 of them inside of his Cataclysm trying to hold on. They've managed to force them away. They're going to get it in him. Smitty J going all the way in towards those Nexus turrets. They kill off Trashy, and there is Z's. Valkyrie in for the double kill, and they'll now go finish off the inhib and possibly finish the game. Only Febiven left alive.
Oh yeah, they're definitely gonna finish the game here. They got so far ahead from the mid game and just kept the lead going. They're gonna take it.
Well, those turrets not going to take much, and there is a bit of a vanity kill on towards Rise at the end. Gets them the 8, but SK Gaming Prime here hold on in the best of 5 for the summer playoffs. Kind of bring it back to 2-1. The question is, can they go all the way?
So, H2K in this game went back to the late game style, but for some reason, and we've seen it from both teams actually in this series, we saw it in the semifinals, we've seen it between NIP and SK Prime as well in the Challenger 2 final. Whoever seems to have the strongest mid-game comp, seems to always get the team fights they want, win them, get the big lead, and just finish the game before the other team can actually catch up and get to this late game point they want to get to.
Either that or the team with the late game comp takes fights in the mid game.
Right, exactly.
Where they're not strong enough, instead of just letting that Dragon go and not getting aced, as happened in this game. Few decisions need to be reckoned with there. Want to first talk about here in the post-game Rengar, because we mentioned earlier, first pick leaving Maokai and Kassadin, because they both weren't banned. So, I mean, he doesn't get much stronger, I think, for a first round of picks, actually, than Maokai and Kassadin.
No, I was very surprised, especially, again, because Trashy had performed well on Lee Sin. Still open. There's loads of junglers left. Jarvan, Vi, he's played it before. And yet he wants this Rengar so badly. Like, first picks it. Maokai ended up being, as always, very, very hard to kill, if not unkillable in these team fights. And clearly the pick and ban strategy of getting this Rengar here, hope that Trashy could carry them through their early mid-game points, didn't work out at all. And in the end, also because they take these team fights for no reason, where they don't even have the Rengar ulti, they still go for the team fight with AOD flashing in as Morgana support, dies in about a second, and then SK Prime just like, okay, we're just going to chase you now with a Kassadin, by the way, who will constantly chase you and slow you, and just kill, ace them, get the dragon as well. 10,000 gold lead by like 28 minutes. Just some weird decisions. SK Prime did it in the last game where they had the late game comp. Now we just saw H2K do it. So I'm not sure what they're going to pick here for the next game, but it wouldn't surprise me to see both teams try and look towards this mid game.
And I wonder if Kassadin will get left up again here by H2K. They're on the red side this time around, which could put the shoe on the other foot almost with, take the first pick Kassadin and say thank you very much for Maokai or maybe Nidalee, depending on obviously where these bans are going to be going in game number 4. Also, just want to touch on the bot lane, the combo really. AOD and Hjarnan didn't have anywhere near the same impact this game.
No, it was a very different game, but just as a team, it was different. Febiven, he got the first blood, he got double buff in the mid lane, couldn't use it, got into team fights, lost the first ones, and nobody got rolling on the team. Trashy and Rengar didn't get rolling. Nobody performed well or well enough to actually say, okay, this guy tried to carry his team, it didn't work out. Everyone just kind of tried to get in team fights, lost them again, and in the end, it just looks like SK Prime completely outplayed them, which they did in this game.
Also, we have to say for Kikis, last 2 games, or not this one, the previous 2 games that H2K Gaming won, we saw him diving in and instantly getting charmed and just blown to pieces. This game, they had that Ryze in there who just couldn't burst him down quick enough, so managed to live a lot longer, this one.
Yeah, he tried at least to burst him down, but then Kikis could always flash out, and then the rest of the team joined in, won the team fights again, so they banned the Ahri this time. Probably going to do the same here if they feel like they have enough bans, which of course is the big question. There's a lot of things they want to get rid of, especially Nidalee as well. But we're going to have to see what they decide to ban. I do feel like it's a good idea because Febiven was very good on Ahri in the first 2 games. Just to make sure he doesn't play it again.
Well, we're going to send it over to Shox to break down that Game 3 victory by SK Gaming Prime.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yeah, guys, they're back in it, SK Gaming Prime. And I got to say, indeed, as they mentioned as well, the Ahri ban, absolute necessity, I feel like. Orianna as well. And then we had Syndra and Azerath on the other side, which forced Febiven on a different style of champion. But I'll get to that in a second. What I actually want to say is, first pick Rengar, and then on the other side, they could lock in a Maokai and a Kassadin, which basically gives them all the tools to build their perfect combo.
WTF. It's that simple. If you're going to first pick Rengar and you're not going to stomp the early in the mid game, you've done something wrong. They gave away 2 incredibly powerful picks. Maokai is probably the strongest champion in the top lane. He ran away with the game. Kassadin in the mid lane, being played properly this time around, also had a phenomenal performance. I'd really have to question the picks and ban phase. I do want to give credit to SK Prime because changing from game 2 to game 3, they actually played their comfort picks. Z's in particular went back to Corki. He's a Corki Israel main. No idea why he tried Tristana in game 2, but he seems so much more comfortable and confident.
And just pretty much echoing what Trevor just said, the fact is, if you are going to first pick a Rengar, you better be damn good on it. The fact is, he got caught out a couple of times in the jungle early on, as did a number of members, honestly, and it just worked out well. I mean, what you need to get Kassadin going, you need to start catching people out. Sure as hell it worked, and What the Fox went on and win the game.
Yeah, good point. And you mentioned the Rengar, and I feel like, as I touched on a little earlier, we had Febiven coming in here with the Ryze. Not a champion you can just jump in, jump out, or you have to flash and then snare someone. And then they tried and kind of do it with the Rengar at a point where he wasn't too tanky, he couldn't survive, and he couldn't burst anyone down. So they lacked the decent initiation to go in there.
I mean, it's the combo. It's the right combo. It's absolutely the right way of doing it. If they're against the Kassadin, they needed it. They needed the Ryze to go in there. Deficio was mentioning it at the time during the game. A Ryze up against the Kassadin, it does work. But when you start to fall behind, the rest of the team were just playing well, and suddenly SK Prime had found themselves like, guys, you remember how to team fight? I think I remember how to team fight. Let's actually do it. And it suddenly worked out for them. And it was a complete role reversal of the last 2 games. SKP have just suddenly woke up.
Yeah, they really just played for time as well. They got control of the game, and it was a slow way to victory, but they took almost all the dragons in the early game. They really bullied H2K around, and there was no point where you looked at that and you went, oh, H2K are in it. It was just SK Prime wrangled control and never let go.
Yeah, and had a great wombo combo going on there also with their comp. Let's actually take a look at one of the dragons fights coming in there for SK Prime that they played good.
So this is just during the laning phase, and I wanted to play this replay just to highlight just how clean and crisp SK Prime were actually playing. Roll the clip out. It's going to result in them finding 2 kills onto H2K and double teleports from the top laners. But SK Prime, again, they're tight and knit, they're grouped up. Febiven can't get involved. He was coming from the top lane down, and you'll actually notice that Odawamne, he cancelled his teleport. And it was just, SK Prime jumped on H2K, seized an opportunity, burned a teleport, got a dragon. And they did this repetitively every 6 or 7 minutes to build up a very big lead.
I say wombo combo, the Nami ult missed and we didn't see Jarvan ult, but hey.
It'll come later, I'm
what
sure.
got the kills going. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
That's what started everything off.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's actually take a look at a team fight a little bit later in the game. Maybe we will see that wombo combo this time around.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we do. Now, this is a much cleaner team fight. Ends up being an ace against H2K. 7 minutes in the game, as we talked about. Small advantages being crept up by SK Prime. Roll the clip out and just take a look at just how focused SK Gaming Prime are. H2K are grouped up. Teleport is available for both of the respective top laners, and you'll notice that Maokai has just hit base. So Smitty J is going to start teleporting it directly onto the dragon. Tidal Wave catches 4, and the rest of SK Prime just sit behind that front line. Smitty J sitting on the front line. You do see that What the Fox is going in to start cleaning house. And it's just a matter of letting Z's finish off with that Valkyrie with the Corki. Well executed, well targeted, and D-Man said it best. Hey guys, we know how to team fight.
And I honestly, I would question why H2K went into that fight. If you look at even just the mid laners, it was a 2-0-2 Kassadin. He'd already got his Rod of Ages, he'd got a needlessly large rod on there. If you looked at the Rise, he'd got the Tear and a Catalyst. You're kind of outpowered at that point. Hadn't got the Rod of Ages completed, so you've got to question why they even took that team fight in the first place.
It also could stem from 2 fairly convincing wins. I mean, you've got this comp, and it could have been a state of overconfidence that H2K came in there and like, we can win this, we've won everything else we've done. But not reading the situation correctly, and it felt like a slow strangle, this game, but I think you have to give a lot of credit to SK. They played patiently and controlled, and their objective game was sound.
Yeah, so going into the next game, the playing field is not evened up now, but it's certainly a boost coming out here for SK Prime. I think they know what to do now, maybe. Can they repeat it?
Well, it's all about the pick and ban phase this time around. You know, don't pick stupid champions, as simple as that. You know, play what you're best at, and sure as hell you may actually.
Hey, I think Akali's cool.
I'm gonna expand on that. Not only do I agree with the point, don't pick in a stupid order. If you're going to lock in Rengar, fine. But don't do it first at the cost of Maokai and Kassadin. You have to get those off the table. You've seen how impactful they are in game.
Yeah, we're going to see who gets the upper hand in the pick and ban phase. We have to take another break, but afterwards, we'll have Game 4 between SK Gaming Prime and H2K Gaming for the Summer Challenger title. We'll be right back.
Wanna maybe even go for a kill here.
Oh, AOD caught out completely. He's going to get his ultimate running. There's a TP coming behind him. What the Fox goes low. Actually, they're going to go aggressive towards Yarden, who's got no mana left. He's down as well. It's Smitty J, though. The Caesar's going to Valkyrie back over, and that will allow him to clean up. Double kill for him. Z's going to dive in there. That was very risky play, but they're so far ahead at this point. We see H2K being ripped apart. Yarden at the back, though, is doing some decent work for them. They're going to get it in him. Smitty J going all the way in towards those Nexus turrets. They kill off Strategy, and there is Z's Valkyrie in for the double kill.
Give me a fat beat!
Pops sold the son, got a ransom for being handsome. Damn son, you a bag of chips and some. Ballin' on these fools that foul, I'm catching M1s. They stupider than fighting bare knuckle with a handgun. He going in yet again, you should fit it great. You see through when it's clear you were born fake. Rip torn scrapes on your face cause you can't scrap. You know it's only getting worse if we battle rap. Rattle cash jacket styles they get from a Cabbage Patch. K-I-D-I-C, you a rather whack. Catch an attack from the Jersey representer. I'm in Georgia with my girl, but Jersey represents her. Too deep for you shallow brain simpletons. So sick like a Neo hit, it's ridiculous. And the symptom is I'm killing with written sentences. Blurring vision, slurring what you spitting. Did I mention this? Is the biz that can't handle so effortless. 17 making grown men second guessing. Had to pause, need a moment like a Twix slogan. Gotta reload for the foes in the clip open.
Welcome back, everyone. We're on to Game 4 in the Challenger Series Finals, which currently stands at 2-1 in favor of H2K. SK Gaming Prime winning game number 3. Is it the start of the big comeback? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, gonna depend a lot on the picks and bans here because H2K in the last game, they dropped the ball, gave both Maokai and Kassadin over and took a Rengar, which pretty much did nothing actually in the game.
Yeah.
They're not gonna do it again, 100% sure. So probably gonna see more focus now, trying to get Maokai maybe themselves. I'm not sure if they actually want to play Kassadin, but I definitely expect them to see a better pick and ban phase from H2K.
We also should talk about the good bits for SK Gaming Prime in game number 3. AD carries is, or Z's, as his name actually is, very aggressive. Diving in there, getting that extra Valkyrie damage down. Other games that might have cost him a bit more than it did in that last one, but he finished 10-10 as Corki.
Yeah, and it's been his main champion if you look at the last few games he's played. He had Tristana in the game they lost here before in the second game of the day and didn't actually do anything in the game, but here on Corki instead, he's so aggressive, he wins his laning phase, he wants to constantly look for these fights in the mid to late game, and it worked. SK Gaming Prime got the kills, Z's picked up a lot of them. Yes, he was aggressive, but it paid off most of the time. He managed to stay alive long enough to do all the damage. And then also Smitty J on Maokai. We talked about his Kassadin the game before, we didn't like it, his teleports were pretty off. On Maokai, he looked pretty good. His laning phase was fine. He got his tank items rolling fairly early on. He got a Spirit Visage pretty early together with the Rod of Ages. And again, as we know, Maokai, he just becomes this unkillable beast. And I'm not sure why the teams in Europe at the moment don't respect Maokai enough and just keep giving him away for whatever reason. I don't care about Rengar. Give me Maokai. I want the best tank in the game at the moment.
Well, by the end of that game, he had like 300 armor as well, which made him just completely unkillable. Yes. So moving into game number 4 then, picks and ban strategies have to completely change. That is something that's definitely clear to us.
Yes.
Obviously, we're having a side switch here though, so SK Gaming Prime will now move on to the blue side, which obviously opens things up for H2K to play it a little bit differently, having the 2 picks as their first picks. Yeah.
Indeed. Well, same bans though. Ari once again against Paper Ban. I think it's a good idea. He was very, very strong. Why are you banning Lucian now?
Because they did in the last 2 games.
Yeah, but honestly, you're on red side. You have like Maokai you need to take care of. You want to ban maybe even a Kassadin. Let him have Lucian instead of the Corki pick and just deal with it. Like Lucian at the moment is not the strongest AD carry. I'd much rather see a Maokai ban. I don't get it.
You have to pick Xerath here as well now. I mean, if you ban Xerath for 3 games and then leave him open, you can pretty much guarantee that What the Fox is probably going to end up picking Xerath. We'll see about that one. Interesting to see what H2K Gaming go for here. Whether that's, you know, locking the jungler on the first round with the likes of Jarvan.
I mean, Rengar is open again. Rengar is open. First picked it last time. If they really love it so much, they should pick it here. Otherwise, yes, Jarvan is open. Lee Sin is open. Worked the first 2 games they played. Can also pick the same bottom lane they've had in the last few games. Would also be an option. Because there's so many junglers open, they don't have to log in a jungler. Seems like they will do it.
I mean, to me, it'd be clear, even if they left Rengar open, that Kikis would probably pick Jarvan anyway.
Yes.
That's Kikis' go-to champion. They will take Morgana, and they're going to have the Rengar here as well in their first round of picks.
So at least they get the Morgana here, and they probably don't expect these to play a hyper carry other than maybe Tristana. Corki is open for him. Should be the lock-in if we go with the recent success he just had in the last game. And they still do get AOD's Morgana here. Played it every single game. Been good on this Morgana in every game, to be honest. Rengar, still not sold on it.
Yeah. Problem in that last game, they were relying on AOD to flash in and start fights for them when other ultimates were down. There is Z's getting his Corki. That one already locked in. And there's Xerath. What a surprise! You ban Xerath in 3 games, you leave it open, and what the fuck says, yes please, I'll take that.
Yeah, and again, I keep looking at this Lucian ban. While Z's is playing such a good Corki anyway, what do you actually gain? Other than, yeah, okay, sure, you don't have to deal with his Lucian, but it can't be that scary that you want to give them Maokai, you want to give them Xerath for what the fuck's one of his main champions. Let's see if they want to pick against it.
Is it going to be Zed for Febiven? Actually, no. They're going to switch away from that. They do lock in that Kog'Maw. Was pretty obvious, I think. They've gone for that same duo in every game so far, and will also take Mundo for the top lane. So
same pick.
Yeah, very similar picks. The Xerath, the only one that's different so far this time around. And in fact, SK Gaming Prime will take exactly the same lineup, just with a different mid laner.
Yeah, and once again, SK Prime can look to control the mid game with the Corki pick, with the Morgana, the Maokai pick, as well in the top lane. Get the Rod of Ages, get 1 tank item, and you can dive into the enemy team. So SK Prime can look to do exactly what it did in the last game. Now they just have even more poke compared to what they had before when they had a Kassadin. Less chase, but more poke. So
makes it easier to take those towers that they had a couple of issues with.
Exactly. So I expect SK Gaming Prime to try and go and do exactly what they did in the last game here. Question is if H2K actually learned something in the last game and won't look for these risky fights unless they know, okay, we can engage it, we can get the kill. Otherwise, in the early mid-game stages where Corki is so strong and also Maokai already started to become tanky, we won't try and go into a bad team fight like we did in the last game.
Well, the one difference here for H2K is that they will be taking Twisted Fate into the lineup for Febiven, up against the Xerath for What the Fuck's, a champion that they've banned in all games up until this 4th one. We'll see if, well, if H2K can win it, or they're going to go back to banning Xerath in the next game.
So it's not going to help H2K in the mid-game fights. TF as well really need items. He really needs to get to his late game point if he wants to, in team fights at least, burst down targets. Of course, his ulti, already from level 6, is very, very strong. The fact you can always control lanes, set up ganks, but in a straight-up team fight, TF needs item before he can really provide a lot of damage. So in that case, again, H2K need to be careful in the mid game. But they might use this Twisted Fate now to try and snowball some of the 2 side lanes, especially towards the Maokai in the top lane. Maybe this is the goal, to say, okay, we're just going to camp the Maokai now, shut him down, make sure our Mundo gets so tanky that we can actually take these mid-game fights, because now we have the frontline tank and you don't.
Well, guys, as the players prepare for Game 4, tell us who you think will take the series. Tweet to us at LOL Esports with hashtag SKPwin or hashtag H2KWin, and we'll check in your votes as we get into the game.
Did we even see the vote last game? I don't recall.
Can't remember.
Probably not. It was probably 84% anyway. But this game here, so we just talked about it again. Win conditions for both teams, what H2K needs to be careful or avoid. Because if they take the same team fights, they might end up losing them again, and also the game.
Well, let's find out, shall we? Getting into game number 4. SK Gaming Prime versus H2K, with the scoreline sat at 2-1 in favor of H2K. Still looking good, just as Deficio is.
Thank you.
And we'll see if they can close this one out, whether that was just a bit of a blip that last game, or whether SK Gaming Prime have really found their form here at the right time to come back in this best of 5. It's going to hinge a lot on Febiven and how well he can use these destinies.
Yeah, so H2K have a lot of pick potential again. You have the Rengar jungle, you have Morgana support, and then of course the TF in the mid lane. So a lot of options for H2K to try and catch SK Prime and get a kill, and then use it to get an objective, but straight up 5v5 team fights can be scary for them. So let's see how they actually want to play it. Maybe they're just going to rely 100% on Febiven to have his ulti, set up a kill, and then they can move. towards an objective and then completely avoid any other team fight for the first 25-30 minutes. Gonna have to see how they play it and where Febren wants to put his focus. I mean, you can set up in this bottom lane. Nami is a very, very easy support to kill if you do actually manage to land a bind or a stun from Febren and then follow up with the bind. Only issue is both Nami can, if she's good, predict the TF with the bubble and just time it so well that once he pours down, bubble lands and we can call him a god.
Well, interesting that H2K have decided this time around that they're going to take that 2 versus 2. Obviously they swapped it last time. We'll see how that works out for them. Again, they're going to set up in this brush, which they've done pretty much every single time that they've been brought into a 2v2. This time, though, the binding is way off from AOD. Well, no early kill down bottom. And the junglers get on their paths. Trashy starting off on his red. Kikis doing exactly the same over on the other side of the map.
And instantly down his bottom lane here, Ziz and Zaitan just pushed away, use all the abilities they have onto it. Wanna get the early level 2 and they will get it. Not just yet, need I believe it's 2 more minions and they can get the level 2 point. And just start poking down H2K's bottom lane.
Good lanes in this bottom side of the map pretty much every single time. Done very well on getting things going. Make sure that Z's...
Three. One more melee. Don't worry.
Oh, you were still counting that one. Okay.
I couldn't remember if it was 2 or 3.
There you go. 3 minions. You were close enough. Trashy gonna get his blue. This mid lane gonna be interesting as well, as I said. Banning out Zero 3 games in a row and leaving him open here in the game, which either could win you the game or bring it back to a tied playing field at 2-2, which then, well, form pretty much goes out of the window at that stage. I'm sure there will be a bit of a tough pill to swallow, I think, for H2K. Being 2-0 up, if it comes back to 2-2, becomes very hard to follow through. As Kiki's here, he's going to go over the back of the Baron pit. Is he going to be able to get in behind Febivan?
Card is used as well.
Oh, card is used. They don't get the knock-up onto him. This is going to need a flash, but he's going to get stunned up here. Febivan going to be in trouble. He's used the ghost. He's used the flash. Will get the stun, but he's surely going to go down. There's the slow. What the Fox needs to charge up one more. He gets it. Max range. First blood to What the Fox on Xerath.
I'm not sure why Febivan didn't actually flash a stun come in from What the Fox here. Could have avoided a lot of the damage. Then pop the ghost. But he just wanted to get close enough to the wall, probably to actually flash over the wall, and therefore trying to at least force some flashes out of SK Prime here. But very nice start, one of the small tricks in Java where you jump over either the Baron wall or the Dragon wall and use it to dodge around the wards. Pretty much a perfect start, and that was one of the issues for TF in this mid lane. He has no jumps, so if you do get onto him, you will most likely kill him.
And then you have to think that, okay, he's got no flash, he's got no ghost.
Yes, you just come back.
Let's just go back, let's camp that lane, get What the Fox going.
Especially because Rengar won't be able to do the same kind of ganks as a Jarvan. In the early game, he needs his level 6. He's looking towards this top lane though. Smith is pretty far up the lane, so might work for H2K.
Maybe able to at least force the flash out there. Is he?
Beautiful dot.
Yeah, really nicely done. Does get slowed in the end and gets away without even having to use that flash. Nice use of that twisted advance once again. So this bottom lane, 35-25. 10 CS lead opened up in a 2 versus 2 scenario. That's not good news for H2K.
No, and it was the reason they actually swapped to the top lane in the last game to avoid its Corki and Nami lane. Now they're just taking the fight and actually falling pretty far behind very early on in CS.
And the thing is, these can afford to take a little bit more damage in there as well because of the heal from Zaitan as well. And look at this, Rengar is again back towards that top lane. Let's see if he can actually kill off Smitty J this time around. And here it becomes obvious. Slow gonna come down. What's he gonna do? Twisted advance straight in there. Trashy tried to get out of range from him. He's gonna go low. He's still got his flash. There it is. And he's able to get back to his tower, but Trashy may well be back there once again as Febivan here. As we said before, as we saw before, Flash and Ghost used as the first blood went over onto What the Fox means that he needs to stay pretty far back in that lane.
What we really see H2K's focus here is to make sure Smitty can just sit and farm in the lane, and we want to make sure Dr. Muno can get going. We were talking about the TF, his FebiVen's gang's going to go towards the top lane to try and help Odoamne here at the start at least. When there was no ulti from FebiVen, it's going to be all about Trashy helping, and he's been there, forced the flash. Didn't manage to get a kill though.
Kiki's actually looking for an invade here. Trashy will just wait him out, then comes diving out of the brush onto that big Wraith, trying to pull it inside the brush so that Kiki's not going to have the vision. I think in the end, realised probably not even worth fighting over there. We'll let it go. And there's Odoamne, level 6, having to use his ultimate straight away as that becomes available to him. Smitty doing a really solid job on this top side of the map, ahead in form despite being ganked twice.
Yeah, so H2K has pretty much been picking risky or losing lanes and gone for standard lanes, and then Rengar jungle, who's not really able to help a lot before level 6. And therefore SK Prime with the goal lead, had the first blood, winning and farming every single lane at the moment. Even the jungle is winning farm-wise here. Only AOD slightly ahead. That's about it. Everyone else from SK Prime is actually winning.
Which obviously matters.
It does, man.
Yeah.
Bots are humans too, or people too.
Humans too.
Well, they're humans, I guess.
4-0. Massive lead. In this mid lane, 49-34. What the Fox doing well has actually let that lane push all the way up there and going to be able to control it because of that Canyon minion coming in. Look at this, Trashy has now started to work his way over. Not exactly the ideal timing on that one though, with What the Fox having that lane pushed up. You can see that Trashy's basically said, you know what, I'm just going to give that one away and leave. Also worth mentioning is the fact that there's a cleanse on What the Fox, which obviously lowers his kill potential a little bit, but keeps him a lot safer if he gets hit with the baller strike with a gold card in that middle lane.
Exactly, so actually a very smart pickup here for What the Fox, and Witness sitting and farming in the lane. Of course, got the first blood onto FebiVen, and otherwise just been happy farming, push up the lane, and making sure Trashy never really had a chance to actually gank him in this mid lane. And same can be said for Kikis. Even though they forced both summoners from FebiVen, didn't actually look for a second gank. Just been farming meanwhile, because all the lanes are winning anyway. It opens up for your jungler to just say, okay, I can sit back now, I can get strong just by farming the jungle. I don't have to go and help any of my lanes.
Odoamne in the meantime has managed to bring this CS back in his favour actually. Continue that here as the wave is pushed up underneath his tower. Bottom lane is continuing to be a real pain for H2K. Look at that CS between the two AD carries now. 80 to, let's call it 63 after this wave. Seeing if he misses any of it. But still, and again, very, very well played by Z's and Zaitan. Showing H2K why they lane swapped in that last game.
Yeah, and why they probably should have done it again. Even though this time around they probably said, you know what, we're just going to try and survive the lane. It's all about our teammates anyway. And then we make sure Odoamne is not going to be in a lane swap where he's going to get the item farm, and he can just one-on-one pick up the same amount of farm as Smitty at least. And then we can try and use Trashy to get a kill on Smitty up in his top lane, therefore trying to snowball them on them. Seems to have been the game plan, because we haven't seen Trashy trying to help the bottom lane at all. It's been all about the top lane. So they've kind of been accepting the fact, okay, we're going to lose the bottom lane, but we have to try and get some kills somewhere else.
Decent damage there coming out of FebiVen. Managed to land 2 wild cards onto What the Fox. And look at this, Kikis again, that age-old trick of jumping over the back of the wall, avoid the vision. I say avoid the vision, there's not any wards down at all from H2K on that side of the map, and that is a very easy dragon pick up by SK Gaming Prime 10.5 minutes in.
You're winning the lanes, you have a Corgi, get the early dragon, perfect setup by SK Prime. Things are looking very, very good for them. Let's see what Trashy can do down his bottom lane.
Well, be a stealth in here. Can he actually get in range? He's going to jump on towards Z's. There is the flash into the ultimate, but Z's just uses his Valkyrie to get away, and Trashy falling super low from that one. Really not going their way. In the meantime, FebiVen also nearly got taken down by What the Fox. He used his ultimate on him, but didn't quite have the damage to finish off, and now Kikis has moved into the bottom lane. Rengar's gone. Danger time for H2K. There they go. Twisted Fate's going to come down. Teleport is coming in. AOD's stuck inside the Cataclysm, and that is the kill. They didn't even need Smitty J. Meanwhile, Febiven comes back around and gets the kill onto What the Fox.
Okay, so Febiven was forced back to base. What the Fox stayed and actually tried to take down his tower. Ended up meaning that Febiven could just come down with his ult. Pops right in. Very simple cleanse was used. Ghost popped. You can just chase it. Now one of the reasons Ghost is so strong on Twisted Fate. But down this bottom lane, again, H2K have said, we are losing bottom lane, we're losing the mid lane, we're gonna need some help from our jungler. Trashy comes down, it backfires, doesn't get a kill, and in the end Kikis joins in, and actually SK Prime picks up a kill onto Z's. Things are looking very good for them.
SK Prime, yeah, a couple of 1,000 gold already up. 2.5 even. Just 12 minutes into the match. You see that Rod of Ages done for Smitty J. Early doors for that one. Spirit Visage though for Odo Amnet on the other side is also in there. As Febiven now in a little bit of trouble. He's got a flash which he uses, already slowed though. Smitty J gonna go underneath the tower, he gets stunned up, but What the Fuck finishes with the ulti and then unloads on towards Trashy as well. Meanwhile, Odo Amnet's now joined the fight. This is a lot of damage onto Smitty, but it might be enough to go back. Odo Amnet got his ulti running. What the Fuck's going under the tower? Dangerous stuff. Can't quite finish off the Mundo, but they got Trashy low, Odo Amnet low, they killed off Febiven, and they gotta kill the tower.
Gonna get the tower here. Smitty moved down from the top lane, straight onto Febiven. Early flash, he had to do it to dodge the stun this time around, and simply meant land a slow from What the Fox, pop your ult, easy kill onto Febiven here. Really showing some good moves on this Xerath. And also Trashy tries to join in again, and completely backfires for him. He's forced to flash away, back to base, he'll lose the tower. He definitely needs more time before he can do anything on his Rengar here. Kick is 2 assists, got the Elder listed already. And Relornomicon, first item here for What the Fox. So 1 the healing reduction against the Mundo, even against the Rengar in this situation. So pretty smart pickup here. It doesn't feel like he needs their magic resist from the Fiends anyway.
Well, I mean, Febiven's already been able to 1v1 him. Granted, underneath a tower there as he ported in as well. So we'll see how that choice ends up working out. Febiven's at the point now that those wild cards are just destroying the minion waves. Same can be said over for What the Fox, of course. He also added a blasting one on top of that Morellonomicon. Top lane, you can forget, it kills 1 versus 1. However, when Twisted Fate joins in, it becomes different. Where's Smitty gonna go? Not gonna get out of range there of the gold card, and I'm afraid he's going down here. Doesn't have a flash available. Actually goes Twisted Advance to Febiven. There's the ulti coming in from What the Fox. Shot, and they will get away with hardly any health remaining. But What the Fox and Kiki's now moving in. They're going towards Odo Amnet, and there we see the Morellonomicon in action. Although, to be fair, he didn't even have his ultimate running anyway. Ends up with a 1-for-1.
So this was again H2K putting all the focus on this top lane here, trying to shut down Smitty and Maokai. And in the end, it took them such a long time to actually kill him. Trashy popped his ult, trying to join in. So once SK Prime moved, both What the Fox and Kick is up there. Even though it's 3 members from H2K, didn't matter, they went in, picked up a kill, ended up trading 2 for 2. And also have the time on Febiven's ulti. And got a kill onto Kings here, not bad on the job, and he's the guy together with Smith who's just gonna jump into the backdown of H2K. Once again, just a good start. Next Dragon coming up. A little over a minute, should be SK Primes as well.
What the Fox is not scared in that mid lane whatsoever. Pushed up way past the halfway mark. Rengar not there. This bottom lane has continued to go as it was before. About a 20 CS lead for Z's. The turret has also taken a real battering and is almost down, in fact. Maybe the second one of the game coming up as the Blues also start to spawn in. Obviously given over to both Xerath and Twisted Fate on their respective sides. Trashy can then go about his way. Maybe come once again down towards this bottom lane. Well, there is a blue ward there from SK Prime, and that will spot him if he does decide to come down the ramp. Actually, he's not. He's going to recall, so wants to buy up here before that dragon comes back into play.
So let's see here. Z's controlling the bottom lane on the Corgi, which wasn't banned. Lucian was banned instead. Probably instead of the Maokai, we should say, who's been under some pressure, but still managed to get up a fairly early Rod of Ages. Actually, good timing on the Rod of Ages, but it was like 12 minutes. So we got starts to get it stacking up. And also, once again, building towards his Spirit Visage as his second item against their double AP from H2K and even some magic damage from Yanin as well. It's gonna work wonders for him, and he's gonna become super tanky. He's getting some good farm in the lane. He's gonna get the global gold from the Dragons. He got the mid tower as well. I mean, he's gonna get enough gold, even though he's falling behind in farm and being ganked a lot, to become super tanky, and therefore make it close to impossible for H2K to actually kill him in these fights.
So good. Use your ultimate. Doesn't quite get the kill, but it doesn't matter. It forces Twisted Fate completely away. And that means that the second dragon of the game gonna go over to SK Gaming Prime, and they've got full control of this game at this point.
Again, H2K picking weak laners. In the case you have Twisted Fate against Xerath in the mid lane, you're not gonna win it one-on-one. You need your jungle help. And also down the bottom lane with Z's and Zaitan just dominating H2K's bottom lane. Once again, you need your jungler to help you. Rengar isn't able to do it before level 6, and once he actually hit level 6, it didn't work, and now Odoamne up in his top lane might be in trouble.
Dodges the stun, but the damage is going to come back onto him, and even with, well, he's got no ultimate, which is a big problem for him anyway, and they just go underneath the tower. 3 of them there to finish that one off. Need to quickly go back towards middle. That took some damage early on, or just keep going on this one. Rengar and Morgana are both coming up. They might actually walk into a trap here. AOD wisely just stays inside of the brush, and they've got a position on him, they've got eyes on him. They're just going to go straight in towards the tower, and it's going to take a lot of damage, and I'm not sure that they can actually force them off. Now Rengar and the fact that those minions have gone down, it only needs a couple more hits. This turret's so very close. Didn't quite get it finished off, but it's only going to need a couple more as that next minion wave starts to come around. Zaitan actually chasing Febiven through the jungle there as well. SK Gaming Prime get 2 turrets on the top lane, losing their middle outer turret for the pleasure though. But look at this, they're all up in that jungle, and that means that they lose pretty much full vision control of it. WonderFox actually pulled an elixir there as well, so wanted a bit of power. Now AOD walks towards Smitty, but the rest of the team were starting to come around, so SK Prime wisely, I think, decide to back away from things. Smitty, he's going to be in trouble here. Rengar pops his ultimate. They're going to go towards WonderFox. Trashy taking a big burst of damage. WonderFox backs away from it. Febiven is going to chase him down. Stun card, wild card. One more auto attack will do it. Nice little pick off there for H2K, and they may be able to have a go on this inner turret now in the mid lane. The rest of the team has come around already, and Febiven using his destiny just to go down to that bottom lane. Once you popped it, you might as well use it.
True. We did see the first engage by Trashy. He had to set up a kill on WonderFox. Did, however, lose the 2 top towers. Picked up 1 in the middle lane. Also lost 1 in the bottom lane. So a lot of towers for SK Prime and only 1 kill and 1 tower for H2K. They've also been losing the last 2 dragons here. So not the end of the world. For SK Prime, they did have to pick up the kill. Or they'd have to lose the kill, we should say. I like the play from Zaitan, just moving into the mid lane, and he was chasing Febiven to make sure he couldn't ulti to the top lane, and therefore buying time for SK Prime to actually kill the tower the second time they moved in.
Almost 20 minutes into this one, and healthy lead for SK Gaming Prime. Okay, at least this time around have that Twisted Fate to actually get rid of those waves once they start coming onto the towers, but they're going to be pushed away most probably by WonderFox there with his max range on Xerath, and those rockets flying out from Z's. Either way, Smitty now going to get back up towards top. Spirit Visage added in, and he's well on his way to becoming that tanky Maokai once again. Last game, let's not forget, managed to get Randuin's in there, Thornmail, even bought a Void Staff before the game actually ended up finishing. So tanky and pretty damn good damage as well.
And nobody wants to ban him. I'm not sure why. He's pretty much winning every single game he's playing, especially in the playoffs as well. So not sure why people keep giving Maokai away. now. AOD might be in trouble.
Yeah, Z's going to go straight towards him. There's a flash use. Twisted Fate Port is going to come in, and Z's may have been off a little bit more than he can chew here. He'll go down to Febiven. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Odoamne now in trouble as well. He's got his ultimate running. What the Fox will be pulled off. Double kill coming in for Twisted Fate as Smitty joins the fight. Febiven's going to go down here. It's going to take a while, but he does eventually die. The slows from Rengar, from Mundo will be enough to stop SK Prime chasing any further. In the end, it's a messy fight. 3 for 3 inside the jungle.
And that was a very, very aggressive move by Zeez. He just jumped towards AOD. TFO was popped. He joined in actually onto him. Yeah, so we're just going to see Febiven come in with the TFO. Zeez is chasing AOD. Febiven joins in, gets stunned. They kill him. And actually, we have Odoamne joining in very late. Sorry, Smitty J joining in very late for the fight. T-Buzz in now. While the fight is almost over, because of the last few members going down, Febiven will die, and Zytime will die in the end. They trade 3 for 3. But very aggressive plays by Zeez, just jumping in towards AOD, even though TF had ult and Trashy could just jump onto him and kill him. Probably not going to do it again.
Well, that's the Zeez that we've seen in the last game as well with his Valkyries. Not scared of going aggressive to try and get some advantage. And there we see, look at that damage onto AOD. Death cap now in there for What the Fox. He's ahead in CS as well, 2 kills to his name. 6 on the other side though for Febiven. That could be the real danger in this one. Lose sight of that blue buff a little bit. Starts resetting itself, and it's going to be sniped. Nicely done from What the Fox.
They got it. Just sitting there behind Rocket Zam. The snipe from What the Fox to pick it up. Denies it from Febiven, and now SK Prime can actually push up and use the Zero with the blue buff to siege.
Nice dodge from Yanan there, only getting hit by 1 charge of the ultimate. Oh, Odoamne's going to be caught out here, and all the damage coming in from the side. Tidal Wave will land, and it's Kikis gets the kill. Now on a killing spree, actually. 3-0-4 to his name, and SK Gaming Prime can just use this position that they've got to keep pushing maybe onto that inner turret. No, they're going down towards Baron because they've seen Twisted Fate down bottom. He's got Destiny, but that's only going to bring him so far.
Still, it's a bit of a risky move here, unless they can take it down very fast, because there is Teleport for Odoamne. He can join in once he actually respawns, and the rest of H2K moving in here. Let's see what SK Prime can do. Disengage.
Down low, there's 2 men caught inside of the Cataclysm. Kikis, he's gone too deep here. He's gone alone into the back line. However, AOD being chased by Zeez. There is, he's getting locked up by the gold card. Can Febiven do it? Odoamne coming in, and there is the kill on towards Zeez. AOD managing to survive through all of that damage. In the end, it's a 2 for 1 in favor of H2K.
So SK Prime here start the Baron, even though Odoamne was the only guy dead and he had teleport. He's in the fight now. Should be able to survive. Not enough damage left for SK Prime here, but they were the ones to start the Baron. And then as soon as H2K showed themselves... Oh, that's cool. Anyway, so as soon as H2K move in towards the Baron, Kikis engage onto them. He goes down very, very fast here. And Zeez once again doesn't want to stick to his team. He's moving alone. Febiven is onto him. AOD is onto him. Odoamne as well to TP. Jan, you probably did too.
Caught out inside his own jungle. We've seen so many kills there around that wolf camp. Needs to be fixed from H2K's side. Can't really afford to lose these kills as they go. They're going to get themselves another dragon here. And they're closing in again on a 10,000 gold lead. Complete dragon control. 4-2 up in towers, 12-18 kills, which is spread nicely across the board. Let's compare that to H2K. You look at the score at the top and say, all right, they've got 8 kills. Not bad, only 4 behind. 7 of them on Twisted Fate and 1 on the support, so a love not really being spread around the team there.
No, I mean, Febiven in his team fights have been able to kill Zeez, so you can't really require more from him. Hey, you killed the AD carry, that's great. But it's more because Zeez has just been moving away from his own team, trying to kill people alone, so he always ends up dying. Febiven can pick up the kills. And while their Baron didn't work out for SK Prime, because they picked up 2 kills later on, it actually ended up paying off. And they won the fight in that case. And it's now back towards this Baron here. Teleport is not ready for Odoamne, so Febiven was the guy to split push. Still needs to be careful, because as you just said before, while he's in the bottom lane, he can just join inside for the Baron. He needs to move up closer to it before he can join in with his ulti. And H2K just been behind pretty much the entire game. Laning phase went in favor of SK Prime. the lanes, especially the mid and bottom lane, was losing pretty hard for H2K. Trashy wasn't able to help them. On Rengar, he put his focus on the top lane before level 6. It didn't actually pay off. And then he had one gank in the bottom lane, which was turned around by SK Prime. Ended up in a kill and a dragon, which once again just gave SK Prime an even bigger lead. And just been holding on to it since. Now they're looking up to siege again onto this tower. They should get it because February went down this bottom lane.
Yeah, as soon as that binding misses, it's easy stuff for SK Gaming Prime. And to be honest, they may be able to get an inhibitor turret from this one. They need to decide either way, because Twisted Fate did do some decent damage down bottom. In fact, he's pulled away, but then returns into that lane now. The minion wave has actually finally come through a bit. There it sees and What the Fox combining to have a good chunk of damage onto AOD.
AOD's just taking so much poke damage. What the Fox? Void Staff already, so much damage.
And look at this tower being shredded down. Twisted Fate is coming into this one. Destiny's available. There's the Destiny use. Odon in the middle of the team. Twisted Fate going to join as well. He's put down the stun onto Zaitan. What the Fox is pretty low. Z's will actually be picked up as Kikis will get one back there though. H2K holding them off here, but can they get any more kills? Smitty J causing them all kinds of problems at the back. There's the ultimate towards Shannon. Not going to land them. And Odo Amna now being chased down. Manages to escape though there at the very end. It's a 2-for-1, but the inhibitor's going down.
So the engage here from H2K was actually pretty good, except for the fact that February didn't join in fast enough. Trashy engaged, and February wasn't there from the start. We're just gonna see it again. He jumps in. What the Fox gets to be KO'd, or the cleanse, sorry. Flash around, and now February joins in. Forces the flash from What the Fox, so he actually stays alive and can do some more damage here. But in the end, because they did manage to instantly shut down What the Fox, and he managed to just dodge around here, it means he stays in the back, twice ult here, doesn't actually get a kill, but the rest of SK Prime is just so tanky. They're staying alive, getting some more kills, and winning the fight, get the tower and inhibitor as well.
What do you think to Mundo going second item, some fire cape in this matchup against an AP top laner? Magic damage from the middle and from the AD carry as well, a decent chunk of it. I mean, so obviously just gathering as much health as he can as well at this point.
Yeah, so because Zeez is building Infinity Edge and will do a lot of damage on the auto attacks, and also Jarvan will actually do some decent damage, he had to get some armor. If he had went full MR, Zeez would have destroyed him very, very fast. So
true. Not
necessarily a bad idea, but we'll need some more MR for the fight. Otherwise, What the Fox can keep doing what he's doing now, just land the poke and get all these, especially AOD, but also Odoamne take a lot of poke damage before the fight actually starts.
Well, Baron is started here for SK Gaming Prime. Once again, Febiven is down the bottom lane. He's going to pop the Destiny here. That's going to give their positioning away. Is that enough to actually force them off it, though? I don't think so, knowing that Twisted Fate is not around. Odoamne is actually trying to get in. There's good damage here on towards What the Fuck. They might be able to finish him off. No, they peel away, go towards Odoamne with the Baron buff now on. Mundo's going down. It's a double kill here for Corki. Twisted Fate also did pull up the map as far as he possibly could. SK Gaming Prime, they can surely just push straight up middle here. Oh no, they're going to chase. They're going to try and get in onto Twisted Fate. They've even just killed a ward, but they can just push.
Well, it's a bit of a weird decision by SK or by H2K. They sent down Fabian to the bottom lane to push, and once the Baron was started, they actually went for the fight anyway, even after it was dead. So Trashy Juke comes in, he wants to steal it. Okay, so one member dies. That should be it. Now the rest of the members from H2K, especially because Fabian wasn't there from the start, shouldn't even be close. There's no reason to give up a second kill, open up for SK Prime to push even further into your base. So H2K, give away the Baron by the fact that Fabian was down the bottom lane pushing, and also give 2 kills. Trashy, you can defend. He wants to go in for the steal, but Odoamne shouldn't have died.
Let's have a look down some items there after that one then. Randuin's for Maokai. Last Whisper on Corki. And, well, that's going to help Tease do more damage, especially onto Odoamne, who's really stacking up armor now. He's going Randuin's as his third item. That's a lot of damage onto Febiven. He's going to nicely dodge there too, and the third charge. However, once again, pushing them away using his massive range, and just opens up that inner turret. It's only the base left here, and even I say only the base left. The mid lane, of course, already lost this inhibitor turret and the inhibitor. Let's see if they can hold on to this one. Again, a big burst going into the back. AOD, the one, again, taking the brunt of the damage. He's flashed in there for the binding, and that actually is going to cost him his life. Goes down, it's Z's that gets the kill. That might be enough now to get inhibitor number 2.
So H2K just wanted to try some kind of engage. Again, AOD flashing in. Ulti was popped by Trashy, so he won't be able to engage now. Should be an easy tower for SK Prime. And once again, when you have the Corki here, and SK Prime managed to do well in the lane phase and the mid game, there's no chance for H2K to do anything. Locked in Ringa twice now. It's not been working out at all. And gone for late game comps the last 2 games, which again is not working against the likes of Z's and SK Prime.
Oh, coming back into this one. Inhibitor actually respawning in there behind them. And that with 2 inhibs now down. Leaves SK Prime on the verge of turning this game completely on its head. They've gone for Febiven. He's going to use his Zhonya's, but he's maybe going to go down. No, he won't. Flashing away, use the ghost. Ulti comes out. Is it enough damage? It was the last charge that actually hit him, but he's already on the fountain, and they force them away once again. That means that they can get it for the inhibitor turret, and Odoamna goes down so quickly. Z's now on a rampage, and this is surely the win for SK Gaming Prime. Big tanky man in the top lane is down, and SK Gaming Prime have got all 3 inhibitors. Super Minions going to be pushing their way through. First Nexus turret will fall. Second one will go after. H2K need to try something here. Need to at least try in the end. Kikis gets his killing spree with that kill onto Twisted Fate. And here is the Nexus opening up. SK Gaming Prime going to win game number 4 and tie us up here 2-2. It all comes down to game number 5.
So the first 2 games, H2K looked very, very strong. They actually destroyed SK Prime. But the last 2, all of a sudden, is now SK Prime just getting the leads early on, getting all the dragons, winning the early game or mid-game team fights, and actually just destroyed H2K in this game. So clearly now, Rengar pick doesn't work. Mundo pick against Maokai, it doesn't work in the top lane, because Maokai can join the fights early on, he can engage the fights as well, 20% damage reduction. It is so hard to play against him, and yet they keep giving it over to Smitty and say, we gotta take Mundo against it, it should be fine. Didn't work at all. 2 games in a row now. They have to mix it up here. Now their first pick. They took Rengar first pick last time. Maokai is gonna be the first pick unless it's banned now. Otherwise, they are really making some mistakes because SK Prime, the same comp, 2 games in a row, except for the mid laner. Only thing they had to change. Same playstyle. We're gonna win our lanes here. Standard lanes as well from H2K, which meant they lost the mid lane, they lost the bottom lane. Of course, you wouldn't swap the mid lane, but they lost the bottom lane and tried to stop the Maokai in top lane. Didn't work for them, and in the end, completely outclassed in the mid game.
Really, and Xerath, as I'm going to hop on that point,
he was good.
Just one more time. 3 games banned, leaving through here on the game that could tie it up 2-2. Finished 4-3-11 by the end of it. And we saw the power of Xerath, especially when it comes to turrets. If you're ahead, the amount of damage that he throws down and you can't do anything about it, you can't defend your turrets like that.
And there was full focus on damage from What the Fox. It was Morel Nomicon, gives more AP than Athene's. And of course, he didn't feel like he needed the MR anyway and wanted the healing reduction. So full focus on damage early Void Staff, early Death Cap as well, because he was so farmed. He got all the dragons, got some like 4 towers in a row. And within like a minute, SK Prime picked up so many towers as well.
Yeah.
So just a massive like spike in gold all of a sudden. He went back, got his items, started sieging up, and from there on, H2K had to engage. They tried once. Fabian joined in slightly late, and by that time, while they did kill Yanan, they were just, while they killed Z's, they were just so far behind. And again, the Maokai didn't die. He just kept locking down people and also Kikis on Jarvan.
And talking of Z's, who we already praised for his amazing performance on Corki in game number 3, again, game number 4, 6-3-5. They've banned Lucian against him now this entire time.
I mean, I'm not sure what they expect him to do on Lucian, but clearly they are afraid he can actually just solo carry the game on this champion.
And the mid game where they're having problems, you might think, leave Lucian up and take him for the lane and try and match Corki on that front. We'll have to see. We're going to be moving into the 5th game in a little while, but for now we're going to head over to Shox for some analysis on that 4th game that's tied the series up.
Thank you very much, Joe. Guys, I have a theory. After the first 2 games, H2K thought, let's ban out some subpar things and pick some subpar things to give ourselves the hardest possible game in preparation for the promotion.
It's a challenge for the challenger team.
Yeah.
That's all it is. I don't know what is going on in this game.
I have a mini rant just before we carry on. Joe was talking to Fisher and hit the nail on the head. Lucian has been banned in all 4 games. Lucian in place of Maokai, when Maokai has been running amok and tearing this team apart. I don't understand what the priority list is like for H2K when they continually ban out the Lucian. How scary can a Lucian really be in this patch, in this meta, where Tristana and Kog'Maw are the de facto default best AD carries by every other team? It's mind-boggling.
And that's maybe even a worry because H2K, you look at the pick and ban strategies, they let What the Fox get Xerath this time around. Another champion that he is pretty well known for, and again, absolutely destroyed them, started everything off. Fantastic performance by him, and just throughout, honestly, the pick and bans, it seems to begin with, they were solid, and whether SKP has maybe just adapted well, or H2K have just simply brain melted when it came to pick and bans?
2 years ago, it's Shyvana. We can deal with Shyvana. I have a counter for Shyvana. Everyone has it's one of these situations. It's Maokai. Maokai's not that scary. He's just a tank. We can deal with a tank. No, you can't. Ban it.
The fact is, you know, all the LCS quarterfinals we've seen today and yesterday proved nobody really can deal with Maokai right now. He is very, very strong in that top lane.
Swain can.
Ban the damn
Swain
thing.
can.
Yeah, a proper Swain can.
Alistar can.
That's
Good
true.
Alistar, maybe. Something else, we see the Rengar curse over in NA. Teams can't seem to find a win with it
In
that
EU
often.
as well.
So, according to our Challenger professional upstairs, Pulse, Trashy is a really, really good Rengar. But, you know, if you just can't create those openings with your teams because you're choosing losing lanes, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I agree with you. If you have a Rengar, you're very dependent on creating opportunities for Rengar to actually come in. He has a stealth, he can run in from out of sight. But in order for that to happen, the minion waves have to be working in your favor. You either have to pull your opponents towards you and punish them. But when you've got 3 lanes, all of them losing their lanes, all of them, you know, on the back foot playing defensively, you can never really go aggressive or go offensive. Whether or not Trashy has been good on Rengar in the past, it's not showing in this series because he's played it 2 games back-to-back. It was banned beforehand. He was winning with Lee Sin. I say go back to Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing with Rengar is, like, as you said, you know, it requires incredible team mechanics. You need to be pushing the wave, good wave control more than anything. This is why we see Korean teams absolutely destroying people with Rengar. We've never seen a European or NA team do that yet, really. They've not been able to just control it right, whether they just don't have the quite team mechanisms, I don't know what.
Yeah.
But certainly in this game, in a best of 5, it is definitely not working for H2K.
And also, if you want to pick it, that's great. But why in the first rotation when you have a Xerath up for What the Fox? He's so good on that champion.
Are they so fearful of Kikis, maybe destroying them with it themselves? I don't know.
Well, it's not been Kikis that's been winning the laning phase for them these last few games either.
Kikis is delighted to just be playing Jarvan the 4th every single time. He's getting his pick. He's happy.
Yeah, so everything going in SK Prime's way. There was yet one positive thing in this for H2K. Febivin maybe pushed a little bit for his champion pool. A lot of mid lane bans coming out. He goes for that Twisted Fate and he actually does pretty well. Let's actually get a team fight up on the screen where he does get a couple of kills off as well.
Yeah, so this was really the only sort of team fight that went in favor of H2K. But the reason I highlight this is 23 minutes into the game, 4 towers to 2, 9 kills to 6. There's a 5,000 gold lead in favor of SK Prime. And it was already at this point that you just felt like H2K had completely lost grasp of the game and there was very little they could do. There was a triple kill Febivin picked up earlier and it was just like, meh, doesn't really matter. Roll this clip out, and you'll notice that SK Prime do peel away from the Baron very quickly, but because of the amount of damage onto Kikis early on, and the fact that Smitty J was a little late to the fight, it actually ends up meaning this fight becomes a 2-for-1 trade in favor of H2K Gaming. They do end up getting that second kill towards the end of the fight, and I just think for H2K, in order to actually win this next game, they have to be much more proactive, and they actually have to make the plays earlier. They can't get dictated to. They can't get bullied around. Stronger lanes, proactive play.
Yeah, absolutely. Get rid of the damn Maokai.
Watch out for that tree.
Ban Maokai.
Yeah, so guys, if you had to call it, now you're very good at predictions, quick shot. Who's going to take this game 5 and why?
SK Prime, momentum's with them. I think pick and ban strategy's with them. Whatever H2K does to adjust now, even if they ban Maokai, I think H2K might be the ones banning it. SK Prime might be the ones banning because they're on red side. So I think they'll have the ability to counter pick, and momentum's with them.
Yeah, I think SK Prime as well. I mean, there's been so much focus on the mid lane bans. Now they're going to have to suddenly adjust what they're banning, and something's going to slip through the cracks.
Yeah, SKP might be in their prime in this one and take game 5. We will see. We have one final break today, but when we return, it is the 5th and final game between H2K Gaming and SK Gaming Prime. You won't want to miss it.
Now in trouble as well. He's got his ultimate running. Wonder Fox will be pulled off. Double kill coming in for Twisted Fate as Smitty joins the fight. Febiven's going to go down here. It's going to take a while. Twisted Fate going to join as well. He's put down the stun onto Zaitan. Wonder Fox is pretty low. Z's will actually be picked up. They might be able to finish him off. No, they peel away. Go towards Odamna with the Baron buff now on. Mundo's going down. It's a double kill here. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCS studio here in Cologne, Germany. Our final playoff game of the day between H2K Gaming and SK Gaming Prime is about to get underway. And whoever wins this next one will earn the title for the Challenger Summer Series. Want to go a little step backwards before we get into Game 5, though, and talk about Champion Select for a second game in a row. It's not been good for H2K.
No, and we talked about it in the game. The Lucian ban is weird. They give Maokai twice over to SK Prime, so they definitely have to fix it. I'm still not a fan of the Rengar. Trashy might be a great Rengar player, but it's not been working out against SK Prime, so I really feel like they have to change it. Smitty J, I mean, he got Maokai now 2 games in a row, the last one again. You don't even have to be too flashy on a Maokai. You're just going to be in these team fights and you're going to pick up assists, you're going to be unkillable. You win 2-1 and 10, and it's just too strong of a pick, to be honest.
Yeah, and Maokai 3-0 now in this series.
3-0
won
indeed.
every single game that we've seen him in. What the Fox, though, we have to talk about him. Yeah, in 4 series, that's true. What the Fox, Xerath went through the picks and bans here. 4-3-11. Got off to a great start with an early first blood, and, well, there was pretty much no stopping him, really, after that.
No, it was a perfect start. He got some early AP, he started sieging up with the blue buff, and February on the other side, he played Ahri the first 2 games and was great. He's now been banned away, and his Rise and his Twisted Fate, he's not been able to do the same, he's not been having the same impact, and he seems to actually struggle at the moment to find which champion he wants to play, which makes it very easy for What the Fox to lane against him all of a sudden.
So we're going to get that side swap coming in once again, which means that SK Gaming Prime are now going to move over onto the red side. I'm just going to double check if that is actually the case. It is the case, so I wasn't lying to you all. They are, in fact, red side. Last time on red side, their first 2 picks were Maokai and Kassadin because they left Kassadin open.
Again. That is not going to happen
You said that in the last game, though.
Well, if it does happen again, they are in a pretty good position to take the series and make a very nice comeback after losing the first 2 games.
Well, let's stop speculating and get some facts here as we get into Champion Select for game number 5 to decide the summer playoff champion. It's going to be a Xerath ban and a Syndra ban here for H2K and a Kassadin ban blue side and a first pick Maokai. Doing it right,
yes,
H2K.
No Lucian ban. Might have been banned in 4 games, but we don't actually have to ban it this time around. And if Z still locks in the Corki, it's really going to make the last 4 Lucian bans look pretty silly.
So, Rise, Jarvan taken here for SK Gaming Prime. Rise obviously could end up in the top lane, could end up in the mid lane for What the Fox. I'll have to see about that. And of course, Kikis getting himself the Jarvan once again. And there's the Lucian lock-in, so we'll see if this Lucian hype is really there. Hyunan's going to take that one. They get Nami as well, taking that away from Zaitan that he's had in the last 2 games. The 2 games that SK Gaming Prime have won, and that might just be now Corki Thresh, which is what Zaitan was playing before, although, you know, Morgana is open, yeah.
Could also be the choice. Again, not the best against Nami in the laning phase, but then outside of the lane, especially against Maokai, the Black Shield is going to be very important because now he can really engage onto AD carry and lock him down, so wouldn't be surprised to see Morgana come in as a support for SK Prime, but H2K must really consider Lucian to be the #1 AD carry, as they banned it 4 times and now early pick it with every other AD carry open. So I'm really looking forward to see what Hyunan can do on Lucian here and how hard him and AOD can actually dominate the lane.
Well, the Tash is in this one. We're going to see Zaitan picking up Braum. A good pick for him in the past. We've seen him performing well on that champion. And of course, did actually play it a couple of times throughout the playoffs so far. Other side, H2K gonna take Lee Sin this time around. It's what Trashy won the first 2 games with. Lost 2 games then with Rengar, which they put massive priority on. First picking it on the blue side. First picking it as well over on the red side when they had those 2 choices. They're going to get it as a last pick this time around, but what are they going to go for in the mid lane here?
They have to get late game damage now. They need a mid laner who can scale into late game. Otherwise, the Rise on the side of SK Prime is going to be very, very hard to deal with here. So, okay. Works out with the TF and also opens up again for now, or opens up for H2K to have a bit of a pick comb in the case. You have Lissin, you have TF to find these small fights, 1-on-1, 2v2. And of course, Namek can set up with a good bubble. And also you have a Maokai He makes it very easy to gank his lane, because if people stand right in front of you, in the laning phase, you just snare them, TF joins in.
So for SK Gaming Prime then, is that a rise for What the Fox in the mid lane? Will they switch things around somewhat and give that up to Smitty J? Might be feeling that something more aggressive is worth it here and actually going to pull out the Riven.
So we've seen his Riven a few times, also against the Maokai actually, and the last time he played this matchup, he actually lost the lane. Straight up one-on-one to a couple shot against NIP in the semi-final. Definitely not looking to do the same here. He did actually end up having a pretty good game on Riven anyway, because once he got out of the lane phase, he just became like a split pushing monster. But normally on Riven, you really need to win your laning phase, and a bit like Aurelia, the type you want to quickly snowball into some damage items, and then go into the first few teammates in the mid game and just blow up the AD carry, or mid laner in this case.
So if you look at that last game against Ninjas in Pajamas, Braum, Jarvan, Corki, Riven, and it was Xerath instead of Ryze this time around. Okay. So a lineup that they are very, very familiar with.
Very focused again from SK Gaming Prime on like fighting in the mid game, getting the dragons, getting objectives, and then get this goal lead they can then snowball from. I really want to see though what Lucian can bring. Been banned so many times, now he's finally picked here. I'm actually expecting very big things from Yanin, but I'm afraid there's a high chance I might get disappointed by Lucian.
Well, as the players get ready for the final game, tell us who you think's going to go home with the series win. Direct your tweets to @LOL Esports with hashtag H2KWin or hashtag SKPWin. We'll check the tally in just a little bit. See if Deficio gets his 84%. Don't think so, though. Sorry.
It was there before, we didn't show it. It's fine.
So you're just saying that it was 84% without actually seeing it. Not even remotely.
And they lost anyway, so it was actually terrible of me to predict.
And
84%.
Lost as well. We'll see about that one, though. We are going to get now into game number 5. It all comes down to this H2K with a 2-0 lead. SK Prime now pulling it all the way back to tie us up, coming into our final game to decide who's going to be the summer playoff champions. Let's get into it. H2K on the blue side got themselves that Maokai, finally. Let's see if Odoamne can have the impact that Smitty J has brought over the last two.
Yeah, let's see what he can do in the laning phase against the Riven. He does have a Febiven on Twisted Fate to help him out after level 6 here, if he actually needs it. Again, remember, last time Smitty played Riven, actually lost his lane by himself. What the fuck's in this mid lane on Ryze? Should have a pretty easy time farming and get an early rod of Aegis, and then when you do have Corki and Riven, you have enough of this mid-game power to make sure Ryze can scale fully into late game. So it's a nice setup by SK Prime. And it's not even like I feel like their late game is a lot worse than H2K, especially because Lucian is not a hyper carry. He's fine in the late game, he's fine in the mid game, he's fine in the laning phase. It's always been the thing about Lucian, he's always been a safe pick all around, never been a hyper carry. So in that case, it's not like SK Prime is going to be too scared of the late game. They're going to be scared about the Maokai, because he's the only true tank we have in the game here.
We'll see if that impacts us later on. When Maokai's full-on beast tank, and Smitty J is probably going to have a bit more damage items coming out with that Riven. Actually started off Doran's shield there to have a bit more of a safer laning phase. Doran's ring start for his opposite number, Odoamne. We're going to be seeing standard lanes here as well, which, we have to be honest, have been very much SK Gaming Prime, especially in that bottom lane.
Yeah, but now they are against the Nami. They had the Nami in the last game. Zaitan had a good game. And C's as well, where they dominated the lane, like at least 25 CS ahead for most of the time. Now they have a Braum who's not as strong as Nami in the laning phase. Let's see what Z's can do this time around. Corki once again for him. Not sure he's unhappy about it. I'm not sure he just wanted Lucian above everyone else. Corki's been working out.
We'll see if Z's can have that impact here once again. Looks like we could be seeing H2K hitting level 2 a little bit quicker. See if they actually try and push any kind of advantage with that one. See the poke coming out from AOD. Z's down to about half health. Mid lane, of course, Ryze versus Twisted Fate. And Febiven trying to get the early advantage there. Top lane will be Riven versus Maokai and Odoamne. Not scared there as he hits level 2 first.
Again, a bit of the same deal for Smitty. A lot of pressure onto him in the start. He's only level 1 now to level 2 for Odoamne, and Probably just needs a few level. Maybe he's a brutalizer before he can really start dueling the Maokai instead of one-on-ones. Otherwise, it can be very hard to kill the tanky tree. But on his bottom lane, Yanan and AOD with a good start, completely zoning away Z's. Which again, also, Nami against Braum is not a good matchup for Braum because it's so hard for him to actually poke Nami where it really matters. Nami with her sustain should be fine.
Kikis as well. Just gonna be climbing over the back of the Dragon Pit. Is he gonna be able to get in there for this one? Yanan and AOD push so far up. He's waiting for that next minion wave to go through to leave that sighting of him as late as possible, but they've started to back away. Here comes Kikis now. He's actually gonna come right around the back of them. Zaitan gonna go in there. They miss the slow onto AOD, but he might be able to get the stun. There it is. AOD is surely gonna be going down on this one. He does his first pick, first blood over towards Z's, and he's gonna fall. Zaitan now in trouble as Trashy comes in with Lee Sin. Did manage to get the slow. Kikis going back aggressive on towards Yanan. Zaitan comes back in to block some damage. Close stuff in the bottom lane, but first blood going over to SK Gaming Prime.
So in the end here, trading 1-for-1. The important deal is Z's went down, so he didn't manage to pick up the last farm here, which he really needed because he lost so much CS in the start by the fact that Yanan and AOD was just pressuring him to the tower, denying so much farm. Lost all of it here. We'll go to Kikis and Zaitan. So while it was first blood for SK Prime, the fact that Z's lost even more farm, even more XP. He's only level 2 at the moment. Not very good for him.
Yeah, and 19-7 the CS total there.
Can get some now at least. Should be able to catch up in XP, or at least some of it.
Well, he's going to come back into the lane with a couple of longswords as Odo Amner again diving in on towards Smitty J. Actually doesn't get the slow there from that sapling. That could have actually been really dangerous if that had worked out. Smitty J goes back in himself and both of them low. Here comes Febivan. This is real bad news for Smitty J. He's going to try and recall. And Febivan turns around. Let me down.
Yeah, level 5 TF gank here. Wanted to try and set up a dive because Smitty was so low. Didn't actually work because Smitty started recalling. And now, back to this mid lane. A few CS behind. Same can be said about the bottom lane. And it's actually H2K. Oh, sorry, yeah, H2K doing well in the side lanes now. Only a TF being slightly behind.
So
it's been a long day.
Odo back into that top lane as well. Couldn't quite finish off his catalyst there, but got the mana and health crystals. As Trashy puts down a pink ward. Is he going to try and visit this bottom lane? There's a ward in the side brush on the river. He's not even going to bother. He's off to farm a little bit more. Bubble attempt there by AOD. Doesn't quite connect for him. Riven getting a deep ward in as well, so wants to make sure that Trashy doesn't come flying out and cause him a few problems. Didn't burn his flash in that last encounter. Obviously Twisted Fate moved away, but look at this.
Again, baiting you twice.
Baiting me in. Getting all excited when Twisted Fate moves off to the side of the lane thinking he's going to Destiny gank one of those lanes. Doesn't happen for him though, or doesn't even try for it. He just wanted to recall and buy himself some items. There's the bubble landing on towards Z's. Good unbreakable though from Zaitan will stop all the damage.
So Braum here again, while he's not very good in the lane against Nami, in the team fights however, he's insanely strong because he can block the ulti from Nami, he can even block the ulti from Illusion. So Zaitan picked it knowing the laning phase will be hard, but just said, you know what, in team fights I can completely block 2 ultis. Let's see, Febivan now is going to top lane.
Now he's going to top lane and Smitty J is out of position here. And that's going to be a lot of damage coming down. Nice knock-up from Odo Amner and there is the kill. Febivan gets him meanwhile down in the bottom lane. Kikis going low. He's going to be finished off by Trashy. H2K trying to run away from this one. Wonder Fox has come down to the bottom. Flashes in. Locks on Trashy. Good bubble. But it's not going to be enough here, I don't think it is. Trashy is able to walk through the brush. They lose vision of him. And they stop the kills coming in. That's a couple of them going over to H2K. Nicely done.
Yeah, 2 very, very fast kills here. Once again, Trash is in the bottom lane, winning the fight against Kikis on his Lee Sin, like he did in the first game and in the second game. Now he's suddenly doing it again. Wasn't able to do it on Rengar, doesn't have the same early game power. And now things are looking good for H2K once again. Did see a very fast cleanse from What the Fox down his bottom lane as soon as he got bubbled, but just wasn't enough to actually take someone down.
So junglers get back underway on their farm paths. Kikis will take his red blue buffs up over the other side, so that should be going over to Twisted Fate here in a second. Actually going Morellonomicon again this time around is Febiven, which gonna have less of an impact, I think, than it did in terms of the healing reduction, because obviously it was Mundo last time around, which needed sorting out. Which of course it was Xerath who had that Morellonomicon. Slight
the point is, there was a Mundo, there was a
yes.
Morellonomicon.
That was my
End of
point.
story.
We got it through. Everything's good. Top lane then. Smitty coming in here with those two long swords. And he's going to put down some pressure onto Odoamne. Obviously got that possibility to get more of an execute off now that he's hit that level 6 point. But Odoamne really holding his own in that lane now that he's got that Catalyst, the Protector. Smitty even taking a turret hit. Odoamne started to step forward. Thought we might see Twisted Fate coming in, but no Destiny available. Twisted Fate's actually just gone back and taken himself a Rake Camp.
Yeah, so the big deal now is down this bottom lane where Jarnan on Lucian just keeps farming and denying so much farm from Z's at the same time. It's a big issue, and remember the Relic Shield CS, you can see it on both the members who actually gets it, so no, he does not have, Z's does not have 11 extra CS, it is already in his score here. Febiven actually popped his ulti, was looking towards the top lane, but as soon as he saw Kikis, he knew, okay, I'm not gonna actually join in because it's gonna be pretty horrible. I decided just to use it to warn Odoamne.
So, wards taken away around Dragon Place as well. And there's the vote. 58% of you thinking that SK Prime are gonna win this one. You were close with 84%. If you add 30, take off 4, you're pretty much there, Deficio.
Pretty much. The votes today have actually been pretty wrong. The first one was like 75% to SK Prime, H2K won. The next one was 50-50, fair enough, we'll take it. Then it was H2K would win, SK Prime won. Second one, I don't remember, or fourth one, I don't remember. Now people believe SK Prime is going to win, and they're actually off to a pretty bad start.
Yeah, 3-1 behind in kills, couple of 1,000 gold already, 10.5 minutes into it, which could kind of skyrocket if H2K are able to get in for the first dragon. Could of course be nicely leveled up, or not exactly fully leveled up with a one single dragon, but SK Gaming Prime have generally done well in terms of taking early dragons, even in the games that they lost earlier.
Yeah, but again, they always, except for the one game,
except that one where they messed it up.
Yeah, pick this like mid-game comp, so they have to get the early dragons, they have to get objectives. They have to do well in the laning phase and not be 40 CS behind.
Yeah.
At the moment, the Lucian is impressing us, but it's also a lot about the Nami in the laning phase against the Braum, which then of course gets evened out in teamfights where Braum will be stronger than Nami in the case he can block her ulti, which we talked about earlier. But things are not looking good for Z's, and again, as people normally say, when SK Prime loses the bottom lane, they have a very hard time in the games because suddenly they end up losing dragons and they just fall behind with these mid-game AD carries and then they can't do anything.
So Bubble coming in. Are they going to try and go for the dive for your Trashy? Off to the side. There is the culling news. Caesar's down to half HP. Destiny is going to be popped here. Febiven is going to start his way. He's coming down towards the bottom lane. Zaitan, my friend, you are dead. And Smitty J comes in from the side. They're going to try for this one, actually. A lot of damage towards AOD. Maokai will join as well. Smitty goes down. Can they get any more? Febiven trying to get it for the stun card. Will land it as well. And just like that, 3-for-1 down the bottom lane. Should be the tower as well, although Rise has now come in and may die.
Oh,
there's the kick onto him. That was a questionable decision from What the Fox to be there.
Yeah, so he got a kill. He could just have ran actually back to his mid lane. He would have been fine. Right to tower. Let's see it again. TP coming in from Smitty, but first Febiven joins in. 4 members against Zaitan. Pretty unfair game here. Smitty actually comes in, completely misses his stun. I'm not sure what's going on here. He wanted to dash into them and stun, but just clicked stun first. Ends up doing absolutely nothing and just die. H2K chase it. Okay, AOD will die down this bottom, or down in the bottom of your screen. And then What the Fox decides to run into his own tower, even though there's still 4 members from H2K. Probably not the best decision.
I'm gonna go with no. Probably not. That's the answer to that one. It leaves us then with a 2-0-4 Lucian, a 2-0-3 Twist of Fate, a 2-0-4 Lee Sin. Maokai got himself a kill as well, and 5 assists on the support. That is a good spread across the board for H2K with a 5,000 gold lead almost under their belt. If you look at Yanan, where he's gone with this Lucian, Brutalizer, BF Sword, Pickaxe, that is pretty scary, especially when you compare it with just the Phage and Sheen. And there's the bubble landing on towards Z's. Colin comes out, nicely blocked by Zaitan, though will keep his AD carry alive.
So, not a build I've actually seen before. On Lucian, normally you see like Blade of the Ruined King into Ghostblade, or you see Vintage into Static Shift as like the 2 options. But he's just mixing it up a little bit. Honestly, because he's so far ahead, he just want to really abuse it, get the early Brutalizer for the early damage, and just try and really snowball his lead here, which has been working. I mean, Ziz is completely shut down. He's so far behind. The ganks from H2K always worked out well. They got kills. They forced Ziz to go back whenever a big minion wave was about to hit the tower. He got denied even more. Fell behind early, where the early level 2 went over to H2K. And now Smitty J.
Yeah, Twisted Fate. It's Odoamne that's actually tanking up the turret here. He will flash away to leave Febiven to take that damage. Wildcards come through. Smitty J is making a run for freedom. And he somehow managed to turn all the way around. There's another auto attack. Minions might be enough to do it. Red card comes flying out. Febiven gets the kill. They're going to get the tower as well here.
Yeah, meanwhile, SK Prime looking towards this mid lane. But because the bottom lane was pushed all the way out, it opened up for Yanan and AOD to now rotate to mid lane and be there to defend it. So, nice play here by H2K. Really stepping it up now. First time we actually see them with some early power as well, and not just this full late game setups. And all of a sudden, they're doing really well. And also with the Maokai.
Yeah, who would have thought it?
And a Lee Sin, not a Rengar.
Yeah. Working wonders here for H2K. They may lose this bottom turret, although don't actually think so. Yanan and AOD managed to run to middle, save that tower, then run all the way back to bottom, save that tower. Tower savers this bottom lane. Not just that, but they're absolutely destroying SK Prime in this 2v2. 130 to 80 CS. That's not good.
No, it is definitely not good. Let's see, just always dashing forward here, getting the double tap, then you fire your Q, you get double tap again, and all of a sudden your E is almost ready. And you are very safe. It's gonna be hard for SK Prime to actually kill Yanan in these fights because he can just dash around. It's gonna be a lot about either flashing in with What the Fox, land the Rune Prism, and then you follow up with the stun and knockup from Kikis, and then you can take him down. Smitty J once again though.
Yeah, in trouble.
Well, maybe he can kite.
Well, he's fast at least.
Here.
Rise coming up for this one. Smitty gonna pull back there. There is the wild cards coming out, and it's actually the sapling that does it in the end. And now, What the Fox gonna get kicked into the rest of the team. Febiven gets another one. It's 10-2 and a 7,500 gold lead, almost, for H2K.
Almost. Still though, every single time H2K send TF to gank a lane, they don't lose anything anywhere. Because there's no dragon to be taken, and SKP is not in a position to even take it if it was up. At the same time, they constantly send Yanan between mid lane and bot lane to defend the towers. So Febiven is free to go wherever he wants to, pick up the kills. Smitty just been the target every single time. And there's a double bubble.
Double bubble, tidal wave followed through. Cataclysm did come down there from Kikis just before he died, but it's another 2 kills. It's another turret. And it's 10,000 gold lead.
We're 16 minutes in, almost again. They're not done, by the way.
No, they're going to keep going on this one. Odoamne might have gone a little bit too deep on that, though. Actually gets shut down, but he may trade life for turret. Not quite finished off there. And SKP managed to repel the attack.
Almost got the tower.
Almost.
Almost worked as well as the dive.
And it's getting to the point, I mean, we're 17 minutes in, where SK Prime are just so far behind. Look at the item difference. Infinity Edge done. In fact, forget the item difference. Look at that double bubble.
Yeah, AOD on Morgana in the first 2 games just set up so many kills with the bindings. Now he picked Nami. And as long as H2K is in a position where he can actually start the fight by landing bubble or landing a binding, he will land them. Like we just saw here, double bubble. Instantly just go in, pick up kills, pick up the tower. Looking damn good. Infinity Edge completed. You got Brutalizer, which should be a Ghost Blade for Yanan. And then it's just about time for another team fight, I guess, if you're H2K. Dragon coming up in 35 seconds.
Keep them fights coming because they're winning them all. 12-3 up, 2 kills for Rise, 1 for their AD carry, who is 45 CS behind, 35 CS behind.
Almost.
Almost. And that Dragon coming up, not really a Dragon that SK Prime should be thinking about going for whatsoever. I mean, they're in a position where they're just so far behind anyway that they could really do with that Dragon. Maybe a cheeky steal is something that they'd aim for, but they could also end up just getting aced, and then
exactly.
Then that 10,000 gold lead is definitely there.
Especially because H2K can always engage with the Maokai and then follow with either the TF who has an hourglass or just Trashy jumping in, kick someone back here. It's very easy for H2K to set up a fight. You got Nami as well for the follow-up with the wave. SK Prime is actually here at the Dragon. They do have the Corgi for the mid-game, do have the Riven, but still they are so far behind. Let's see what's gonna happen. February is down his bottom lane. He's looking probably to pour it in and just hourglass.
Yeah. Ward's coming down from SK Prime, and this is the longest dance we've seen at an objective for a while. Feb even taking a lot of damage. They just jump on him. He doesn't even have time to use his Zhonya's. It's now 5 versus 4, and SK Gaming Prime say, nope, we're not done just yet. We're going to go for Dragon. Meanwhile, H2K say, okay, you take that one. We're going to go up your mid lane.
Yes, and they're actually forcing SKP away from the Dragon. They're looking for a fight again.
Well, they've gone on to Odamne, the strongest one, and it's going to be turned around here. Zaytan going low. Wonder Fox is low. They're going to be one by one picked off. Kikis will also fall. Yarnan doing a great job of this one. They finally dive on him and do manage to get the kill. Smitty will go down. Now it's all on Z's versus the tree. And Kikis there at the back as well. He's got no health remaining. As Nami is coming back in. They need to run away. There is a twisted advance on towards Z's. Has he got enough damage to finish off? It's now going to help because AOD gives him the extra power, and that will be Odam again in another one. 3 for 1.
And this was with February being dead.
Right hand went down.
From the start, February from the start here. I'm not sure what he was doing in the bottom lane, but he got caught out. Now to go for the fight. In the back here, Yarnan completely untouched. You're jumping onto the tree here, and you want to try and kill him. That's not going to happen. So Yarnan just staying in the back, doing so much damage. He will go down in the end because Zeez and Smitty jumps in, but Smitty goes so low, will die in the very end. Now Zeez is just left by himself almost. Kikis is here. He's not really able to do anything. And Oduamne just so confident on his Maokai. Going for the fight. And in the very end, just smacking the ground. Killing technology.
And they get the Dragon as well. And there is that 10,000 gold lead that I was talking about if they decide to fight for. I mean, it was a 5 versus 4.
Yeah.
That fight. That's how far ahead H2K were.
They just didn't get to the AD carry, who was pretty fit.
Yeah. 3-1-8. Infinity Edge. Brutalizer. And he's picked up a Cutlass now as well, so see where he's going to go finishing first. Either way, SK Gaming Prime far and away behind in this game. Seeing for What the Fox picking himself up Glacial Shroud, Negatron Cloak. AOD even up in their jungle at this stage trying to get some vision down.
And there's so much armor on the side of Oduam there. What the Fox is the guy to kill him. Corgi, of course, does have some magic damage, but it's going to be very hard. And we actually do see Z's just go straight for Last Whisper here. As a second item now, because there's so much armor on the side of Oduamne, and I mean, they have to kill him. We just saw the damage he can do because of Rod of Ages and because of his high base damage, especially on the Q, and their % magic damage on his W as well. I mean, you can't just ignore him. You have to kill him.
Oh, Z's gonna go and get knocked down to less than half. Oduamne, you see it there, he's just tanking up the entire team, gets another twisted
He killed him as well.
Managed to get the kill. He's not dead just yet. Finally finished off with a shutdown. Where is Twisted Fate gonna go? Right on top of What the Fox. Manages to get the stun. Yarnan comes across. Double kill for him and an ace for H2K.
And this is just all about Maokai jumping into 5 members. Takes all the damage, even picks up a kill, and waits for the rest of his team to join in. Just to see it again. He goes in, past the tower, who cares? 4 members just hitting him. He refuses to die. Rest of the team joins in. He gets a kill on Z's, the AD carry, and then he finally actually dies. He's just healing so much. And by this time, I mean, H2K, because they're so far ahead and because he's so far ahead, can of course take the team fight, take the towers, Let's see if they even got inhibitor. They didn't.
They didn't. No, not quite.
They didn't.
Not quite. So, where does that leave us then? Well, there's a lot of kills for HUK.
Almost 15,000.
Almost 1 a minute here, Deficio. That's how many they got. 6-11 Maokai, 5-0-11 Lee Sin, 4 kills for TF, 5 kills for the AD carry, and a single 1 for AOD. Deserved it as well because some great tidal waves and bubbles come out of him. And 15 assists to his name. Odo Amna just getting tankier and tankier. There's Randuin's Omen for Lee Sin. Death Cap was picked up for Febiven. And the Blade of the Rune King was also completed by Hjarnan the last time that they went home. And the gold lead sat at a very depressing looking 15,000 if you're an SK Prime player.
Yes.
And the Riven pick in the top lane just not working out for them. 0-6-5 has done very little this game.
Yeah, well, it did actually bait his own teammates into dying a few times, and that's been about it. Farm-wise, it was even. Then Febiven just went top lane a few times, killed him. In every single team fight, he's just been dying, and it's really fun to see the difference from H2K. Now they actually get some picks they can work with, especially in the early to mid game. And where they don't give away the Maokai, they don't pick Rengar themselves, they actually take the Lee Sin, which works so well in the start. It's just a complete different team. So leading into relegation, if you are one of the LCS teams watching this, either you're going to look at H2K and say they are very good with the right champions, oh, Febiven might be in trouble.
And he may well just go down from this one. A lot of damage from What the Fox. There's a stun coming out though. Wild cards will land. Can Febiven get away from this one? Flash from What the Fox will get him the kill. He's 4th of the game actually. In the meantime though, HUK were just pressuring this bottom lane. And Odo Amna, he's going to come around. Is he actually going to go for the fight? Sapling will come down. I think Odo Amna also going a little bit too deep from this one. Nice little twisted advance off to the minions, but the rest of them just pile in. But here comes the cavalry. It's Hjarnan throwing in his ultimate kick. Is surely going to go down. One more hit will do it. Flash from Hjarnan, but he's now being chased by Smitty J. Uses the Blade of the Rune King, and he's going to sidestep there as well. Zaitan is on to Trashy. Hjarnan's going to get another one. No, shut down by Riven, and Trashy here is going to be pressured too. It's Corky that gets that one. So 4 for 3 for SK Prime.
Yeah, sloppy play by H2K here. First, Febiven died 1-on-1 to What the Fox in the mid lane, and then Odo Amna just walked all by himself past the tower, past all the members of SK Prime. He got taken down very early. Now the rest of H2K actually joins in, but look here. The shield from the Zaitan will also block the ulti from Nami, one of the reasons he's so good. Did Odo Amna actually die? He did. Yes, he did. Still though, H2K here being a little bit too overconfident with the lead. No Baron was taken. Probably only lost the mid tower fort, so not the end of the world. So don't do it like 5 more times.
They have brought the gold lead a little bit back in their favor though. What did they actually take though after that? They didn't.
No, they didn't.
Nothing taken. Mid lane, in fact, obviously no towers even being taken as of yet by SK Gaming Prime. You also have to say, maybe not the biggest of tower-taking teams anyway, short range on that. But also the fact that they can't get near them since they are so far behind. HK on the Dragon, they're going to take that one away. SK Gaming Prime nowhere near it. That will be 3 out of 3. And they're going to add another blue buff to their total as well. And possibly then push up and kill off that damn inhibitor that they freed up earlier on. There's the Destiny in. He's just going to go straight into it. And we see SK Prime start to hit the recall, but they're going to lose an inhib for it.
Yeah, so probably have lost it anyway. Looked like they wanted to trade the mid tower for it because all 5 members were there, but just instant recalled. Lost inhibitor. And let's see what H2K wants to do. They could set up a Baron. They don't need it at all. Nope. But also just focus on getting on the last few towers here. And then wait for super minions to spawn in the bottom lane. Then just push it. I mean, at this time, they can even dive onto SK Prime if they want to.
Where are they going? Looks like they possibly going home. Everyone's sat on about 1,000 gold. And they're going towards Baron here. They've got vision control. There's a red ward in the back, which will be taken away.
Okay, Kiki's time to be a hero.
Be a man, Kiki.
You have to steal it.
Gotta be a quick man here though, because that Baron's going down very, very quickly. And look at Odoamne trying to lock Kikis up, stop him from getting in there. He slides in. He stole it! He stole it! Kikis gets it! But are they gonna survive the fight afterwards? Cataclysm goes down onto 3. They're actually doing pretty well in this one. Z's once again stays untroubled at the back. They managed to kill off Riven though. Well, that's a kill onto Maokai. 2 for 2 so far. Baron to SK Gaming Prime. Kikis, what a man.
What a man. And again, some sloppy play by H2K. Just go in there, a ward was placed, they didn't disengage, didn't respect the fact that Kikis could potentially steal it, and just kept hitting the Baron. In the end, he stole it, trading 2 for 2, and while they're still so far ahead, it's not exactly helping them finish the game at the moment. So they go for Kikis first here, trying to make sure he can't get into the Baron pit. Slides in, just takes it, easy peasy for him. And yes, he can sacrifice himself, but they're actually trading 2 for 2 and Baron for SK Prime, which wasn't even needed for H2K.
Interesting that they chose to kill off Riven there in the back of the pit rather than the AD carry that's just destroying their tank. Never mind. 26 to 12. Gold being shortened somewhat. It's now only 13,000 official, which is better than the 15,000 it was just
I agree.
a few minutes ago. But this Baron, not something that they can particularly capitalize on here, SK Gaming Prime. All well and good. Nice pickup for them, but they've got to deal with super minions from that bottom lane. They're going to have to deal with more siege here. H2K are far enough ahead to kind of nullify that Baron buff's power as well. And it looks like they're just going to go straight towards that top lane. Actually, nicely done from Smitty J just to push out that wave to slow them down a little bit. We see that Febivan is getting close to a full build, and we're only half an hour into the game. Void Staff now added into his Death Cap, Zhonya's, Morella, Nomicon. Bad news overall for SK Gaming Prime.
Should probably get distortion on his boot though, seeing as he's running Ghost Flash.
Oh, this is bad as well. What the Fox actually been somewhat caught out, but the rest of the team now is going to be joining in. Odoamne tanking up the front line. There is the Zhonya's going to be used at the backside. Hjarnan throwing in his damage. They kill off side time. Can they get any more from it? Odoamne going straight onto What the Fox, but he's all alone. Odoamne's going to go down on the other side. We see Jarvan trying to get away. Kikis there, slowed by the red buff of Hjarnan. Is he going to be able to squeeze in to finish off? One more auto attack should do it. Shield not enough there, and that will be a 3 for 2 for H2K.
So again, H2K here engaging by sending Odoamne all alone, tanking up all the damage. And then Febivan actually teleported into the middle of the fight. We're just going to see it again. Odoamne going in. Hjarnan and Febivan at this point is not part of the fight. Febivan joins in. Instant target switch from SK Prime onto him. He pops the hourglass. Smitty J is just waiting for him to come out to actually try and kill him. Will go down in the very end. Hjarnan joins in, but he's still full HP. He joined in pretty late. Once he came though, he managed to pick up a kill. Let's see what H2K did with it.
Well, as the long chase, but Hjarnan just says, nope, I'm just going to crit you for that last shot. Get my kill. Doesn't matter about your, I was going to say armor, but there's not all that much of that anyway. Over 4 Kikis. And that leaves Hjarnan now 10, 2, and 13, up into double figures. And this is a Hjarnan that, you know, we'd come to expect after 2 games, then was pretty quiet and didn't have much of an impact in games 3 and 4, but he's done so well. This Lucian that was banned out against in the games before, he's done incredibly, incredibly well with up until now. He's only going to be getting stronger here. Got one more item to complete, going to be getting that Banshee's Veil in.
And it all just went so perfect in the bottom lane. That Nami again against the Braum, so the lane was good for them. Lucian is a strong laner, of course. Had more sustain, they could win the trades like the poke wars, and at the same time, every time Kikis tried to gank, Trashy was there, turned it around in favor of H2K, continued to deny farm from Z, so he fell so far behind, there was nothing he could do in the lane, and therefore Hjarnan just kept picking up a lot of CS. He got his items, went in vintage first item because he got so much gold from dragons and kills, and then he went into the standard Ghost Blade and Blade of the King, which we normally see in Lucians in Europe at least. So just a very honestly a perfect start for him.
So if we can get a perfect finish here. Obviously having that Baron stalled away from them. Maybe a little blip in the plan, but that inhibitor respawning, trying to get in there, but you can see playing a bit more cautious now, H2K. Last few minutes not exactly gone the smoothest that they would have hoped for. But again, it's just a case of if you do a bit of damage here to the likes of Z's or to Smitty, force them to back away and then just go straight in on that inhibitor. H2K here definitely playing more cautious than we've seen those last few moments.
Yeah, and Smitty J constantly sits on the side here, hoping he can find an engage. Now he's actually going to run into the middle here, but he needs to flank around if he wants to get in onto Yanan or Fibben in that case. Fibben does have his hourglass, so he's going to be hard to take down unless they can instantly burst him, but will be inhibitor here for H2K. Now they just need to get the rest in the base and stop wasting so much time.
Sounds like you want to get to bed or something, Deficio.
No, I mean, they've only been like 15,000 gold ahead.
That's true.
After 25 minutes, 22 minutes. And then they've just actually been fooling around a little bit, gave up a lot of kills, lost the Baron as well. And it's been buying time for SK Prime to get some items. I mean, Zeus has now picked up his Infinity Edge and What the Fox as well on Rise. So, pretty far behind.
I think we're going to be seeing another Baron, though. It's time again, Kikis.
Will we see another
Step
steal?
up and be the man that SK Prime need. Done it once before, but probably needs to do it about 3 more times,
yes.
I think, in this game. That 15,000 gold lead has reappeared.
The third thing for SK Prime is, even like in full late game, they're not exactly going to be better than H2K, so while they have to steal a lot of Barons, they also need to get some kills, get a goal lead, and without stating the obvious,
win the game.
Win the game. I mean, or at least not lose one more teamfight, because then the rest of your base is gone.
Oh, this could be bad for them though. Trashy going in. Twist of Fate's going to come around the side on towards What the Fox. Pops an early Zhonya's. Zaitan's down to half. And there is the focus on towards C's. He's going to be picked up. It's a shutdown coming in from Trashy. And now they can work on the rest of the side. Riven diving into the middle. Gets kicked away. It's a double kill there going down for Trashy. Not sure that Zaitan's going to get away. Actually flashes there over the wall. Meantime, he's just running straight through the jungle, chasing after What the Fox, and he's gonna finally, at some point in the near future, finish him off. AOD comes in and just steals that one like a boss. That is the ace, and that should be the game here. H2K actually gonna send Trashy in there. There is the teleport coming into the ward as well from Odoamne. First Nexus turret is gonna go down. Second one will follow shortly afterwards as well, and H2K focus in on the Nexus, win the game 3-2 and become the summer playoff champions.
So the last game here went back to what actually worked for him in the first few games, and we saw the same result as the way we first won. Very dominant performance. They won the early game, they won the lanes, and managed also to simply take the game here. The Riven up in the top lane for Smitty didn't work out at all. Z's on Corgi this time around didn't work, and SK Prime though managed to pick up 2 wins when they were down 2-0 and almost made the comeback.
Yeah, and I think that's almost as gutting as just losing 3-0 in some ways. You know, you're 2-0 back, you fight incredibly hard to bring it back to 2-2, and then you bow out in the final game with, well, they were dominated. It was almost exactly 20,000 gold by the end of it. You had 12 kills on the AD carry. Lee Sin, 9-1-18. What about that first pick Rengar 2 games in a row? Lee Sin was an amazing pick here once again for Trashy. Maokai, again, winning another game, 6-5, 21 assists onto Odoamne, and we saw him there just tanking up the team for absolute days.
1v5 and would even come out with a kill before he died. So, Maokai again. Still not sure why people even leave it open. SK Prime this time around should have banned it, because it is such a good pick and we keep talking about it because people keep leaving it open. And I believe he won every game, at least here in the Challenger Finals. I'm not sure about earlier today, but at least whenever we do have a Maokai, it's often the same story. You can't really shut him down hard enough early game. He will get his tank items and he will be close to unkillable.
Question is, does Maokai then become the new Kassadin and make it even harder in picks and bans for the red side when you have to ban out not only Kassadin but Maokai as well? I mean, we've seen it here that you know the win-loss ratios don't lie, but the performances, and we've seen it time and time again, that he just runs around the team, locking up the next target, keeping the AD carry or the mid laner completely away from the fight and stopping them from doing their damage.
And it is one damage item, and he can take down people alone, one-on-one, because of his base damage is so good. It's pretty scary, Mundo. And it's a lot of time to do the same if he is actually going to solo an AD carry. So not the same deal. And we did see H2K try and pick Mundo into the Maokai twice, where they lost the game. So clearly they learned, fixed it for the last game, and showed they are the stronger teams, at least today they were.
Yeah.
But SK Gaming Prime is not far behind. So it's going to be hard for the LCS teams to pick who they want to play.
And that was exactly my next question from that one. If you're the 6th place LCS team, which we're going to decide next week at Gamescom between Millenium and the Super Crew, the loser of that game gets first choice when it comes to promotion. I have no idea who I'd be picking right now.
Well, Unicorns of Love lost 2-1 to H2K. You would normally take them because they got like 3rd place, but then again, they looked so good yesterday against NIP. If I had to choose right now, I would probably go with SK Prime, because I feel like the champ select from SK Prime is pretty easy to predict.
Yeah.
And often if you do remove like something like a Maokai away from Smitty J, he's gonna lock in a Riven, which is a very risky pick. We've seen him play Aurelia as well, which also is a bit of a risky pick for him. So in that case, also because Z's just plays these mid-game AD carries all the time, you can focus the bottom lane, shut him down, like H2K did here with Trashy, and all of a sudden he's not even part of the game. So in that case, I would take SK Prime, also because Unicorns of Love have shown a lot of weird and new picks.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised to see their number 6 team actually pick Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I mean, finishing 3rd place, statistically the best choice, but they looked kind of scary and looked for an inexperienced team when it comes to playing on big stages like this one. They looked so incredibly comfortable, and that's also a bit of a worrying sign when you're playing a confident team. And let's be honest, Unicorns of Love, they got nothing to lose coming into that promotion.
Just looked like a team actually just going into Challenger finals here with nothing to lose. To say, hey, we're gonna play whatever we want to. We're gonna try our new tactics. If they work, awesome. We can now challenge one of the LCS teams, and it seemed to be the playstyle. And it worked out. Power of Evil looked great in the mid lane. So gonna be very exciting once we actually have the promotion games. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some new teams in the LCS next year.
Certainly not. The way that H2K and SK Prime have played here and over the last few weeks as well. Definitely a very exciting time to come up for that promotion tournament. But for now, we're going to send it over to Shox, who is on stage with 2 of H2K's players.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm here with Odoamne and Trashy after that victory. Congratulations, guys. You guys had already locked in your spot for the promotion tournament. But it must be a nice icing on the cake to win here on this stage.
Yeah, of course. Of course, we go into every game with the mindset to win. So.
Yeah, and but you guys went into the first 2 games with a mindset to win very surely. So what happened then after that series, maybe?
From my perspective, I think what went wrong was that we went from like early game picks to more scaling picks, and we just took really wrong fights, and that turned just we made a lot of mistakes, and as a team, we're not as good, but individually, we're really good. So we just went back to the strong early game picks and then just roll the game.
Yeah, and Odoamne, you're a fantastic top laner. Why didn't you go for that tree every time around?
Basically, we thought we could play around it and secure other picks that fit well into our team fights. And we just thought that we could play around the Maokai and try to ignore him in team fights or go for the back line and stuff like that, but it didn't really work out.
So, Trashy, you've obviously not been with the team as long as, for instance, Odoamne. How has the journey been with these guys? How have you seen them grow?
Like first when they started playing without me, when they play with Ku, I was playing in recent gaming, so I was like playing against them, and I actually built up a lot of friendship with them. So it was was kind of happy playing with them, and I love playing with them all. So I'm really happy to get the chance to play with them, and they're really skilled players.
Yeah, it's looking great for you guys. And Odoamne, you were, of course, here in your Cloud9 Eclipse facing the Super Hot crew. What is the biggest thing you think with the team that you've learned not to make the same mistakes again going into promotion?
Basically, when we went in promotions last time, we were a new team, inexperienced, with a big stage, with best-of-5 formats and general team play. So the past 6 months, we just practiced really hard, and we improved our team fights and everything related to team play. So we're really experienced right now.
Yeah, how has that been like for you, Trashy, to be up on stage and obviously playing for the biggest prize?
Well, I was in London, so that was a really fun experience. But just in general, I love playing on the stage. It's what I aim for, is on the LCS you play on stage. So that is what I like, and I know I perform well on stage, so I'm not even worried about it.
So I actually want to follow up on that because you talk about London. I asked Febiven in London, are you guys going to make it to the LCS? Very confident, 100% sure. So Odoamne, going into it, if you see the possible opponents you could go up against, so the Copenhagen Wolves Gambit and then Millenium or Super Hot Crew, what do you think of those possible opponents?
I think it's not about the opponent, it's more about how we perform in going into those games. And we will practice really hard this month. We will go into a gaming house. We will have Woong help us as a coach to improve our team play and everything. And I think we will have a pretty good shot this time going into the LCS.
All right, well, I wish you guys the best of luck. Fantastic series here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, that was it from our winners here. We're going to head back over to Joe and the Fish Show over at the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. And with that victory by H2K, we now have the final standings for the Challenger Summer Series. H2K, of course, have earned first place, and with the loss, SKP is now second. Unicorns of Love, of course, won the third place match yesterday to roll out the top 3. They will now head to Los Angeles for the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament that takes place on September 9th to 11th.
And while they're there, they will face the bottom-ranked teams from the LCS in a bid to replace them in the Spring 2015. We already know Gambit Gaming and the Copenhagen Wolves will be there, but whoever falls in the 5th place match between Super Hot Crew and Millenium will be the final team to fight for its life.
Yeah, that match will actually kick off the European playoffs next Thursday at Gamescom, beginning at 11 AM Central European Summer Time, which is 2 AM Pacific.
And the semi-final matches will take place on Friday, beginning with Fnatic taking on Rocket, followed by Alliance versus SK Gaming. And we'll have a third place game on Saturday, and the 2014 Summer Split final match takes place on Sunday as we crown a champion and #1 European seed heading into Worlds.
And that wraps up things for us today. Congratulations again to H2K for taking the Challenger Finals, and a special thank you to our friends at Coca-Cola. Thanks for joining us, guys. Good night. We'll see you at Gamescom.
SK Gaming versus Millenium in the quarterfinals. This is a best-of-5 series. It's going to be a quick pulverize. Jerry hasn't got the damage show to do anything. He is simply a support cow, not an aggressive top laner. That is going to be Millenium Ace. That is going to be SK taking game 1 of the series. Kevin jumps on towards it. The AD carry will go down. They can try and turn this one. And Captain Surprise is going to blow up a Connect. Tries to sidestep. No, not enough. And rated. Dark Piney lands the gate. Chart follows through. And SK Gaming will take game 2 here in a dominant performance. Kevin will finally go down, and Rated takes all the damage. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Both top laners picked up. So it's going looking to try and finish this one. Can he find a flash? 4 against 1 against 2. Fantastic 3-0 for SK. Dominant performance here in the quarterfinals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Summer Challenger Playoff Finals between H2K Gaming and SK Gaming Prime. Italy moving into it.
Taken away. Trashy able to get that one, and now Febiven joining in with the rest of the team.
So game #1 of the best-of-5 going over to H2K. Taken away straight away.
Febiven gonna go on team. He's gonna go down. Uses the last charge of his ulti. And another binding onto Wonderfox. He's gonna dive in there. That was very risky play, but they're so far ahead at this point. We see H2K being ripped apart.
But SK Gaming Prime here hold on in the best-of-5.
He's got his ultimate running. Wonderfox will be pulled up. Double kill coming in for Twisted Fate as Smitty joins the fight. Febiven's gonna go down here. It's gonna take a while.
SK Gaming Prime gonna win game #4. It all comes down to
game number 5. Just tanking up the entire team, gets another twisted
him as well.
Managed to get the kill. He's not dead just yet. Finally finished up with a shutdown. And H2K focusing on the Nexus, win the game 3-2 and become the summer playoff champions.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, right, I look good, right. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, right, I look good, right. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls saying, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on.